The Committee on Public Education will come to order and the clerk will call the roll.
Chair Buckley,
Here.
Vice Chair Bernal, Allen, Ashby, Bryant, Cunningham, Dutton, Frank, Hinojosa, Hunter, Kerwin, Leach, Leo Wilson, Schoolcraft, Tallarico. We have a quorum.
All right, a quorum is present. Members, as a reminder to everyone in the room, as a reminder to the committee and our visitors and witnesses today, under House Rule 4, Section 13, House committees are subject to the same rules of decorum that govern House proceedings. Under those rules, the chair is responsible for preserving order and decorum during committee meetings, and the chair may ask the Sergeant-at-Arms to assist in preserving order and decorum. Outbursts or vocal displays of support or opposition from visitors in the audience are prohibited, and the chair may order the Sergeant-at-Arms to clear the audience if there is disturbance that disrupts the committee's meeting. Signs, placards, and other objects of similar nature are prohibited, as well as food and drink. And members of the committee and witnesses must confine their remarks to the matter being considered by the committee. I appreciate your cooperation, and we look forward to beginning our testimony again. I've got to lay it out. I haven't laid it out yet. All right, members, we will pick up where we left off with testimony on House Bill 3. The chair lays out as pending business House Bill 3. Chair calls Stephen Aleman. We show you registered as Stephen Aleman, Senior Policy Specialist, testifying on behalf of Disability Rights Texas, and you'll be testifying against the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you for coming back, Stephen. We really appreciate it. Members, we left off here with this witness, and there were some questions that members had and wanted to make sure we had the opportunity. And so I'll recognize Representative Hinojosa.
Mr. Aleman, I appreciate you being here, and I want to thank the chair and vice chair for providing you as a witness to this committee, because you have, in my experience, been a solid advocate for our kids in special education. And I know even to the extent where you sometimes have to get involved in lawsuits against school districts, including my own, for not meeting federal standards for our kids in special education. And so I just want to thank you for that. Do you read anywhere in this bill where if a private school gets more money for a child requiring a special education in public school, that the private school has to do anything more for that child in their private school, a child that should receive special education?
In the introduced version, short answer is no. As far as I can tell, in terms of students with disabilities, there are mechanisms at the front end to provide what I would call an expedited FIIE, that is an evaluation to determine eligibility. That's important in terms of the structure of the bill to enable you to receive a larger ESA account credit, or however one refers to it. And then with regard to that extra amount that is generated by that eligibility as a student with a disability, that goes into that parent's account. But in terms of the private school side, at that point, there's nothing that directly speaks to how that funding would go to provide special education services.
Right, so the private school could get up to $30,000 for a child in special education, but there is no connected responsibility on the part of the private school to do anything really for the child needing a special education. It's still a responsibility on the public school to provide that initial evaluation. Is that correct?
Well, so a couple of different things. As I was trying to make clear earlier, any child within the jurisdiction of a school district could come to the school district and say, I would like to have an evaluation. So aside from that, there is that obligation by the school district. There's another obligation by school districts, which probably most people don't understand, which is current law with regard to private school students. School districts still have an obligation towards those students in a mechanism that is referred to as proportionate share or equitable participation. And the short of that is that federal law requires that school districts to still take into account meeting the needs of all students with disabilities, regardless of whether they're actually enrolled in the public school or are perhaps attending a private school within that jurisdiction of that school district. So, for example, the school district would work with their private schools, determine some sort of overall enrollment number. The school district would take that enrollment number of kids with disabilities in the private school, compare it to all kids with disabilities within their jurisdiction. That comes up with a what we would call the proportionate share. That percentage is applied to their federal IDEA grant. Then the district is obligated to spend that part on services to those private school children. So under current law, there's already a mechanism by which students with disabilities in private schools do get access to some degree of special ed services, but it really depends district to district how many private school students there are, and then what are the kind of arrangements between the cooperation between the private school and the public school district. I'll just conclude by saying that those individual children receive what is referred to as a service plan. That is different from an individualized education program. An IEP is a very detailed written document informed both by federal law and state law. A service plan is different. It applies only to those private school children where their private school has agreed to cooperate with the school district to provide some degree of services, and for that at that individual child level, the service plan says what that is. For example, just like we'll provide speech therapy 2 hours a week,
Okay.
something akin to that.
Okay, so just to be clear, current law requires public schools to provide special education services to students who qualify for special education who are in private schools, and this bill doesn't change that. This bill, though, gives up to $30,000 to the private school, but the private school is not required to provide any special education services. And under this bill, the public school still is required to provide services to those children.
That is correct, yes.
Okay, thank you.
I think it's clear to point out that if it were maxed, the cap at $30,000, whatever the amount is, it is given to be held in an account on behalf of the parent to direct that spending, which is different than directly given to the private school. And I think that's something we need to keep in mind. Mr. Alleman, again, thank you for coming back, and I always appreciate your testimony. I learn something every single time you're up there. You mentioned earlier today that, and I've heard this from parents literally for years. You said public schools can deny a parent an evaluation of a child for special education. I know that that's a source of conflict. Can you describe what creates that and how that occurs?
Sure, just in terms of the special ed process,
Yeah.
it all starts with what we call an FIIE, full individual initial evaluation. That eventually gets you to the ARD committee meeting, that team that writes an individualized education program or IEP. Well, as I believe I said earlier, ill-advised, it's nonetheless technically legal for a school district to be approached by a parent and say, no, we are not going to do the FIIE. Why a district would do that is probably because of one of two things, which goes to the heart of what the FIIE is supposed to resolve. Does a student have an impairment, some sort of physical, mental disability? And also, though, in conjunction with that, does the child need special education? I think the story generally is that the district is of the opinion, we can't decide yet whether or not you need special education. So we're going to respectfully turn down that request by the parent. If the district were to do that, they are obligated to say that in writing in a document that we call the prior written notice, or which has certain content requirements to inform the parent why the district is saying no. But I guess my point earlier in describing that is that in the context of HB3, it seems as if it's not at all discretionary on the part of the district to turn down an FIE request from a private school student. So my concern is that you seem to almost create a heightened right to an FIE for a private school student over a public school student.
Is it your opinion that when a school district denies the, I won't say the right, but the right to have the FIIE done because they don't think it rises to that level yet? Do you think that's the right decision, or should if we were king for a day and funding was there, should we do evaluations on all kids when we suspect there could be a problem, a learning problem?
Ideally, I would say everyone should be entitled to an FIIE if there is a legitimate referral from a parent, from an educator, from an administrator. So yes, it should be equal opportunity for everyone to get access to an FIIE. Again, my point is that it seems as if this bill, though, makes a distinguishing standard between private school students, which is higher than we have under current law for public school students.
Should we change the law for public school students?
Well, ideally, sure, I would love that. I'd rather raise it all up to the same level.
Okay.
But as it is in the context of HB3, it seems as if it's an uneven standard.
Per current law. Okay, thank you very much. Let the record show that Representative Kerwin, Representative Tallarico, Representative Dutton, and Vice Chair Bernal are now present on the dais. More questions?
I have one, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
I have one.
Representative Schoolcraft.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Aleman, is it your experience that whether parents generally tolerate schools not providing the services that are supposed to be provided under the IEP?
Well, first of all, I want to be very clear because obviously sometimes I come here with issues, challenges, asking you to make changes. So the system is clearly, in our view, not perfect. But I do want to be clear that I want to acknowledge that many, many students with disabilities get excellent services from excellent and very caring staff and administrators every day in this state. So I want to be very clear that I'm very thankful for our public schools delivering special ed and for our very dedicated special ed teachers. But the reality also in a state this large is that there are parents who do have frustrations with what's happening. And that's why we have a mechanism in place to help resolve those and try to make sure that at the end of the day, everyone is on the same page for meeting the needs of that student.
Okay, I mean, so I understand that, and I think most parents are happy with the services they're getting. But if they're not happy, they have to go through a pretty involved process, up to and even including a lawsuit. If they just cannot get what they feel their students or their children are entitled to, is that right?
Yes, so under special ed law, there are legal protections, which involves first asking for what we would call an administrative hearing or a due process hearing. Parents under special ed law are not allowed to directly sue a school district, technically, like filing a civil lawsuit, but ultimately it could lead to that.
Okay, so that's a tough process. If a student is in a private school and has an IEP, and the parents feel the student's not getting the services he's entitled to, would their remedy be just to remove the student and put him back in the public school?
Well, first of all, I would want to be careful about saying that a private school student has an IEP, because that's like a term of art.
Okay.
I mean, it is possible a private school would go that far and sort of voluntarily comply and develop such a document. But going more to your question, what if the parent is dissatisfied? They have much less legal recourse, if you will, which is built into IDEA. That's not available in the private school, so there's very few legal options available.
Right. They wouldn't need to sue if they have the option of going back to the schools if they feel they're getting better service there. That's the only point I'm making. They're not stuck in that situation.
Certainly, they're not stuck in the sense that, yes, they could withdraw from the private school and try to resume their career at their local school. Yes, scenario that we have seen in terms of people thinking this might be a better option, and sometimes it works out, sometimes it doesn't, and then sort of they end up rotating back to the district.
Right. Okay, thank you.
All right, Chairman Dutton.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I apologize if you've answered this, but in keeping with Mr. Schoolcraft just asked, does a private school have an obligation to do an IEP?
No. So in terms of private schools, it depends on even what kind of private school it is, in terms of like what other laws might apply. But regardless of which laws apply, there is no state law or federal law for that matter that requires an IEP be developed by a private school for a student with a disability.
Now, the rights that a student gets pursuant to IDEA, you forego those rights when you go to a private school, is that right?
Well, I want to be clear that if you are voluntarily enrolling in a private school,
Right.
then yes. I guess I should mention that there are some circumstances where a school district itself can decide, you know, we can't help Stephen. We cannot provide a free, appropriate public education for Stephen. So we are going to take the initiative as the school district and place Stephen at a private school. Now, in that instance, which is rare, but it does happen, then sort of the rights, IDEA rights follow that child to that private school because that was all initiated by the public school district. A school district might decide, you know, I need to send Stephen to a residential facility, a private school for the provision of FAPE. The district is taking responsibility for that. In that rare instance, that child would still be covered by IDEA in a private school.
And using your example, would the school district be required to pay for that student?
Yes, in that instance, and this is spelled out in IDEA,
Right.
various scenarios with regard to private schools, and one of the scenarios is that the district could sort of self-declare, if you will, we cannot provide FAPE, and we are going to take on that obligation of a private placement at public expense.
So that's like a voluntary voucher.
Well, there's not a voucher per se involved, but it is a private placement at public expense.
Well, a voluntary ESC account then, because if the school district sends them to the private school, the school district pays.
The public school district would be paying the tuition costs associated with that placement.
Right.
Yes.
And that's kind of what this bill does, except
was-
it doesn't do it in a voluntary, it's involuntary almost on the part of the school district.
It's a direct arrangement between the school district and the private
Parent.
school in those situations.
Right, right. So it's just kind of flips it all on the. But let me ask this: the rights that this bill grants to special ed students in the private school, what are they?
Well, I'm not sure if this bill does grant any, quote, rights to private school students with disabilities. Again, what it does say is that if you are a private school student and want a school district to evaluate you for purposes of doing the FIE, to establish you as a student with a disability to meet your definition to qualify for the higher ESA, I guess you have that right as it's spelled out in the bill. That's the only right that's conferred by this bill, the right to an FIE at public expense by that school district.
So, but that would be stuck on the school district, not the private school, right?
Yes, sir. So what would happen if this were all to play out? I'm already in a private school, but I want to get that official designation as a student with a disability. So I would go to my local public school district under this law and say, I want an FIE. The district would conduct it at their own expense, because as far as I can tell, there's no mechanism to pay the district to do this. This is just another sort of mandate for them to do. But then at the end of the day, they would generate a report on that student saying, Stephen, yes, you do have dyslexia, whatever the disability condition might mean or be, and that you need special ed services. Then that, in turn, I guess, allows me to go to one of your organizations that you've contracted through the controller's office to say, well, now I'm eligible for this higher ESA account.
Well, that's a little troubling because the school district could decide that the student needed services that the private school couldn't provide.
I think there's any number of scenarios that would be possible in that situation, but I think what the bill envisions is making sure that a private school student who thinks they have a disability gets access at a public school for the required testing so that they can then become eligible for the larger ESA account for students with disabilities.
Could the private school initiate that assessment?
The way that I read the bill, it's incumbent upon the family to approach the school district. The bill speaks in terms of a, quote, request. Presumably that request would come from the parent, not the private school, but it doesn't explicitly say that.
Okay, so the private school under the bill could order you to go back to your public school to get an assessment.
I don't know about the word order, but maybe recommend, suggest you go,
But
sure.
what would happen if you didn't do it?
Well, for the purposes of this program, you would forego the extra money in the ESA.
But if the private school made your admission conditioned on that, you would have to follow that, I suppose.
The bill doesn't speak to like the private school admission process. I think you heard earlier testimony about, you know, you do applications and screening and whatnot. I guess in theory, you could have a private school that says, well, yeah, you're conditionally admitted, but you need to go do this other thing, which is going to be more lucrative for you and for us, ultimately, I suppose. But the bill is
simply-
silent on all that.
But the bill simply doesn't speak to that, does it?
Correct, yes.
Okay, all right, thanks, Mr. Chairman.
Chairman Frank.
Thank you. I just want to clarify. So today, if a public school has a student, a public ISD has a student that they can't, for whatever reason, hit those services, I'm just hearing things. If they, then they can't force them to go to a private school, but they can contract with a private school and then pay those funds to the private school to take care of that special needs child. Is that what you?
Yes. So under current law today, under IDEA, it is spelled out that a public school can place a public school student at a private school at public expense in the name of delivery of free appropriate public education.
And so what if, as the parent, if I don't think that's, is it the public school's choice basically to say this is the best place, or does the parent have any option in it?
Well,
Or do
just
they-
similar to the whole IEP process, generally speaking. Of course, we hope that the family and the district could agree on, like, if this is going to be the way we're going,
But if they don't agree,
well, then they would be back to using those safeguards that we talked about earlier. So let's say, for instance, the public school said, well, we want to put you at St. Diego Catholic School.
right,
And the mom said, well, I'm okay with going to a private school, but I want it to be, you know,
right,
Metropolitan Christian or whatever.
sure.
At that point, then you would use your standard dispute resolution process to try to decide, you know, what's going to be the outcome.
The dispute resolution, do I have any, as a parent, I mean, looking at it through, I mean, and I don't have special needs child, but I have a lot of kids, a lot of kids. But, sorry, 6 is a lot. But anyway, what option, I mean, you say dispute resolution, because I've done a dispute resolution. You don't have much say when you're dealing with, in that situation, do you?
Well, I mean,
It's
we
dispute
would hope-
resolution, but
we-
who makes the call?
Well, in special education, just in general, when we use dispute resolution as a general term to refer to many different things. It could be what we call mediation. It could be what we call IEP facilitation. There's different things that TEA supports to help parents and schools kind of get along and resolve their differences. Ultimately, though, the legal sort of heavyweight answer would be the due process hearing we referred to earlier, where a parent would request a due process hearing or administrative hearing against the district, saying, I want to challenge this private school placement. You want to send my child to a particular private school, I disagree with that, then you would follow those legal procedures.
What's interesting to me is that we seem to think parents are smart enough to figure out a dispute resolution process that is incredibly complex and you don't have much say, but we don't think they're smart enough to figure out where their kid needs to be. Like, those processes are incredible. I had a problem with a book that was being read, and it was both intimidating and incredibly complex to try to figure out how to have any leverage, how to have any say. Now you're saying, I've got to go through a dispute resolution if I just want to send my kids somewhere else, but the school district gets to determine that.
Well, I'm sorry, you posed the question that, what if there's a dilemma? I'm not saying there is going to be a dilemma, but as I understood your
often
question.
there is. I think that's kind of why we're here. So I think it's so simple to say, if a parent feels like there's something better, I guess I would rather trust them to know that than this long process that you've outlined.
I respect that. I guess my only point was that there is a mechanism today for a public school to take a public school student and put them in private school at public expense if that's what's decided is best for that student.
Representative Hinojosa.
Mr. Aleman, you said the school district decides to send the child to the private school if they can't fulfill the requirements of the IEP, but it's decided in an ARD committee with the parent being part of that. Isn't that correct?
Yes. I was, I think, trying to say that we would go through the normal process of an ARD meeting, everyone sitting at the same table, trying to come to consensus. But I think what happened was that the conversation then turned to well, what if there's still a dispute at that level? I was just trying to express that we would kind of go through the same drill we would in any dispute.
Right. My guess is these disputes don't happen all that often because it's an extraordinary circumstance for the ARD committee to decide to place a child somewhere else. Isn't that correct?
It is very rare. It does happen, though.
And so, and because it's often an expensive option for the school district, my memory is that the state reimburses the school district for this. Is that correct?
There can be. There is a separate mechanism that TEA operates called the High Cost Fund, which is a separate pot of money. So kind of going back to our conversations before about our state special ed allotment, there's sort of that money going out to school districts, but then they are eligible to come back to TEA for certain expensive kids to serve and say, can I get a supplement, if you will? And that's referred to as a high cost fund.
And my guess is that the high cost fund doesn't have much money in it or not enough to really serve all the requirements of these kids.
Yes, about the high cost fund, I think typically what happens is that there's more applications than funds available, and TEA goes through a mechanism that is prescribed about sort of doing it as fairly as possible at reduced amounts requested.
What I like about this process is that it is a decision made in conjunction with the teachers and the parents. Everybody's involved in that decision, and then they choose a school that meets the needs of the child. And it could be a better program if it were better funded. And so I would ask that if our concern is to get kids in special education what they're not getting in private schools, we do two things. One, we increase special education funding, which is the most underfunded portion of our school finance system, and that we look at putting more money into this fund wherein a decision is made with everybody at the table about what's in the best interest of the child. It's just that there's not enough money to really follow through with that.
Any more
I
questions?
just had a quick,
Yeah, Chairman Dutton.
thank you. I am reminded by my education advisor that when the school district sends the child to the private school, that student still remains a student in the public school.
Essentially, yes, that's
Okay.
correct.
So they don't become a student of the private school.
They're served at a private facility or a private school, but they're still under the responsibility of the public school district that sent them
All
there.
right, thanks, Chairman.
Do you believe that the fact that this doesn't happen that often, and I don't know the number of how many students are in a private school being paid for by the public school right now, do you believe that that is simply because of funding? That if there was more funding available, would public schools make that decision? Because really, it sounds like with the dispute process and an ARD committee and a big group of people making this decision, that it's really not the parent's choice. Because if the parent says, I want them in a private school, I want them in a private school, you say, well, we got to go to the committee, and then it's a vote, and it's arduous, and that's where things heat up. Do you think if we had more money in that public schools would allow that child to go to a private school more often?
I think generally speaking, public schools believe that they can serve students with disabilities within their own systems, with adequate support. I don't think that the general thought is, we need to ship off somebody, but it does happen.
Are there other circumstances where public school dollars fund students in a private setting? Besides, let's say, under that circumstance? Like something like Avondale House in Houston, where public schools bring busloads of kids there all the time for whatever. I just want to know if that's the same thing, or is that another area of law where we see that happen?
I'll confess, I don't know,
Okay.
the exact circumstances there.
So really, the only difference between what House Bill 3 does and what is currently in law is the fact that this is parent-centered, not school-centered. Is that, would you be fair to say that, parents will talk with teachers, in public schools, they'll do everything they can to advocate on behalf of their children. But at some point, the way the system is now, they have to literally be a UN negotiating team to find a pathway for their child to get what the parent feels is best. And I know a lot of parents, and you take in a lot of information, but at the end of the day, it's my call. And that's where I think we have the disconnect right now, and that is the fact that, the rights incurred from IDEA, are what they are. But I guess I'll ask one more question. I do appreciate you being here because you're a wealth of knowledge. And do you believe that high-quality special education services are being provided in a private setting now in Texas?
Well, I'm not going to dispute that there are some very well-regarded private schools for students with disabilities in Texas. I think the issue is that they're very few and far between and very expensive. But certainly, yes, there are certain locations that are raved about.
So if
for sure.
parents had more options and it was more parent-centered, we'd probably get more of them, right? If there was more students more parents seeking that, then we would have, I would guess there would be schools that would expand, they would hire more teachers, they would do what they could to provide that. And arguably in an area of education that creates the most conflict. You can go back to the early 2000s when I was a school board member. The lawsuits and the payouts and I have parents call all the time about ARD processes that are just, they feel outnumbered, they feel like, that the parents don't really have a say. and what's going on. And so it sounds like that right now parents really don't, that it is the public school's choice of whether or not a child is placed in one of these private environments. But House Bill 3 would allow the parent to have the position in that argument to say, you know what, I want this option for my child. Is that an accurate statement?
Well, I guess my only concern would be sort of the disconnect between those sort of economies of scale, if you will, that you're alluding to, like, well, we have a great program, let's expand. How the mismatch between sort of now and when would that ever be? I think there was certainly, at the very least, at the short term, would be a big concern that, do I really have a choice of access to a, quote, quality program when they're still very limited?
Well, if we don't do something, they'll never will be, right? I mean, if we keep things going exactly like they are, there's really nothing there to move that to create, because I just know, people that work in that area, and some work in public school setting in special education, others work in the private school setting, and I think they all have a heart as big as this room. I think it's just two different worlds that they operate in. And I think some kids receive outstanding special ed services in public schools, and some kids it just doesn't work. And I believe HB3 is the perfect way to take what is currently in law, but put the right person in charge of it. Sort of flip the script, if you will, so that parents can do that, so that we can create this environment where there's a place for everyone, where there doesn't have to be so much conflict, where a parent can make that whatever rights it follows them if the public school decides. It's interesting it doesn't follow them if the private school decides. The parent decides when they go to the private school. But it looks to me like that the parent will be the ultimate arbiter of if those services are being met, because we all know if our kids are learning, if our kids are happy, if they're thriving, if they're not, those things. And so I just wonder, in a world that when we work on such an important issue, and again, I appreciate the work that you do, and how such a strong advocate you are, that if, is this really the right bill to be against? Is this the right circumstance, where we can say we can create a pathway, another pathway, and try to create capacity for parents to give them an option? And that's my editorial. But anyway, members, any more questions? Yeah, Representative Tallarico.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The chairman said nothing will improve until we change things. This bill costs $7 billion in the second biennium. Can you think of what $7 billion could do for our special education system in our public schools?
Well, this committee just recently had a conversation about a wide range of changes and ways to more efficiently invest in our public school infrastructure or special education services. So I think the short answer is yes, there's a lot that could be accomplished.
And earlier I said, just back of the napkin math, that with $7 billion we could hire 100,000 new paraprofessionals. I remember as a classroom teacher that paraprofessionals were critical to making sure my students in special education got the accommodations and modifications that they needed to be successful. You mentioned that the private schools that provide special education programs, and that they're few and far between. Do you know the number of private schools in Texas that have special education programs?
I can't cite off the top of my head, but I believe, you could ballpark it probably 20-ish.
It's actually higher than that. It's 70, and that's out of 1,100 plus private schools, so still a very small percentage. Do you know what the average tuition at those 70 private schools that provide special education services?
I would project like 50,000-ish a year, more or less.
It's more affordable than that, but a lot more than the voucher. It's 19,000. And so when we talk about these schools, and I don't doubt the educators at these schools, we're going to hear from one of them on this panel. I don't doubt that they're doing good work. But what I think is important is when we talk about these schools having good results, that's because you have parents who can afford $19,000 a year. And so you're talking about more affluent families. And we know that if you have more affluent kids and more affluent families in any school, you tend to see better results because a lot of resources are put in service of helping that student be successful at home, after school and in school. And so I do want to question when we look at those private schools that are $19,000 a year and we say, well, they must be doing something a lot better than our public schools are doing. It could just be that you have a different population that you're serving. Would that be a fair way to characterize what we're looking at?
Yes. I think that, for better or for worse, those families have resources that led them to connections to know about that program and live in more metropolitan areas to get access to those kinds of settings.
And last question, we were talking about parents being in the driver's seat. Is there anything preventing in law, are we banning any parent of a special needs child or for a child in special education from pulling their student out of public schools and going to a private school?
I mean, that could occur today.
That could occur today. A parent is free right now to send their child to a private school. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay, that's good to know, because sometimes up on the dais, it sounds like maybe they're not free to do that. Maybe what we are debating here is, should the taxpayers fund that? That's the question. No one here is disputing that parents should always have the right to choose whatever education is best for them. The question before us is, what should taxpayers fund? What kind of school choice should taxpayers be funding? Should we be funding public charter schools and magnets and academies and PTECs and allowing kids to transfer between public schools or public school districts? Or should taxpayer funds go to private schools that don't have to follow the same rules, don't have to teach the same test, don't have to accept the same students? Is that a fair characterization of the debate that we're having?
I think in the big context, yes. I believe in our special education system. I believe that we have shown that there's room for improvement. Systemically, we're going to get the bigger bang for the buck for all those students by investing in the public school system, is our belief.
And I agree, because I meet special education educators in my district and across the state who are doing heroic, life-saving work every day with very limited resources. How much is the state underfunding special education right now?
$2.7 billion,
$2.7 billion we are underfunding.
yes.
And when I say we, I mean the people on this dais and in this Capitol.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Allman. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Hinojosa.
Thank you, Chairman. I know you did not intend for it to sound this way, but I want to really make clear that in an ARD committee, the school district is, in my experience, is not oppositional to the student. It's a team. And if there is a source of conflict, it's money. To Representative Talarico's point, the funding gap here, which is funding that local school districts are having to find that the state is not sending to our public schools, is giant. It's the largest in the whole school finance system. And so the state is the source of that conflict. It's about money. My experience with my own son is that the principal knew he needed to be evaluated for special education. The teacher knew he needed to be evaluated for special education, but there were no professionals in the school district available to do that evaluation. So we waited over a year. That comes down to money. And so if we could first fully fund that gap that the agency has acknowledged and that I don't know anybody disputes is $1.8 billion a year or so, that would go a long way. We should try that because that is education that's available to all our kids who require and who have a legal right to a special education. And so I would ask that we do that first, and please acknowledge and understand that our teachers and our principals and our school district administrators are doing the best they can with not enough money for our kids in special education.
Members, any more questions for Ms. Solomon? Yes,
Mr. Chairman, I'm
Representative
just,
Schoolcraft.
Mr. Chairman, I'm just curious. I heard this talk about $7 billion. It was my understanding this bill basically has a cap of $1 billion for this biennium. Is there anything in here that requires the legislature to expand and spend more and more money?
It's all subject to appropriation per outlined in the bill.
Okay, so,
And the, you know, it makes assumptions about the uptake and stuff that we could argue about for 4 days. Hopefully, we won't do that.
yeah, but if we appropriated more, I assume that would be because the program was successful and parents were happy and we wanted to expand it. Would that be correct?
Absolutely. You'll look at, quote, demand, you know, how many parents are seeking that. And I think that in this conversation, which I talk about the, you know, and we talked about in another bill, the special education funding problem that we have, and you know, we certainly want to address that, and I believe that, I know the House will address that in another bill. But I think it comes down to a question of really who gets to make the call. You know, and I think what we have here before us is a situation of kids that may be struggling, where I would argue that the parents should make that call, where on the other side, the argument is, well, you can make that call if the school agrees. And that's the only point I was making, was that right there.
Mr. Chairman,
Yeah, and
may I be recognized?
sir, Representative Bryant.
I'd just like to respond to what Mr. Schoolcraft asked about. I raised this earlier, but if you look at section 29.3521, yes. If you look at section 29.3521, subsection 2, it's very plain that this bill this year is open-ended and is going to require appropriations. It can be moved during the interim when we're not in session by the LBB. And it is unlike last year's bill, which had very specific language in there that stated that it was limited and could not be moved around. And I read that language before. I'll have to struggle here to find it again because I've got it handy. But without debating it and lengthening this thing, everyone should look at that because it most definitely is open-ended. So, thank you.
All right. Members, any more questions? All right. Thank you, Mr. Salaman. Appreciate you being here.
Thank you.
All right, the chair calls Josh Cowan and Paige Duggins Clay. All right, I show you registered as Paige Duggins Clay, Chief Legal Analyst for IDRA, testifying on behalf of the Intercultural Development Research Association, and you'll be testifying against the bill. Is that correct?
That's correct, sir.
All right, thank you. I show you registered as Josh Cowan, testifying on behalf of yourself, and you'll be testifying against the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And I don't know if we can change this. It says your hometown is East Lansing, Texas?
It's East Lansing,
Are you
Michigan.
moving?
I'm at Michigan State University myself.
Okay, all right. You have your permission to change that?
Absolutely, sir.
Okay, all right,
Yeah.
thank you. We'll start with Ms. Duggins Clay.
Thanks, Chair Buckley, members. Thanks so much for having me today. My name is Paige Duggins Clay. I have the immense privilege of being the Chief Legal Analyst at IDRA, a nonprofit, nonpartisan civil rights organization dedicated to equal educational opportunity for all students through strong public schools. I'm also here today as a parent of 4 kiddos in Texas public schools, a daughter of a public school educator who was Teacher of the Year in 2021, and the just generations of public school educators in my family. IDRA opposes House Bill 3 because it does create a constitutionally inefficient and inadequate educational program that will almost certainly have a discriminatory impact on our state's most historically underserved and vulnerable student populations. I had the privilege of clerking on the Texas Supreme Court, and so I'm bringing that perspective with me today because I learned a lot while I was there about the importance and primacy of really looking at the intent and the text of a statute or the constitutional language at issue. And so I come this afternoon now with some words of wisdom. I think I'll start with from those that preceded you, the founding fathers of Texas. Since our state's founding, access to quality public education has been of primary importance. For example, in our 1836 Declaration of Independence from Mexico, Texans boldly proclaimed that public schools are vital because, quote, unless the people are educated and enlightened, it is idle to expect the continuance of civil liberty or self-governance. Acting on this principle, in our 1875 Constitutional Convention, we established an education committee to talk about how the state was going to invest our public dollars to establish a system of education. And I think it's important for you all to know that on the table at that time was a debate about whether to invest money in a system of private schools, public funding for private schools, which sort of was the prevailing pattern of the day, or to create a more holistic, public, open system for our state. I just want to share some of the comments of the chair of that education committee from the Constitutional Convention of 1875, and he said, I boldly assert that is for the general welfare of all, rich and poor, male and female, that means of a common school education should, if possible, be placed within the reach of every child. Now, there was a lot of debate and back and forth about, again, which one of these systems the state should adopt. And one leader really emerged, Delegate Henry Klein, who was the member of the committee who actually proposed the term efficient, which really is a cornerstone of our state constitutional mandate to fund public education. And he looked around at his peers and he said, look, I see that so many of us are funding the transportation, the travel, the tuition, all of the expenses that go to private education that we can afford, looking at his peers in the legislature. And if we just took that money and invested it in our state, we could all have a great education system. So I'm paraphrasing his, but I put the quote there. I thought that was really important to acknowledge. And again, his peers on that committee expressly rejected the idea that we should be funding a private system of a publicly funded system of private education. The debate of 1875 resulted in our current constitutional clause around the public education, a general diffusion of knowledge being essential to the preservation of the liberties and rights of the people, invoking our Declaration of Independence. It shall be the duty of the legislature to establish and make suitable provision for the support and maintenance of our efficient system of public schools. Now, I want to note that Section 1 of this bill expressly invokes this constitutional duty in establishing the purpose. And so we are saying as a body that we are undertaking this new effort to fulfill that constitutional mandate, yet Texas courts have rejected this idea, and courts across the country have done so as well. And the reason for that is fairly simple. We can't create conflicting, multiple ways of addressing this constitutional mandate. There's well-settled Texas constitutional law that talks about how once the Constitution or a statute has expressly established a duty or a right or a means of doing it, we can't then do something that is the opposite. And I'm happy to talk a little bit more about that case law if that's an interest. Ultimately, Article 7, Section 1 is not just an aspirational statement. It is a carefully crafted, built on hours of debate, and it has a clear framework for providing an adequate, efficient, equitable public school funding system. I know I'm at the end of my time. There was a lot of debate earlier and questions about how this bill might create and have a discriminatory impact. I'm happy to unpack that a little bit further, but I just will point the members of this committee to the Texas Bill of Rights, which does contain a provision that clearly says that the state cannot fund discrimination on the basis of race, creed, color, or sex. And so I want to make sure that you all are aware of that mandate.
Okay.
Thank you all very much. I'm happy to answer questions.
All right, thank you for your testimony. Dr. Cowan.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Josh Cowan. I'm an education policy expert based at Michigan State University, and until May, I also have a visiting role at a litigation group called the Education Law Center. I won't recite each of my other credentials. For the purposes of this hearing, I'll just simply say three things. I've been studying vouchers and school choice more generally for 20 years. I used to be optimistic about the way that smaller versions of bills like this could be part of a targeted solution to some shortcomings in education policy. But over the last decade, I changed my mind as vouchers caused some of the worst academic results in the history of the field. I've read HB3 and its companion bill in your Senate, and I recognize its language is similar to bills introduced all over the country. To level set, I need to tell you that all education savings accounts are vouchers, although not all vouchers are ESAs, and I'm happy to talk in the Q&A about the difference. The private school tuition piece of this bill is a voucher. The rest of them are add-ons. Although I applaud what I truly believe are good faith attempts to address shortcomings in other state bills, I still see little in the current language to avoid three key problems that we see in other states. First, and this has come up all throughout the day, in today's form, these bills prioritize the rights of private schools over the rights of parents. They give the schools the choice, not school choice for kids and families. Second, and related, please know that eligibility isn't the same as access. Although I truly applaud the eligibility criteria laid out in this bill for students from lower income families and those with disabilities. Without meaningful provisions to compel or at least incentivize private providers to admit those children, the take-up rate is going to be very, very different than the eligibility criteria laid out in the bill among Texas families. It's going to reflect wealthier and disproportionately white families and those already in private school. This is something we have seen in every single other state that's passed a bill like this. The third piece is, and this is the part that I think we're all talking about today here in this hearing, only about a quarter of kids who use funds like this in other states were ever in public schools to begin with. For them, a typical school receiving these dollars that focusing on these transfers from public to private school are not the elite private school providers of Hollywood lore or some of the marketing that we've all seen set before us around this bill and others like it. They're what I call subprime providers. They're often financially distressed. And that's why voucher results over the last decade, as I changed my mind and when the data changed, over the last decade, we've seen learning loss associated with some of these bills on par with what COVID-19 did to test scores more recently, or what Hurricane Katrina did to test scores. It's that bad. It's been since 2013 that a study has shown that vouchers improve educational attainment. I know because I wrote it. It's been since 2002 since a study showed that vouchers improved test scores for children. I know because I was a young graduate student assisting with that study. Bigger and the more recent the voucher system, the worse the results have been. There's no dispute about that, not in the previous witness testimony, not in the data we're looking at too. The only difference is how well we should weigh old pilot studies from the 1990s versus more large-scale studies over the last few years. What about parent satisfaction? Parents should have the first and the last say when it comes to their child's schooling. But the question before this committee isn't really about that. It's about how to spend taxpayer dollars, at least as I understand it, and whether to do so in a way that puts the interest of the private schools ahead of parents. A pro-parent version of this bill would require private schools taking taxpayer cash as payment to offer open admissions, or at least administer the state exam, because that way all parents could truly choose those private schools, and just as importantly, they'd be able to compare apples to apples the results of that choice, which they can't do in the current bill. So just to sum up sort of my concerns with this, I'm very worried about that parents are potentially being sold a bit of a bill of goods by the schools that they might be searching out for. That's not to say they're all bad actors in the system, not at all. In fact, the vast majority of private schools, the vast majority of public schools are all trying to do what's best for kids and families. The problem is what do we do to allow parents actual choice if we're going to go down this road? And unfortunately, the language in this bill really does center the needs of the private schools and the choice of the private schools over parents. So I'm happy to take questions as well, and I appreciate your time.
All right. Thank you very much for your testimony. Members, are there questions for these witnesses? All right. Chairman Dutton.
Thank you. We have a compulsory school age that applies to, I guess it goes all the way to 18 now. Should we give parents the right to decide whether their kids go to school at all?
If I'm understanding the question correctly, Chairman, are you querying whether we should repeal sort of the compulsory education mandate for our state?
Well, that's in part, but I guess what I'm saying is that I keep hearing this outrage about parents making all the decisions for their children. And I'm wondering, one of the things we do as legislators is we've mandated compulsory school attendance.
I actually
And
really
suppose a
appreciate.
parent decides, I don't want my kid to go to school at all.
I actually really appreciate that you asked this question. I'm kind of a nerd, and I spent a lot of time reading the debates in the Constitutional Convention of 1875. And one of the topics that came up was the fact that at the time, some parents weren't sending their kids to school at all because they weren't wanting them working, on the family farm or in the family business, right? And it was brought up that, in fact, the better investment for our state and the needs of our state to be competitive from an economic, to develop civics and morals and all the things that we need to be good, productive citizens, was that a compulsory education clause was required. And so that was part of the vision for the school funding and the school mandate. And so, no, I do not think it would be good policy to repeal that, and that should not be a choice.
But you'll recall there were some people against compulsory school education.
Indeed.
And the vote, I forget what the vote was, but that means there were some people who obviously didn't want to do that. They wanted to, not that they didn't want their kids to go to school, they just didn't want the state telling them and forcing them, the children, to have to go to school. And so I just wondered, how far do we go with that?
Well, I think where I'm going with that is, and it's a point that's been made, is that there is a lot of choice, right? To the extent that a parent doesn't want the state educating their child, they have many choices. They can homeschool the child, they can pick a private school, right? And so we already have a
But they
lot
can't
of
choose no
options.
school.
That's true, that's correct.
That's the only thing they can't choose.
And that's good policy. We don't want to be, in the business of incentivizing or allowing sort of our youngest, most vulnerable Texans to not have the right and the ability to raise their lot in life through education.
Well, I just raised it because I just wonder what are the limits to granting certain rights to parents over their children?
It's a fair question, sir.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Representative Tallarico.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you both for being here. And thank you for the constitutional perspective. I feel like sometimes that's lost in this discussion. And also just, I think most of us in this room know, but the Texas Declaration of Independence also cited public education as a primary reason for that revolution against the Mexican government. It said, the Mexican government has failed to establish any public system of education, although possessed of almost boundless resources. Sounds a little familiar.
Yeah, that's
today.
true.
Dr. Cowan, thank you for being here. I want to ask about your testimony versus the testimony we heard from Ed Choice, the organization, the Milton Friedman organization we heard from earlier, because they seem to contradict what you've said about the results. They pointed to a bunch of studies and states showing that vouchers are great for everyone. They're great for private school kids, they're great for public school kids. So can you explain why your testimony is different from Ed Choice's testimony?
Yeah, thanks for the question, Representative. I'm not sure that, again, I don't think there's any disagreement about the catastrophic academic results over the last decade. At least those studies are present in the list that Ed Choice circulates and that has been cited here. The question, I think, here is how do we weigh more recent results from much larger statewide voucher systems like in Indiana, like in Ohio, like in DC, and especially like in Louisiana nearby, over the last few years against studies from very small pilot programs from the 1990s. And so the way that Ed Choice counts its studies is it just dumps them all in together, and it says it's what's called the vote counting method. It's does it show positive results or negative results, and we just add it all up. The field generally would disagree with the way that they add the studies up, and they would sort of say, we're going to prioritize the more recent and the larger studies. the meta-analyses referred to in that testimony also include international programs. So it is true that when you include international voucher systems, which are very, very differently structured, when you include international studies in these meta-analyses, the results tend to bump up to a positive level, or at least a small positive level. But the extent to which the preponderance of the research shows positive results for vouchers entirely depends on whether you include international studies. That is to say, all of the results from the US over the last decade have been negative. The international studies have been more favorable. Another way to think about this, this may sound like a lot of very technical sort of scientific arguments between a couple of researchers, or another way to think about this. The Ed Choice list also double and triple counts studies. So as an example, so I mentioned that the last study to show that vouchers improved test scores for kids who actually used them to transfer from public to private school came in 2002. And I was part of that as a young, I'm saying height, it had nothing to do with height, but I was a 20-something graduate student at the time working as an RA on that study. That was one study, not 3 studies, but Ed Choice counts it as 3 studies because it contained sites and data from New York City, Dayton, and Washington, D.C. That's one paper that was subjected to one set of results. That's not actually what happens when you kind of go out and look at the data. Many, many more kids have been harmed academically by vouchers than have ever been hurt by them, and that harm has come more recently. And so really this entire debate comes down to whether you think that a positive study for 400 kids using vouchers in 1995 should be counted the same as a negative study from Louisiana that harmed several thousands of children academically in 2018 or 2019. And I and the field would tell you we weigh the Louisiana results from 2018 for thousands of children much more heavily than the tiny results from 400 students in 1995, and that's the debate, I think.
That's very helpful. There was also testimony earlier that all the news out of Arizona is misunderstood and that things are going very well there. Have you spent any time studying what's happened in Arizona, and can you shed any light on that for us?
So the Arizona results have really come down to whether the investigative reporting, the capital area reporting, the journalists working on and study and writing about that voucher system there, as well as the Brookings Institution, which has sort of been the independent arbiter, as well as a number of neutral think tanks, all have sort of said these results are coming in way over budget, are costing millions of dollars over what we expected, and in particular, disproportionately benefiting wealthy families. That is a pattern, by the way, that has also been shown more recently in Florida. It is true that the voucher advocacy community has released its own studies to try to counter that. And at the end of the day, you just sort of have to weigh this as whether you think that sort of the results behind the groups that are organized to support these bills and spread them across the country should be weighed in the same way as the journalists covering the story in Arizona or independent think tanks. And I take the latter side of this and just in terms of quality control, but I haven't actually done data analysis on Arizona myself.
Last question. If, based on all of your research and the data that you've collected, if we wanted to pass a voucher bill here in Texas, what would you urge us to do to make sure that bill serves the students that the proponents of the bill claim they want to serve?
Let's just take the first couple eligibility categories as an example, which again, I think that's as I read it, a good faith sort of placement and prioritization in the bill of those categories, students with disabilities and those from lower income families. My question would be, what happens to the dollars when a child cannot find admission to their preferred school if they're in that top eligibility category? Do those dollars get moved down the criteria list to the next eligible kids? Or do they get repurposed into general fund, or perhaps even sent into the school aid, or what we call in my state the school aid fund? I don't know off the top of my head what you call it, the public education fund. What I would do is say, and again, I take the position that we just haven't seen a universal bill yet, or a general purpose voucher bill yet that has shown good results, at least not in the last decade. So it's hard for me to get my head around the idea that there would be such a bill, but taking your question seriously, what would I like to see to make it better? I would require private schools that are willing to take the taxpayer cash to use the state exam, to offer open admissions, and if a special needs child, a disability child in particular, was unable to use it as they were ranked at the top of the eligibility list, I would find a way in the bill to repurpose the dollars back into general fund or back into the public school system, as opposed to just sort of holding it there or moving it down the list to wealthier families.
I know I said last question. This is my real last question. I've been very suspicious of non-Texans coming to testify at our committee. There have been a lot of them recently.
Sure.
Despite what your form said, you're not from Texas.
No, sir.
Why are you here testifying in front of us on this issue?
Yeah, you know, I might as well answer the question by asking why have I been in a lot of other states talking about this issue. About 5 years ago, 6 years ago, I and others sort of who had been looking at this stuff thought we were kind of done talking about vouchers. The results that I've mentioned over the last decade were so bad that for those of us who sort of committed ourselves to what was called evidence-based education policy, like we're going to try to follow the data, we had all sort of just kind of decided, I guess we're moving on from vouchers. Clearly they don't work by any standard we've ever seen in the expert community. These things don't work. Let's go find other ways to improve education for kids and families. And that's not what happened. Right? So I can tell you the exact day, not the exact day, but it was March of 2022, so 3 years ago, that I really started to get active in this space as an expert talking about it. And I got a call from NBC News asking me to comment on a bill that was floating around very similar to this one in another state. And I hadn't been following the news a lot. You know, we're coming out of COVID. I was dealing with some medical stuff, and it was just like, what are we talking about? Like, didn't this end? The results were so bad. Why are we still having this conversation? And it turns out that horrific learning loss wasn't enough to stop these bills, and I had dedicated the last 20 years of my career to the idea that data and evidence should inform education policy, particularly toward the question of what's best for kids and families. And how do we make education better for kids and families, particularly those who've been perhaps ill-served by the public education system? How do we make it better? So everything I've been working on over the last 20 years on this issue would tell me that these bills are really bad, and yet here they are. And so that was enough to kind of get me talking about this and using what I knew to try to kind of explain and what I knew. And I also think, just as an aside, as I said, I started this, I started fairly agnostic about the structure of aid to these kids and families, and that included 20 years ago vouchers. And so I do think, I've been part of a lot of studies that 20 years ago showed some decent stuff, and the data changed. And if I was talking about it 20 years ago or 15 years ago saying these results were okay for kids, I feel like I owed it both to myself and to the kids and families we were talking about to say otherwise when the results changed, and that's what I'm doing.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Bryant.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Cowan, during your testimony, I believe I heard this correctly, you referenced that only 1/4 of students were ever, I think you said in public schools, but would you repeat that and flesh it out?
Yeah, in all the states that have reported data on this question, only roughly about 1 in 4 kids were ever in public school who used vouchers. The rest had either never been in public school because they were kindergartners, or more commonly were coming into the voucher system from a private school.
And what are the implications of that?
Well, there's 2 implications. One is that these are new costs to the state, and in the long run, states, no state yet has been able to afford 2 education systems. These are new dollars the state's obligating itself to, those kids who are already in private school. And then the other question is, you worry that even within the private sector, you set up 2 sets of tiers of education, the schools that are oversubscribed, the really good, high-quality providers that are oversubscribed, that are serving kids who are already in private schools there in the first place, and then the ones that are under-enrolled chronically may close without the voucher bailout. And those are the ones that tend to serve the kids that are transferring in large numbers from the public to private school, and those are the ones that we see have been really driving, have been really driving those negative results for kids.
Thank you.
Chairman Frank.
Yeah, thank you very much, and appreciate you being here. I've got a question.
Sure.
Is it Dr. Cowan or Mr. Cowan?
Either is fine with me, sir.
Okay, well, no, I think, I think that finding unbiased testing is, tests or studies is very, very, very challenging, and
Sure.
I think you're right to be concerned about unbiasedness. I do look, I think you said you're with the Educational Law Center, and
Sure.
just a quick look makes me think that you are not agnostic at all in,
Sure.
in yours. That's,
Not anymore,
seems
sir,
to be,
no.
that seems to be the purpose of that is to go about defeating it. So I think it's important to say that there may not be, agnostic may not be quite the word. So I want to ask, because you've talked about what's happened with kids who have taken the scholarships. I think they're just ESAs, but anyway, what happens to existing public school students from
Yeah.
all the test data? I think I've heard you talk about it before.
Yeah, this is a good question. So this is one area of agreement between the previous witness and I. So it is true that if we take seriously the results from the research community, there's about 4. I dispute the quality of some of the studies cited by EdChoice, but there are about 4 high-quality studies that show that for vulnerable communities, particularly in Florida, who were threatened with funding loss, their academic results, these are the public schools where funding loss due to vouchers was threatened in those communities, they did show what are called competitive effects academically. Those results in the sort of the most recent version of that study are very small. They range something equivalent to moving the average child from the 50th percentile to the 50.2 percentile. For a 10% increase in voucher funding. To put that in perspective, that's about 3 times less the academic payoff for a 10% increase in just direct funding to those communities themselves. And it's about 10 times less than the negative effect of moving from a public school to a voucher school using a voucher for the kids from similar same community. So it does exist, that competitive positive effect. Think of it as moving from an F to a D for one of those sort of under-resourced communities. But it's tiny.
Okay, and it's really not, I mean, there's not a funding loss threatened, there is a perception of a funding loss, but because these funds are coming
the
from
results
a
are
separate-
only apparent in the communities that pardon me, the results are only apparent actually in the communities with the highest funding loss associated because of vouchers.
Okay.
So you can't, another way to think about this is you can't claim funding neutrality and competitive effects at the same time. Only one of the two can be true. And the answer is, in my view, that there are these tiny competitive effects, but they come only because those public schools have lost some dollars.
Okay, so the idea that they're gonna struggle is, I guess there's actually a slight uptick, be it slight, with the public school students.
It's a slight uptick.
Okay.
With the same dollars, it's 3 times lower than the impact of directly investing. So you have to sort of decide if you think that's a loss or not. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, Vice Chair Bernal.
Thank you. I just want to, Mr. Cowan, Dr. Cowan, we know each other,
We do.
but we didn't realize that.
No, it's been 28 years or something like
That's
that.
right. So I want to focus on 2 things. One is, I will,
Just-
I will. So I want to talk about this idea, I want to go back to this agnostic piece. Because what I think you said was you started off agnostic, and then the research led you to take a certain position,
Yes.
right? And so
I mean, the record shows I'm the author of 2 studies that show positive results for vouchers. They're
Right.
just more than a decade old. Yeah.
Right, so you started off thinking that they might be okay, and
Yeah.
then over time,
Yeah.
the data had you change your mind, or
Yes, sir.
caused you to change your mind. And that must be why you teach at Michigan State now, which is the enemy, right?
So we knew each other at the University of Michigan, just the chief athletic rival to, yeah.
I was his RA.
He was. We just realized this. Yeah. 1997, sir.
Stop that.
Yeah, it's not a comfortable place to be in, if I'm honest. I mean, the easy part about it, though, is that the results really are very clear, and they're clear as far as, it's like sometimes we know what's going on, and in this case, we know what's going on. It's very simple. The voucher idea is just yet another policy idea, and I also, in other public commentary, have said that there's not a lot about this bill that's particularly, not this bill particularly, but the idea that's very different than any other policy area. And one of those things is that it becomes very, very difficult to scale fairly radical new ideas. And this is whether they come from progressives, liberals, the left, the right. And this is just one of those ideas that like worked when you're talking about a handful, several hundred kids in a Milwaukee, maybe in a Cleveland, maybe even in Washington, D.C. more recently. It's just that, and that was because there was the capacity in those cities with a handful of private schools hand-recruited by advocates of these organizations that were really good schools to come in and make good faith efforts to take those kids, educate them, and work with them. The difference, though, between then and now is that now we're past the trial stage. So if I may, think of it this way. Imagine that 30 years ago, in clinical trials, a vaccine showed small positive health effects for kids to whom that vaccine was administered. And then more recently, when that vaccine was taken out of the lab and given to the general population over the counter or even the prescription, so not for a few hundred kids using the vaccine, but several thousands upon thousands of kids using the vaccine, the health effects became negative and in some cases even atrocious. Like none of us would say, most of us wouldn't, I wouldn't say, well, the pilot studies 30 years ago showed positive effects, so let's just ignore all the negative health effects of the kids when we scaled it up in the general population. Let's just hang our hat on the pilot laboratory settings. Like none of us would say that if it was a medicine, but that's kind of the logic of the way the studies have gone when it comes to vouchers is let's focus on the results 30 years ago when you and I were in college together instead of 8 years ago or 6 years ago.
Right. Thank you so much for reminding me that I'm almost 50. But I want to, so to that point, I want to get to this other piece because I don't want it to end up on a 3-second YouTube clip or Instagram clip or a tweet. And that is that when you talked about the uptick that existed, you're saying the uptick only existed after a significant defunding of the public schools. So the uptick looked like this.
That's the
It's not this, it's
So the distinction between the analogy I drove with the laboratory results, that's the kids who use vouchers to go to a private school. The tiny uptick that you're asking about now and that Representative Frank asked about is what's called the competitive effect, the impact of introducing vouchers threatening funding loss to public schools and the tiny uptick on kids in those public schools who remain.
And then one last question. There was a conversation about special needs children and the schools that can or are willing to serve them. And there's an idea, a thought, maybe even a hope that if we were to do this, that the natural consequence of that would be that there are more schools that open and more options that are made available to them because the voucher exists. I don't know whether that's true or not, and I'm wondering if your research has told you anything about whether or not that phenomenon happens or if it doesn't.
It hasn't happened yet. The most successful voucher systems generally have been the ones that are very, very precisely targeted to students with special needs and only students with special needs, particularly for to attend the types of providers that were discussed in previous testimony, say a school that specializes in hard of hearing or severe autism or something like that. What has happened is that you do get what are called pop-up schools, kind of fly-by-night schools that come and flood the zone, flood the market when you do introduce these dollars. This is, again, a phenomenon that happens across different policy areas. It's not specific to education. Public dollars turn on, and all of a sudden, everybody has a service they're going to provide on the public dime. That's what happens in the education space, too, when vouchers come to town with these pop-up schools. They are also helping to drive, by the way, those negative results. So they're not these classic academies that have been around for 20 years serving kids. It's hard to run a school. As anyone here probably in this room can tell you, it's expensive to run a school if you're doing it the right way. And what happens is these pop-up schools don't often survive very long in the market. So they come in, they're there for 2 or 3 years, and then they close down, leaving a lot of these kids they promised to help stranded. The schools that have been in place for a long time before vouchers turn on, they don't tend to close as frequently, usually because they're better at what they do. So if we're talking about kind of the market and as it expands, is again usually these kind of pop-ups, and those are the ones that I worry a bit about. Yeah.
I appreciate that. It's good to see you, Dr. Cowan.
Yeah.
Thank you,
Been
Chairman.
a while.
Representative Hinojosa.
Thank you, Chairman. Dr. Cowan, one of the enviable, and I say this, I hesitate to say this, one of the enviable rights and policies, rights of students and children in Florida is they have a constitutional right to a class size. Did you know that?
I did not. No.
So the people of Florida passed a constitutional amendment to require that class sizes in 2002, I believe, don't get above a certain, for elementary, it's 22 kids, right? Which is a safeguard against any kind of experimenting that we're doing in the general population that we don't have. It would be wonderful if our kids and our teachers had that kind of constitutional right, because what we see in Texas is the opposite happens, where as funds become more and more strained, we have larger and larger class sizes, and that's been my experience and the experience of countless Texas school kids. So I just want to point that out, that perhaps that is one of the safeguards that's in the Florida system that we should consider if we're going to do something like that here in Texas, because in Texas we waive class size requirements without exception all the time in this state.
Thank you.
One of the things that we heard when we considered this legislation last session, or one of the special sessions, I don't remember, or maybe it was in the interim when we had a hearing on vouchers. I get them confused because there have been so many. We had a panel of pro-voucher experts, and they agreed with all of them. They all agreed that the only time they found studies revealing positive impacts for students who used the voucher was when the private school could discriminate in its admissions policy. They were all in agreement on that. Has that been your experience?
It's been my experience that the best providers, as measured by test scores, are the ones that also carefully screen their admissions. Yeah. So, the theory of change here is that if you provide public subsidies to the providers that can handpick their students, that there'll be some sort of match between provider and student and parent that sort of clicks for everyone, and the educational outcomes will show that. The problem is, the flip side of that is that there is this admission denial. And the other thing I want to say, because it hasn't come up yet before, but just to sort of stress this point, we've had a lot of conversation, or I've heard a lot of conversation today about the admissions side of things, whether or not the private schools are admitting all students, or at least not formally discriminating against certain students. Like, no private school that I've ever walked into, and I've walked into a lot, puts a sign on their door that says we discriminate. Right. There's just a lot of different ways to go about doing this, right? And to just say, the match isn't for us. And the bill explicitly, in this case, allows the private schools to just simply say, whether it's for religious purposes, or there's a phrase in this bill that I haven't seen in the other state bills. It may be there and I've just missed it, but educational mission. I'm not sure if the school's choosing to turn a child down specifically because of its educational mission instead of its religious preferences, what exactly that entails, other than perhaps students with disability. But the other thing I just really want to stress here is that a lot of the selection that we see in voucher systems, including in Indiana, which got talked about a lot earlier by a previous witness, has come by push-out, or by formal and informal expulsion, or by just sort of a softer asking a child to leave. Private schools have gotten very good in other states, like Wisconsin, for example, where I've spent a lot of time studying and writing. Private schools have gotten very good understanding that, the model, the educational model, Some would say, I don't know if I go this far, but some would say they're gaming the system for the state. Some would others say their model is we're going to take as many kids as we have room for, and then we're going to kind of figure out who fits and ask the ones who don't to leave. Either way, the net result is this. Students who leave voucher systems across the board, whether it's mid-year or in between school years, tend to be lower scoring on the exams that are administered. They tend to be more likely to be students of color. They tend to be more likely to be students with disability, and they tend to be more likely to be students with lower levels of income, even among a lower income population of users. So I just want to stress to the committee that the school's choice, the school's choosing the kids, doesn't just come at the admissions process, which is often fairly open in good faith. It also comes in the middle of the school year and between school years as the schools start to screen out the match and those kids go back to public school.
You bring up a good point, and it reminds me in the bill, there is a section in the bill that requires a report to be done on the program, but it only is looking at the demographics of the students who are accepted. It should also include the demographics of the students who are rejected and who are expelled.
That would be my preference, yes.
Chairman Dutton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You reminded me of something, and I've had this thinking. The University Interscholastic League has a lot to do with where athletes who are in certain schools and dictate where they can play and when they transfer schools, whether they're eligible or not. This bill, as I've looked at it, doesn't speak to that at all. Is there a concern about some of these private schools taking away the superior athletes from other schools, for example?
That's not a question that's come up in the research community, Representative, but it certainly, you could imagine a world where there's recruitment going on, and that does happen in the public sector too. In my state, we don't have vouchers, but 1 in 4 kids in my state go to either a charter school or use the state's vast open enrollment system to transfer between districts, and you do see a lot of recruitment going on that way. So I wouldn't anticipate any different on that note here.
So should the bill speak to that at all, or should we limit the ability? Well, just should we speak to it at all?
I don't know if you have thoughts on this. Without diminishing the importance of the question, Representative, in a world where there's lots of concerns about this bill, the athlete recruitment didn't occur to me, and I need to think about it a little bit. But it certainly would be something we should think about and talk further about, I think.
I think it's a fair question, Representative, and it brings us back to the point that our public schools are the schools that serve all students, that create the most opportunities for all different students, whether they are athletes or musicians or artists or students with disabilities or students with language access needs, right? And so that should really be, I don't know if adding UIL protections to this bill is going to address the global concern, right? That a voucher program just doesn't serve all students in Texas.
Well, or should the UIL be able to dictate even if the student accesses a voucher?
I don't think I can speak to that, sir.
You what?
I don't think I can speak to that one, sir.
Okay. All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Schoolcraft.
Dr. Cowan, what's the trend in participation in the school choice program in Florida? Is it growing or shrinking?
I believe it's growing as a dollar contribution, and I believe that the data still show that the vast majority of users with that bill are coming from private schools. So it's a take-up among the private subsidy, yeah.
So participation is growing?
Among private school students.
Well, they've been going for 20 years. They're going to run out of private school students at some point. But, it's still growing.
Yeah.
And, all right. And we've talked a lot, you talked a lot about the private schools and what's happening with trends. What's been the trend in results that we're getting from the public education systems throughout the country over the last 10 or 15 years?
On what measure, sir?
Well, let's say the NAEP measure, nation's report, I believe it's shown a pretty consistent trend down for the last 10 or 15 years. Is
Yeah,
that correct?
I certainly take the position that we can do better across the board when it comes to academic outcomes, regardless of the sector we're talking about.
Okay, thank you.
Chairman Ashby.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dr. Cowan, your comments about I think you called them pop-up actors or bad actors, I call them fly-by-nights. I share that concern, and so my question is, when you look at other states that have implemented the ESA program, are there any particular safeguards from a policy perspective that we could put in the bill to prevent that?
Yeah, there's borrowing from what states do already with charter schools, and different states do vary widely in how they think about charter schools in this space. But one of the things we know from the charter school research literature is that the schools that do pop up that can make it for 3 years or more tend to be substantially more effective than those who can't, just if you're comparing those who would eventually close or not. So one thing that I would do in this case, for example, is consider whether or not an eligible provider of private school services under this bill could only serve students under this bill if they'd been in existence for more than 3 years, for example. That would at least eliminate part of the problem with the pop-up schools here, if you sort of restricted providers to that duration of existence.
Great, thank you.
Well, I have a question, Mr. Chairman.
Chairman Dutton.
And you raised this point. Is there any incentive for charter schools to become private schools?
I'd have to look at the dollar for dollar figure, what the incentive structure here in Texas would be, and it's not off the top of my head occurring to me. What I can tell you is that in other states, you've seen it go both ways. So charter schools converting to private schools and private schools converting to charter schools, and it really just depends on what, listen, I mean, private school, charter schools, whatever non-traditional publicly funded schools are usually responding to the incentives that legislators give them, whether it's to work with certain children, whether it's to convert to certain status or administratively. So, you know, that would be something that would be an open question here under this legislation.
Well, the reason I ask is I was wondering, trying to look through the bill, and I was just wondering if collectively the benefits in this bill create an incentive for charter schools to become private schools.
That has happened in other states, sir.
And it could happen here.
Sure.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Representative Hinojosa. You're back on the list.
Question as Representative Dutton.
Wow, how y'all doing? That's good.
Great minds.
All right, so we got a twofer there. All right, yeah. Representative Leah Wilson.
Dr. Cohen, you're not currently doing research, correct?
I'm not doing empirical evaluations of voucher systems, no.
Okay. Have you ever been like the principal investigator on a longitudinal study on vouchers?
I've been the principal investigator of a number of school choice evaluations across the country, including Research and Development Center funded by the U.S. Department of Education while Betsy DeVos was secretary, and that included voucher systems in Louisiana as well as other states.
Okay. And you currently are with
I'm currently at Michigan State University. I'm on a one-year fellowship with the Education Law Center that ends on May 16th.
Okay, so you're currently at Michigan State?
Yeah, I'm on what's called
Oh,
distinguished
okay, I thought you
leave,
were
if we're
with
going to be
the
technical about it.
Education Law Center.
Yeah, the way it works with these university positions, leave is available, and I've taken what's called distinguished leave to do a one-year fellowship at the Education Law Center. I will be
Okay.
back teaching in the fall at Michigan State University.
Okay, and aren't they, isn't that center closely affiliated with teacher unions? Isn't that mainly how it's supported?
I haven't seen the 99D, ma'am, but they certainly receive contributions from the teacher unions. That's correct.
Okay, okay. Thank you.
Representative Schoolcraft.
Dr. Cowan, your concern about pop-up schools, maybe there's different laws in the states you've looked at, but Earlier this morning, we had some testimony about the accreditation process we have in Texas for private schools. And this bill will only fund or make eligible accredited schools. The testimony was it takes as much as 2 years. It's very comprehensive, looks at financial status, physical facilities, faculty, the whole thing. So with that kind of provisions in Texas, would that make you a little less concerned about pop-ups?
If not knowing the ins and outs of that accreditation process, if it's as you're describing, that would certainly help. In other states, some of the accreditation processes can be completed in as little as a week. And what we've seen in places like Wisconsin, actually, is that some of the voucher advocacy organizations have applied to and been granted the ability under the state, from the State Department of Education, to become accreditors. And what they've done is actually offered these quick certs, these quick accreditations to the pop-up schools to kind of clear that hurdle and start operating in the market, often within weeks of opening their doors. And so it is a real issue. Now, if it really is a 2-year process, that would extend into the 2-year problem, and that would minimize perhaps some of these pop-up schools we've talked about.
I'd say more than perhaps. I don't think it's fair to judge what we have in Texas by some of those other states. So let's look at what the actual accreditation process is. Thank you.
Representative Hinojosa.
Dr. Cowan, did you know that the private schools testified last time we heard vouchers that they had never once terminated accreditation for any of their private schools under their review process?
I did not know that, no.
Thank you.
Yeah, Representative Leo Wilson.
I just have one more. When you do like a longitudinal evaluation or a study, would you do it for more than 2 years? Like, how long are those?
So a couple of things. So all of the longitudinal evaluations of school choice programs, of which I've been a part of, either in a leadership role or as a young data analyst, you would hope to do it for at least 3 and often as much as 4 to 5 years. Unfortunately, no current voucher bill since 2020 has provided for that kind of longitudinal evaluation. And I take the position that one of the reasons for that has been that the results of those longitudinal evaluations up to and including the 4th and 5th years have shown negative results.
Well, because I'm looking at one that you did, the Annenberg working paper, I guess that you co-authored, something that you did. It was like a 2-year span where you were talking about test scores being 0.15 below the standard deviation. Do you remember this?
I'm not sure exactly what you're referring to. Can you tell me the title of the paper?
It was an Annenberg working paper that you co-authored.
I've co-authored a lot of papers, ma'am.
Okay.
Can you tell me which one?
It was a DC, the program was a DC Opportunity Scholarship Program.
I have not written a DC Opportunity Scholarship paper published by the Annenberg Institute, ma'am.
Okay, it said that you co-authored it on here, but it did cover 2 years, and it only was for math, but it said that it, that they found that the scores were a negative 0.15 and.
So the official evaluation of the DC Opportunity Scholarship Program, that was the most recent one available, was published. Its last version was published right before COVID-19 hit. It was a 3-year study. In the first 2 years, they showed substantial negative results. I think that must be what you're talking about, negative
Right.
0.15 roughly. That's about 2/3 of the negative learning loss that COVID caused itself. By the 3rd year, the average test scores of recipients into that program had flattened out, but that was partly driven by the fact that low performers in the program had exited out and returned to public schools. So it's not indicative of program growth, it's indicative of lower performing kids exiting out from the program, as I've explained with some of the other studies that have shown that.
Okay, but 3 years would be better than the 2 when you're looking at that, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And that showed
Absolutely.
that the test scores were like evened out.
But that study was a 3-year study.
Okay, and at the end of that 3-year study, I mean, they said that the scores had evened out, but in this other paper that supposedly you co-authored, it said that it only took the first 2 years in which it said that it had a negative decline, and the negative was in math only. But you would want to look at the 3 years, since it was a 3-year study, is my point, not report on what it was after 2 years. But you don't remember co-authoring it.
So I just haven't co-authored a paper from the Annenberg Institute that evaluated the DC voucher program, but there was an evaluation of the DC voucher program that was done officially for Congress, that was authorized by the Trump administration, that showed 2 of the first 3 years were negative, up to about negative 0.15. And it is true that the third year, and I've always talked about that program as 2 of the 3 years. So the third year was flat. When you talk about the averaging test scores of recipients, that's not the same thing as saying that for the kids who suffered learning loss as a result of using the voucher, they finally made up ground. What it is saying is that the average test scores of stayers in the program balanced out the negative learning loss of the kids who left the program. We don't really have a statistical way to adjust for that even in randomized control trials. We have a way to what's called bound the results, but the best way to describe that program is that in 2 of the 3 years, the results were negative.
Okay, thank you.
Members, any more questions? Just briefly, I have a copy here of the study. It says Annenberg Institute at Brown.
Yeah.
Bruce Baker and Derek Black, Josh Callan, Jennifer Jennings, Preston Green. Is that you?
That's us.
Okay.
But
so-
that's not
so-
a study of the DC voucher program. We're just describing the results in that paper.
Okay, so
Yeah.
it's different. So you describe other people's studies. You don't do your own research. Is that what this? I mean, I'm not. Is that what this is? Then you're
That-
looking at data and then making an interpretation, but you didn't really do the study.
I have done many, many studies of voucher systems, sir, since 2002, whether as a graduate student or as a principal investigator. That particular paper, which is very recently written, does describe the results of the field. Yes, sir.
Okay. So it sounds like your journey here, you started out agnostic, right?
Yeah.
You were just kind of middle of the road academic data guy, right? I mean,
Trying to be.
Seriously, no, yeah.
No,
and,
for real.
And at some point, for whatever reason, that changed. And we look at that. So I guess what I'm saying is, and I'm not a scientist,
Yeah.
but you know, when we look at this, and we take especially kids that would be in public school and may take an option, a parent decided they would want to take a different path. Do you sort of solve for the fact that sometimes maybe those kids were having significant struggles? In other words, in that, you know, you take a kid in a public school environment where, let's say it's been less than optimal.
Yeah.
And they go to a private school environment. Never attended a private school, never had a kid in a private school. I've been in one a couple times, that's about it. But what could we say, in the same way that we evaluate our public schools, that we see sort of mixed results on an individual child's journey back?
Yeah.
And those can be different. Because you see cohorts of kids that I know that go to private school or been in public school and gone to private school that do very, very well.
Yeah.
It's interesting that only kids that are involved in this are the ones that don't thrive. Maybe I hope I'm asking the question correctly. Is that is that the cohort you look at?
So the kids that I'm particularly concerned about when it comes to these voucher systems, and I take the position that we need to do a lot better across the board at all sectors of education, whether it's on NAEP or anything else. My concern is exactly for the kids who do look at the voucher system, or their parents who do look at the voucher in front of them, and because perhaps they haven't been as well served as we would want, or as their parents would like from the public school that they're in, for whatever reason, whether it's test scores, whether it's reading, whatever it is. And they look at the school and they say, well, the school is telling me I can have it all. They're going to take my kid for whoever the kid is. They're going to provide perhaps some of the things that I don't see in the public school. Spent a lot of years studying this issue as a young researcher in Milwaukee, and we used to visit a lot of these private schools, and you'd walk in, you see these banners, and the banners would say, and public schools have them too, and they would say, you know, discipline, character, Christ-centered education, and then they'd say something like world-class education too, as like on the fourth thing, and parents are like, yes, that's what I want. My concern is that last piece. Is the schools are promising these things, and the academic results, that last piece, have tended to be something far less than what the marketing to those parents is for. And so the parents who are leaving public schools, perhaps for a good reason, or at least the assumption is this has not done what I have asked the public school to do. I think this voucher is going to give me a better shot. The school's telling me it's going to give me a better shot. They're waiving some test score numbers that I can't compare to the public school that I'm in, but they seem pretty good, and I'm going to go and I'm going to enter that school. And what happens to those children, those are the very kids that suffer the learning loss we're talking about. It's not the kids who've been in private school long-term who've already been there. It's the kids precisely because of these longitudinal studies that Representative Wilson asked about. We can track their progress from public to private school as they transfer. I was author of a study in Milwaukee, for example, that followed the kids into voucher systems from public school and then back out of the voucher system into public school. And what we found is that the kids transferring from public to private school tended to be some of the lower performers in that public system in Milwaukee, so perhaps they weren't as well served. They went into the voucher system. They did, in that particular case, they didn't particularly suffer a long-term academic harm, but they weren't performing as well as the other voucher kids in that school, and they exited back out where they ended up growing again academically. But they were still among the lowest performers in those private schools. So my concern here, just to sort of tie this all up, is that when you're talking about the kids who leave public schools for whatever reason because they're looking for something different, we have to find a way to make sure that when they're doing that, especially when they're doing that on the public dime, they're getting what the school is actually promising them. And the results, at least over the last decade, have shown that hasn't been true, at least as far as test scores are concerned.
But it did, and sir, it did work up until like 2013.
2013, 14, yeah.
That was promising. So there was something different
It
about
wasn't-
that time period.
it
So,
wasn't hurting
I mean,
them
just
academically.
as far as the data.
Yeah,
Is it
yeah,
pop-up
that's right.
schools? Is it?
That,
Yeah, I don't know. I mean,
yeah,
I'm just,
no,
I find that interesting. That it sort of fell off the cliff in 2013.
Yeah, 2013, 14 is, so there was a period of time between, the history lesson here is from about 2004, 5 to 2013, 14, we didn't see any results either way. Wasn't these big academic gains, but at least we weren't seeing the losses that I'm describing. It just was kind of neutral. And then you could kind of pivot the conversation. This was sort of the era of No Child Left Behind, right? Kind of getting its sea legs and things like that. So test scores were the coin of the realm at that time. And we weren't seeing a lot of differences academically in the voucher systems one way or the other. And then 2014, 2015 happened. Louisiana happened. Indiana happened. DC happened. Ohio happened. We saw, we're not just talking about little test score drops. We're talking about some of the worst we've ever seen on any research question in the history of education research. And so it kind of was a jaw-dropping moment. Like, what happened here? And for some of us, it was enough to say, this isn't working. We've canceled other promising education reforms for far less negative results. Sometimes we've canceled them for not working at all, but not moving the needle up or down. It's very, very rare in education research to see something that harmed kids academically. You have to go to COVID-19. You have to go to what Katrina did. You just don't find negative results. You just find a lot of flat results, no impact whatsoever. So it really was 2014, 15, but that's the year that these things became statewide systems as opposed to these highly targeted programs.
Well, could we say that Louisiana overregulated their system? In other words, they took a private school and tried to make them into a little mini public. And they said, you got to take the state test, got to teach the state curriculum, and imported all those things there. That's what I've read.
It's certainly true.
And they've changed recently.
It's certainly true that private school leaders told survey researchers that the reason that they didn't participate in the program was two things. One, that the requirement to use the state exam, and two, the requirement to have open admissions. At some point, we have to then say if those things are overly burdensome as a result of getting, in some cases, hundreds of thousands, if not millions of dollars in state funding, are those schools really the ones we want to be contributing state resources to? We have far lower standards for all kinds of other private contracting states do for custodial services, for roads, whatever it is, when they're not talking about serving kids. If we're really talking about just sort of here's the check, we're going to walk away, I would just sort of, this becomes a normative question, not a research-based one. I would just sort of say, for my part, I would question whether that's worth the investment for schools that just don't see even those modest requirements as worth their time.
So I just find it interesting, there's got to be a reason in 2014 that, that the data appears to be what it is, and I think we'll probably hear some refuting of that.
It's not as big of a mystery. I mean, in the 90s and even in the early 2000s, the difference between the studies then and the ones post 2013 is that The studies in the 90s and the 2000s, most of the private schools participating were hand-picked by researchers and by, in some cases, the legislatures. And I don't mean that in any sort of nefarious way. This happens all the time in lots of research areas where you go out and you recruit schools to participate as subjects in your study. In this case, private schools joined these teams and said, we'll take 10 kids. And other schools said, we'll take 100 kids, whatever. Those schools tended to be very, very different than the ones that didn't want any part of these evaluations whatsoever. The difference, the thing that happened 12, 13, 14 years ago was that it left the laboratory. It didn't just become a small pilot program in an urban environment where sometimes in that urban environment, due to years of chronic underfunding, the public schools themselves did have some areas to improve on. And so any of the private schools in those areas might have provided some recourse. What happened then is you broke these programs out into these statewide programs. We left the laboratory. You put this thing out into the field, and it was in the field that the failure happened. That's not that uncommon a pattern across public policy. It's just that only on this particular question, school vouchers, do we sort of pretend that it didn't happen. In many, many other areas, I'll give another example, teacher evaluation systems were a hot thing about a decade ago, and they just sort of didn't tend to move the needle one way or the other. They haven't been talked about anymore, at least not routinely as a tool in the education reform book. But teacher evaluation systems had never had the negative impact, at least not on test scores, that the voucher systems did. And the field sort of walked away from those, or at least they're not the hot topic of today. So it really is, in my view, a question of scale. Once these things got bigger, the results got worse. And you can draw a perfect line between the size of the voucher system and the negativity of the results.
Oops, excuse me. Representative Schoolcraft.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dr. Cowan, as I hear more and more, I start getting a little perplexed. I thought, first I heard you were employed at Michigan State. I thought, well, okay, he's representing Michigan State. Then I started hearing about this Education Law Center. Can you tell me about that law center?
The Education Law Center is a nonprofit litigation group that specializes in legal aid on lots of issues. School vouchers is one, students with disabilities another, adequate fair funding, school funding is yet another.
Okay.
That's the organization.
All right, and they're funded by lots of different organizations of people, but I noticed American Federation of Teachers is one significant funder. Southern Poverty Law Center is another significant funder. The executive director was previously with, the ACLU. Nothing wrong with those, but little by little I'm seeing that's an advocacy group.
Sure.
And then I look at an article on their own website for August of '24. It says, Education Law Center welcomes Dr. Josh Cowan as a visiting senior fellow, adding significant expertise to our ongoing efforts against vouchers.
Yes.
All right. You registered as testifying on behalf of yourself as an expert. Are you saying you're not here representing the ELC?
I represent neither ELC nor Michigan State University, sir.
Right. Then why, okay, I'll just leave it at that.
It's a matter of the public record where I am planted both through May 16th and as a long-term employee at Michigan State, but I'm testifying as an expert on vouchers, sir.
You're an excellent advocate for ELC. Thank you.
I am not here in any role other than to warn you about this bill, sir.
Representative Tallarico.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Notice that Representative Schoolcraft didn't refute any of the studies that you laid out. Notice that he didn't make any arguments about the facts that you put before us. The folks pushing this bill get real upset when they're confronted with facts. It quickly becomes ad hominem. And so I apologize on behalf of my colleagues.
Mr. Chairman.
I wanted to have a question about the quality of private schools, because I'm drawing a conclusion from some of the evidence that you've put forward, but I want to make sure that I'm understanding it correctly. It seems like a through line of some of the results you've walked through is that not all private schools are created equal. that there are
That's right.
some very high-quality, incredible private schools, and there are, I think you described them as subprime private schools. And so is it a trend in the data that you've seen that the highest quality private schools either don't have seats or won't allow just anyone to come join that school? And so the voucher money just ends up subsidizing, if at all, subsidizes the kids that are already in that school. And then if there are public school kids who participate, who then leave the public school, where they go is the subprime private schools. I know that's a big generalization, but I want to try to figure out if that's a trend that we can identify in the research.
I don't think anyone with expertise in this issue on either side of the question would dispute, for example, that the Louisiana results were driven by subprime schools. Subprime is my word for it, but the other side would certainly tell you that the reason the results were so bad is because the average private school accepting vouchers and participating in that program was not representative of what they viewed as the higher quality of the sector there as well. So there's something about the schools that have signed up historically for voucher payments that has been less than what was promised for kids who transferred.
And in Louisiana, the higher quality private schools chose not to participate?
Higher quality by any measure that we were able to use. A lot of private schools don't have any way for taxpayers to assess them, but certainly what we would think of as those that charged higher tuition, presumably they were higher quality in some way, they did stay out, yes.
Or reputation?
Yeah, or reputation, sure.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Cowan.
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, Representative Schoolcraft.
Mr. Chairman, I just would point out to my esteemed colleague, my good friend, Representative Tallarico, sometimes I don't respond when I just don't think something's worth responding to. I mentioned earlier that we'll have a book for you with lots of research. It has over 100 studies. It gives you detailed information on how they were created, and you'll be able to judge for yourself whether you know which research you believe. I will say those 100+ studies show this program, various programs around the country do an excellent job, and that's why parents are increasingly choosing to take advantage of them. But we can look at the research that I'll deliver you to also.
Representative Leo Wilson.
Okay, so I'm looking at a tweet that you put out.
Okay.
And you identified yourself with the AFT union. Is that correct? Is that who pays you your salary, or?
I am on a fellowship at the Education Law Center. The AFT is a contributor to the Education Law Center. If your question is, by some transfer there, I have been subsidized over the last year by the AFT, I suppose the answer is yes.
Well, I'm
I
just
had
looking
some cold
at
pizza
about-
from them out earlier today, too. I went out there and I found them.
Okay. Well, it says on here that.
Hold on just one second.
Okay.
All right. That's actually pretty funny, but it's actually pretty good. That was a good one. But seriously, we're not going to clap. Let's keep it like we were. I hear a little snapping. I'm letting that go. But let's keep the decorum as described in the rules.
Well, I know that you're analyzing the data, right? You're not like the principal researcher here. And so I want to ask you if you also, I mean, just because I'm concerned here, it says, they're about defunding, they believe that vouchers will defund public schools, devastate student learning, discriminate against vulnerable kids. All of the things that we've heard. So, I mean, clearly.
So
There's an agenda there, and so you're analyzing data for an organization that is biased towards the issue that we're discussing. You're not researching it, you're data analyzing. Have you also analyzed the data from like 2013-14 for public schools?
Yes.
What was happening in the public schools?
Yes. So let me try to, because I appreciate your question. I really do. I understand that it's hard to make sense of this, and there's no question. Like, I am not disputing in any way, and I haven't in any sort of other public setting, that I take a position at this point that is 100% as an advocate against these bills. There's no question. And I said this at the top of the testimony. I mean, I registered against the bill, right? That wasn't always true. And when I changed my mind, and I wrote about this in an entire book that's called The Privateers that was released in September. I don't think anybody can mistake my position on this issue at this point. What I'm telling you is that my position evolved over time as the evidence against vouchers changed from being mildly optimistic and favorable even in some cases to wildly negative. The start date for my fellowship at the Education Law Center post-dates the writing of my book. It post-dates all of the research that was done by myself and many, many others. This is by no means just me here. Many, many other people in the field have contributed to the evidence on vouchers, and I summarize a lot of it. It even post-dates, I mean, the bulk of my funding, if you went to the College of Education at Michigan State University, which is my long-term employer, and you read down the funding list of grants and foundation contributions to my research through 2020, you'll find the Arnold Foundation based in Houston, that was $2 million. You'll find $2 million funded by the U.S. Department of Education while Betsy DeVos was secretary. You'll find Bloomberg Philanthropies. You'll find the Walton Family Foundation, $500,000, not exactly known as oppositional to charters or vouchers. You'll find the Smith Richardson Foundation, also historically a funder of research that was favorable to vouchers and charter schools. So I've been funded over the course of my career through a diverse array of philanthropies, up to and including the point in time when looking at the field of evidence, I, along with many, many others, decided these results are too bad to pretend any longer that the jury is still out, and we need to start saying that these results are awful. And by saying that these results are awful, that moved me from the category of just a researcher who was saying the results are awful, let's wait and see for the next one, to saying we've seen enough. The results have never been this negative on any other research question, and I'm going to say so. And it was by saying so that brought me into this world where, yes, I proudly appeared with folks from the AFT. I proudly work with the Education Law Center until May 16th, and I proudly will say that I think that these voucher systems failed kids and families, and the data back me up on that, ma'am.
Yeah, because you were quoted here saying, I was never a member of a teachers union until now. So
Yeah.
you would agree that a researcher is different than a data analyst, right?
Sure, but if to flip that on its head, there's no study that's ever shown favorable impacts of vouchers for kids who've used them that has not come from the voucher advocacy community, and I would include myself in there, because at the time of the positive results that I authored in 2013 and then was a research assistant on in 2002, 23 years ago, those were led by voucher advocacy organizations. And so you really can't tell a story one way or the other on this one. But I will tell you that the negative results from voucher systems have come from a diverse array of sources, some from voucher advocacy organizations and others from third-party groups that have just been looking at this and trying to call balls and strikes. But I'm not sitting here pretending to just simply call balls and strikes here. I'm telling you what the data show. And I am here trying to warn folks that the data show these are really harmful.
And what did the data show in that, like the studies that you were comparing in the 2013, 2014 for public school students? What was going on there? Were their scores declining or staying the same? Did you do any comparison between analyzing the research that was being done, at that time with what, the counterpart? How were the public school kids doing as well?
I've written a lot of reports. I don't know that I've ever written one that just looked entirely at public school trend lines over time. School choice has actually been my issue area.
Because we know that NAEP scores have gone down in all states nationally, so that's why I'm asking you the question.
Despite sort of some of the conversation, the direction we're going, like as proud as I am to have sent my kids to public schools, as proud as I am to say these voucher bills are harmful for folks, I don't take the position that public schools have always knocked it out of the park, and I've really tried at various points, including as I've warned about these bills, to identify issue areas in the public sector that we do need to improve on, starting with our support for kids with students with disabilities. The question is, when we have any reform idea, whether it's vouchers or any other reform idea, does it make the problem worse? And the answer to that question when we're talking about these voucher bills is it makes the problem worse. There isn't a a pattern of neglect or shortcoming or failure in the public sector that we can describe for public schools that isn't also present in voucher systems, and in some cases, when we're talking about test scores, present in large numbers.
Would you agree that the data, analyzing that, would you agree that the data for kids in that, lower income category have a higher failure rate on test scores, like on state assessments in general?
I would love to get back to a world where the entire conversation was redirected toward how we can improve public school outcomes, particularly for vulnerable children. The answer to that question starts with new investments in those public schools, but we can't really get to that conversation when we're kind of pivoting over toward these new reforms that we've really seen in other states haven't worked very well.
I'm just saying that, as a teacher, and then the end of my career, I was more on the administrative end. And, I would do scheduling for, special needs students who, struggle with the state assessment test, and that would, placed in a teacher's class that would, bring those scores, the total classroom scores for that teacher down because they had a history of failure. So if we're serving the majority of low-income students, and I can't speak to the other states what their target was, but I know we've had some testimony that is the student population that many of these states started with, either special needs or low-income kids, who both historically do have a pattern of struggling. And so they come in to a private school situation. Was that taken into consideration, that these kids have already had a history of failure in the public schools? And so it is a reality, and I just want to know too, if we don't know exactly why that 2013, 2014, what was the reason why they went down? Well, maybe that reason also affected our public school students, and it wasn't the voucher program. I have some questions there on looking at the total picture and analyzing the data for all kids at that time.
I am happy to agree with the statement that all school sectors need to improve their outcomes, in particular for vulnerable children.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Representative Schoolcraft, and we'll go to Representative Kerwin.
Dr. Cowan, this gets interestinger and interestinger. Public education. No. You answered the Representative Leo Wilson when she wanted to ask you about an Annenberg Institute paper, and you told her you had never done such a paper. Is that correct?
I said that I have not done an Annenberg paper evaluating DC voucher systems.
Okay. Have you ever done an Annenberg Institute
I think
paper?
there's a couple that I've been a part of, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I thought you were saying you'd never done one for them before. Thank you.
We talked about this. I've got the copy of it. It's a look back at another study.
yeah.
Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Just correct the record. So that's,
Yeah.
we're good. We're good on that. All right. Representative Kerwin.
Yes, hi, Mr. Cowan. I just have a simple question.
Yes.
20 years ago, Florida in reading was 34th, and in math was 27th, and this year they're number one in both. How can you explain that?
Some states have spent a lot of time focused on standards of curricula that align very well with NAEP, and I think Florida's been one of them.
Because of the curriculum they chose? Is that correct?
All tests, all standardized tests, including NAEP, have to some extent reflect the alignment of the curriculum with what schools are teaching.
Okay, so you give no credit to the ESA program they implemented?
No. And over the last 3 years, NAEP's declined in Florida as the voucher system's expanded. So if we're going to kind of go in that direction, we should say, well, what's happened as the voucher program's grown?
Mm-hmm. All right, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Members, any more questions for this witness? No. All right. Thank you very much for being here.
I appreciate it,
for your
sir.
testimony.
Take care.
Did he not answer that?
Chair calls Tracy Hansen and Matt Ladner. Yeah, okay. Yeah. This is the last invited witness panel. We'll start public testimony after this panel. Invited witness testimony is 5 minutes. Public testimony is 2 minutes, and we have 327 registered. So be listening once we get there. I show you registered as Matthew Ladner, Senior Advisor on behalf of the Heritage Foundation. Is that correct?
Yes,
And you'll be testifying for the bill. Is that correct?
correct.
I show you registered as Tracy Hansen on behalf of Oak Creek Academy and yourself, and you'll be testifying for the bill. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right, we'll let Dr. Ladner begin.
Oh, actually, could we let Tracy go? I have a handout. I need it to distribute.
All right, Dr. Hansen, you begin.
All right, here I am. Thank you, Chairman Buckley and committee, for your time today, and I'm sure it's going to be a long one, but I appreciate the invite to be here and to share my story. Some of you have heard it before. I am an educator of 38 years. I am a public educator, and now I am the founder and principal of Oak Creek Academy in Killeen, Texas. Brad and I have been very good friends for a very long time. His mother was my first grade teacher, and that's why I am such a great product of public education. I have 4 beautiful children that all attended public education, and they're all very successful adults. I am not here to debate public versus private. I love and support both, and I have amazing friends that are educators in both sectors. I'm also not a fly-by-night pop-up. I have owned my business for 30 years. 28 of those years I've had a private school, and in the last 14 years I've restructured to be a school with mostly children of neurodiversities. 92% are neurodivergent, while 89% of those have autism, dyslexia, and Down syndrome follow behind. 8% of our population is neurotypical, and those usually are siblings of our neurodivergent students. We are an accredited private school. It is a process. You have to be open 3 years and have budget to show that, hey, I can sustain this business before you can even put in an application to become accredited. After that, it's an 18-month to 3-year process, or some people take longer than that. We were very fortunate to be able to receive our accreditation, and we've just received reaccreditation for an additional 5 years. It is a process, and it's not easy. We have IEPs. We do MAP testing, which our school district does MAP testing. And so we try to align ourselves very well with them. I'm here today to speak on the behalf of my children that are in our school, but also and mainly for my parents that need choices. I get a little emotional, and I apologize up front, but we had a very tragic thing happen yesterday. We lost a precious child in a stabbing. Not at my school, in our public school. But the horrible thing about it is one of the children that had to leave our public school, our private school, to go back to public school and is now attending this school, had to witness what happened. And the only reason he had to leave our school where he was thriving is because of money. Mom has 3 boys with autism. She's a single parent. She was working 3 jobs, and she no longer could do it. And she had to make a choice which one could come to Oak Creek Academy. That's why I'm here today. I'm here for the child that has been bullied to suicidal ideation, that had to be put into a mental institution for quite some time. I'm here for them. The bottom line, I'm here for kids. And I think that's what's happened, is our focus has changed. We need to think about kids, all kids. We need to think about what works best for every child, not just the ones that are in public. If we start talking about, well, what about this money, and why can't we put this money into special ed? Well, why haven't we? How many years have we had a broken system?
Yeah.
How many years have we not put the money where it needs to be? We don't need all these fancy fancy stadiums. We don't need all this fancy stuff for these kids. Let's get back to educating kids and not worry about the fluff. That's who you need to be worried and concerned about. And so that's why I do what I do every day with the passion and the love that I do it. And my high school kiddos got to come today and see this beautiful place, and I'm so proud of it. And I'm proud to call Texas my home, and I'm proud to be a public educator just as well as I am a private educator. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Dr. Hanson. Dr. Ladner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Representative Berdahl, when you were an RA, I was actually testifying to this committee for the first time back in 1997. Back then, I had brown hair, and I also had hair. So it's a pleasure to be here again. I believe that Representative Dutton is probably the only member that was here back in 1997. It's a pleasure to be with you here today. I provided you with this handout because there is one thing that Dr. Cowan said that I actually agree with, and that is the research has consistently shown statistically significant positive competitive effects for the public schools when subjected to competition from either charter schools or private schools or both. Now, I also agree that these findings are generally modest, but they're generally modest because the levels of competition are also generally modest, right? So as anybody who's going to tell a story to a group of Texans, of course, I'm going to start with a story from Texas itself. So what I've done here is put together this handout. These are printouts from the Texas Education Agency, the good old-fashioned AEIS reports that some of you of a certain age will remember. I've also, at the end, provided the links so you can examine them for yourself, so you totally don't have to trust me on this. Okay?
Dr. Ladner, could you speak up, please, or pull the microphone a little?
Sure thing.
Yeah, there you go.
Okay, so there was a rather large choice program that was, we discussed it earlier today, in San Antonio, the Edgewood District. It was privately financed, and it was not small. It got up to about 16% of the total student population. It went from 1998 to 2007. Okay, so what I've shown you here is, first of all, that the circled things are showing you this is from Edgewood in the public schools, what percentage of students passed all tests back in 1998, and then what percentage passed all tests in, 2007 or 8? Okay. So basically, for those of you who can't look at the handout, it went from 62% all passing back in 1998 to 72%. Okay. It also, if you look at the state, they closed the gap with the statewide average. So this was not just the result of the test getting easier or something like that, because that would have been across the board. If you turn to the next page, you get the same AEIS reports where we look at the finances, okay? So the total expenditures of the Edgewood District in 1998 is circled there. It's $85 million, $695 and change. Fast forward to 2007, 2008, that figure is now $95 million, so it went up $10 million. I've also underlined the per pupil funding for both Edgewood. At that point, in 2007, 2008, was $12,462 per student. The statewide average at that point was $11,024, so it was above the average. I am not going to claim that this happened exclusively because of the choice program. I will, however, say that this is what I would call apocalypse not, okay? This is a long way from disaster. There's clear evidence of improvement during this period. However you want to attribute that, it's certainly not a disaster. I'll transition now to Arizona because, as been mentioned several times, there's a lot of chatter about this idea that Arizona has been bankrupted by our ESA program. As what I have here are copies of an actual press release from the Arizona Department of Education. That is where the ESA program budget resides. And when this claim was first made, the department put out this press release and basically let everyone know, hey guys, the Arizona K-12 budget is actually in surplus, and this year the entire state budget is in surplus. Okay, so there's been a lot of strange information about that. Finally, academically, I would say what happened in Arizona was actually kind of similar to what happened with the data I showed you from Edgewood. Again, I cannot tell you that this happened exclusively because of school choice, but Arizona has a lot of school choice, including the largest charter school program with 22% of the students. We have had multiple universal choice programs dating all the way back to 1997. So we've had a lot of choice for a long time. On the top of this page, what I'm showing you are the academic growth measures from the Stanford Educational Opportunity Project and the rankings. So in order, and growth is not the same thing as test score levels. I'm talking about the rate of improvement over time. For all students, Arizona ranked first in academic growth. For low-income students, first. That's very important. Middle and high-income student, first. Black students, second in the nation. Hispanic students, third in the nation. White students, first, okay? And finally, what I have here is a chart from the nation's report card, and this is exclusively from rural schools in both Texas, Arizona, and the United States, okay? One of the myths is that school choice is going to destroy rural schools. I'm telling you, if that was true, it would have really happened in Arizona, and instead what you see is clear academic improvement that has happened in Arizona public schools in rural areas. And in fact, all those districts are still there, and the kids are still playing Friday night football. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Members, questions for this panel? Chairman Frank.
Yeah. So it's kind of hard to make decisions when you get into a totally separate set of facts. What is the disconnect? I mean, I've read the studies. Most of the studies I show are positive. I don't mean I've read them all, but I've looked at them, and then there's somebody else saying every single study is the other way. So, and I know you're obviously on one side, but I'm asking, is there a way for you to reconcile? Are we looking at two totally separate set of facts, or what's the?
Are you referring to Dr. Cowan's previous testimony?
Yeah, I think he would say every test for the last decade has shown horrendous results such that.
Well, there's a few different things on that. First of all, I would say that competitive effects are actually more important than participant effects, right? Because there's like way more kids in public schools. There always will be way more kids in public schools. So those trends are more important. Dr. Cowan put a special emphasis on the recent studies and tends to dismiss the earlier studies. And he says it's because, the more recent studies were, I guess he said, bigger. There's other possible explanations. For instance, clearly the most negative, short-term at least, impacts that were found on participants were from Louisiana. And the Louisiana program is literally the only school voucher program that was ever repealed and replaced by school voucher supporters, okay? Right. That bill contained a lot of the sort of poison pill type provisions that encouraged private schools not to participate, including, like, for instance, a majority of Catholic schools in Orion's parish decided not to participate. Now, the Catholic Church runs private schools in countries schools in many countries around the world. The fact that they would, participate in a variety of different funding systems around the world, but really decide not to in Louisiana is probably telling us something about how onerous it was. Dr. Patrick Wolf did a survey of private schools and looked at enrollment trends, and he found that the schools that did participate in the Louisiana voucher program actually had declining enrollment before they signed up. Okay, so these were the schools that were kind of going down the skids, and they participated probably because they were desperate for enrollment. And sure enough, when you have a program that's got a lot of other problems, and then a selection bias. Like, in other words, let me just summarize this. It is possible to mess up a voucher program, and they did it in Louisiana.
Absolutely. Well, and that's why, I mean, the details truly do matter, because one of the things that he warned us against, and I think it's important to listen to both sides, and it's important to listen to critics to make sure that the bill is as good as it can be. One of the things about, fly-by-night, I think it's important to note that the only schools that are participating are accredited. It takes a couple of years to do that. They have audits, all of that stuff, so we will not have some of the problems that have been had in other states. And the other thing I would say is, while the information from your organization shows much more positive than Dr. Cowan's, what both agree, including Dr. Cowan, is that there's a positive impact, albeit, he says very small, but a positive impact on public schools, and really more importantly, public school students. We keep talking about organizations as opposed to the students. Positive results on the students that remain in public schools because of it, and clearly the parents think it's positive for making the choice. So to me, that is a bit of a win-win.
There are
So
also
thank you.
some very important subtleties that should be discussed here. Like, for instance, if you look at Head Start research, same sort of thing. You'll find sometimes short-term negative test score outcomes, but long-term positive outcomes, like persistence and even high school graduation. Okay, it is the random assignment types of studies on participants that Dr. Cowan was discussing really can't last very long. They can only last a few years because students move around and the control group and the experimental groups get messed up. So they're a snapshot, and I think Mr. Enlow mentioned earlier, a lot of times we'll see even studies, some of the more recent studies with initial negative results start to trend positive. So
And I just think it's tremendously important to say that both those who research for it and those who research against it say there are at least modest positive outcomes for children in public schools. Both sides agree on that.
Yes, and I would further add that most of the studies have been done on pretty modest programs. So if you have small choice programs, you shouldn't expect much more than a small, positive effect. Yeah.
Chairman Dutton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. When you evaluate these programs that are, I guess, for lack of a better term, voucher programs, really, is there one that you would point me to that increases the education outcomes for black males?
I know there have been several positive outcomes for black students. I haven't seen it broken down by both race and gender at the same time.
I'm sorry, I'm having trouble
Oh, I'm
understanding.
sorry. I said I know there are many studies that find positive outcomes for black students, but I don't know that I've ever seen one that looks at black males per se.
So you don't, okay, because if I asked you what subset of students probably achieves less academically, would you say it was black males?
Yes, I would say the achievement gaps are very large there. There might be some equal, but there's not going to be much bigger.
Right. And the reality is that's not a new phenomenon. That's been around a long time, hasn't it?
Yes, sir.
And what I'm worried about is whether or not there's something that we ought to be doing, whether in the voucher program or somewhere else in the public school setting, that changes that dynamic. And I wondered if somebody else, if you looked at something that...
It is certainly possible, and it has been done to pursue both a vigorous system of choice and a vigorous strategy of public school improvement simultaneously. I would point, for instance, to Jeb Bush's experience as the governor of Florida. A remarkable improvement in African-American scores on the NAEP, and overall scores on the NAEP. And Governor Bush vigorously pursued choice in Florida, but also very vigorously has pursued other types of public education improvement and reform. The trend in Louisiana in the recent NAEP and their literacy strategy looks pretty impressive. It's certainly not the case that choice is the only thing you can do. There's other stuff you can do, but it's not mutually exclusive.
Well, it just seems to me that the fact that you're not aware of a study that demonstrates what it does for black males, and the fact that you also acknowledge that black males have been at the bottom historically, would suggest that nobody's ever done anything about it.
I agree that there needs to be more done about it. It might be that the studies don't look specifically at black males because of sample size and technical issues, but I'm not sure about that.
Well, it might be because they don't do anything for them.
Well, when you see an overall positive trend for black scores, there's a pretty good chance it's also for black males, I would say.
Well, if they're at the bottom and it did something significantly to change the outcomes, you would expect that they would be on the front page, wouldn't you?
You'd wish, but not necessarily. I mean, like when the NAEP came out a couple weeks ago, we see things like 43% of Texas students scored below basic, and I didn't see that in anybody's newspaper.
Well, but just the fact that black males have consistently and historically been at the bottom educationally.
Yeah.
If you did something that would improve their outcomes, you would expect that would, we'd be flying that pretty high, wouldn't we?
I would hope so. We should. I agree with that.
Yeah.
And, yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Vice Chair Bernal.
Hi. Same question I'm asking everybody, right?
Yep.
The example of Humana, and I think it's important that, originally I was asking if her family didn't have the money.
Mm-hmm.
You understand that part. But after one of the panels, I think we should also ask if she has special needs, because one of the things I am aware of is students with special needs going to private schools, and the private schools saying, we're not equipped. And I get that special needs is a very broad term, sort of like weather. I understand that. But, there are some private schools that may only take kids with dyslexia, and that's it, right? So that's my question is, should we require, in some form or fashion, incentivize, ensure that a student whose family can't make up the remainder of the tuition and or who has special needs, that the schools that participate, that have the space, take them and that they get to go, that they have access to this program?
So in our case, that's what we do.
Right.
But I will say we don't do it without sacrifice. Our teachers have no benefits. We don't have a nurse. We don't have a librarian. We don't have, we don't have some of the basic things that other schools can have, because our tuition is $9,360 a year, because that's what our community can support.
Right. I respect that tremendously.
Yes, I know you do. And it would allow, of course, if there was a higher tuition, it would allow more benefits for staff. It would allow more resources for students.
But do you think that your peers in the room,
but
should we say, hey, if you're going to take the ESA, if you're going to take the voucher, then you should take the student that comes with it, whether or not their family can pay the rest, and whether or not they have special needs? Or do you think they should be allowed to say no?
Well, my heart's for kids, so I would do everything I could to make that work at the tuition that I could receive for them.
Okay, I appreciate that, sir.
So I want to start by answering your previous question first, but I'll get to disabilities. I am aware of a private school in Washington, D.C. that both the Clintons and the Obamas sent their daughters to. It is a very fancy school. It is fancier than St. John's or whatever school y'all were talking about earlier. I looked up their tuition. It's a lot, okay? The Congress also passed something called the Opportunity Scholarship Program when Governor Bush was president. The way that school used the program was that school has, a financial aid program. They try to include low-income kids, and they actually use the voucher to make their financial aid go further so that they can serve more low-income kids, okay? That's not perfect. That's not every kid gets to go to every school, but it's a step in the right direction in my view. On disabilities, I'll tell you
Wait,
that.
I don't understand what you said, because I asked you about the Texas legislative bill, and you talked about DC.
Yeah, I'm giving
Do
you an
you think-
example of how someone could use this as a private school with this
That's
bill.
not but I appreciate that, and I do appreciate creative solutions, I really do.
Okay.
But my question is, as policymakers, we have to produce something that shows up on a piece of paper that a judge would have to enforce in the event that it was violated, right? That's sort of the standard. And my question is, that it has to be clear enough so that someone who didn't write it understands the way that it works. So my question is, you look confused.
I am confused.
Okay, why?
I just told you a way that private schools could use the bill that's before you in order to increase access for low-income kids.
Do you think that, then I'll ask, should we mandate that? Should we mandate that they use that creative solution? Because I know that there are ways to do it. I'm wondering if we should leave it up to the goodwill of people with our fingers crossed, or if there's a way that we should say, you have to, maybe we don't dictate what that way is, but you have to find a way to make sure that Jimena can go to your school. And that's a yes or no, and then after that, the details are certainly
Okay,
interesting.
so I'll give you a no, because earlier we heard the private schools might not participate if this type of thing was in there, but
You
no
mean
one
that
would
they-
have even dreamed of this use when the bill was passed in Washington DC. So we should empowering people has a funny way of making them get solutions for themselves. But I agree, it's not a perfect solution, but my answer is no, don't mandate it.
And you said the answer is no. I want to be clear. I'm not putting words in your mouth. You tell me if I get it wrong, seriously. Did you say that your answer is no because if we do say that they have to find some way of ensuring that she can go, that fewer schools would participate?
I think that's what the Private School Association said earlier. I'm not in charge of private schools, but yeah.
Okay, very honest. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Oh, but I do want to address your disability point as well, if I can.
Sure, yes.
So we have like 85,000 students in Arizona's ESA program. And special needs students are actually overrepresented in that program. There's a higher percentage of ESA students using ESAs than general education students compared to the public school system. So I think last time I checked, I think it was like 13% for the public schools and like 18 or 17% for the special needs families have been some of the most enthusiastic adopters of ESAs, and what they tend to very much appreciate is the flexibility that it gives. The ability to sort of control, to get your own therapists, to not be subject to. I should add that my own mother was an audiologist, and she worked in a public school here in Texas. And I'm aware that it's very difficult work, and people do amazing things. I'm also aware that special need families tend to be the most frustrated group in any given public school system anywhere in this country. So there are a lot of people that do participate in it. They find different ways. There has been an increase in private schools that are focused on special needs students, but there are also people who are hiring private tutors and therapists and kind of making a loan. I'm aware of a lot of people in this country over the last few decades who, out of sheer desperation, removed their kid from public school and homeschooled them with absolutely no help at all. So this is a huge step in the right direction.
Right, I appreciate that, and I'll just ask the question again, and then I'll let it go. I'm trying to, when you're policymaking, it's helpful to imagine the way that it looks on the ground in practice, right? And so what I'm saying is, if let's say that Jimena is in a wheelchair or has a feeding tube, right? Mm-hmm. Should we allow a private school to participate if we know up front they would not take her?
I can tell you that in my state, Arizona, and I've been there for 20-some years, so I'm 50-some% Arizona now. The biggest form of school choice is open enrollment, by far. As far as bigger, we have 22% of students going to charter schools. We have a much smaller percentage going to ESAs and private schools, and then we have the biggest of all is open enrollment. And this is a problem in the public school system because while every school district in Arizona participates in open enrollment, not a single one of them will admit a child with disability. So I think it's a very tough situation. I think the positive steps that we can take is to give these families as many options as possible.
Well, right now, that those families are prioritized. I mean, I think they're the first band, right? They're the first band.
Mm-hmm.
When I say band, I'm thinking of an Excel spreadsheet, bands, okay? So they're the first band. So on our end, we're saying that they should get
Priority.
first dibs.
Yep.
Should we allow schools to participate that are going to tell them no?
Again, this gets into the question of like, do you want private schools to participate or not? So
Okay, that actually.
I'm giving you an honest
That is
answer.
a straightforward, honest answer. I appreciate that very much. Thank you. Thank you, Chairman.
Okay. I'm going to ask real quick. Dr. Hanson, can you go over for us, please, just sort of the data you have from your school, their parents' financial, I guess, situation, their income levels, when we think about sort of the families that you serve, what their family income is, if you have that info?
Yes. So 7% make under $25,000 a year. 25,000 to 50,000 is 11.3%. 50,000 to 75,000 is 12.7%. 75 to 999 is 16.9, and then up to 100,000 is 47.9.
Okay.
So we are definitely in a lower socioeconomic.
So a little, I guess it'd be a little over half or probably under 100,000, is
Yes.
that right? Did I?
Yes.
I think I did that in
You
my
did,
head.
like,
Yeah, and I think the question has come up about, kids with significant special needs. Should a private school take a kid with significant special needs if they're not equipped to handle those kids?
Absolutely not. And that's kind of what I wanted to say to Chairman Bernal, that if I get phone calls all the time. My child has, a feeding tube. My child is in a wheelchair-bound, quadriplegic. My heart goes out to that family, and I would do everything I could if I had the resources to help them. We're not equipped. We're in an older building. We're not ADA set up on our playgrounds. Our bathrooms, we have, of course, one. We don't have a nurse on site. So I have to say, I'm sorry, and I'm very honest. I'm sorry, but I cannot accommodate those needs. And, but yes.
Yeah, but, would it stand to reason that, creating a pathway, a choice pathway, might provide the resources for private schools to be able to expand those services?
Absolutely.
To say, we can help you. But I think that's, I think, golly, I'm just going to say it. I think that's what happens sometimes in our public schools, and I always use a medical analogy. We ask them to be a general practitioner and a neurosurgeon at the same time. Mm-hmm. That's a hard thing to do. And so, I appreciate the efforts that are made. But often that's, what creates a lot of the tension and the conflict is we simply, public schools teach all kids, and they do. We require them to do it. But sometimes it gets beyond, I think, their ability to offer those services for lots of reasons. Some of it, I agree with Representative Tallarico, money. Mm-hmm. Some of it is just the human resource pipeline for, people aren't enough folks there to provide those services. And so there's lots of challenges there. But I just wanted to sort of clarify, what the impact would be, if we did have a choice program that could hopefully, expand services and what have you. And then one last question, there's been a lot about, you said you have IEPs and all that. Or do you know how many percentage of your students were currently enrolled in a public school?
I don't have that in front of me, but just...
I know some have been with you a long time because I've seen them and sort of seen them grown up, but
75% of them come out of public school to us,
Okay.
yes.
And so just what, again, it's anecdotal, but what's the reason I mean, obviously, I know you spend a lot of time with parents, and sometimes it's a process to, before they kind of make that happen. But what do parents talk about is the reason they're seeking something else, an option?
I will say that probably the number one thing is that their needs are not being met. And usually, of course, because we are a school for neurodivergent children, that comes from not having the individualized attention and the instruction to help them grow academically. Oftentimes, I'm a huge proponent of inclusion. That is where my heart is, and that's what I teach, my university students. It's like, this is huge. IDA is not going anywhere, but we need to learn to teach to every child. And so when you have a kiddo with autism and they're nonverbal, and he's in your room, in your gen ed classroom for a period of time, 9 times out of 10, they're going to be sitting on an iPad or a computer and not getting any attention, because we as educators don't have the resources and the time to be able to individualize instruction for that one child or 2 children or, that group that's in our classroom. Bullying is a huge, huge factor. And I will tell you, the STAR test. And we do not administer the STAR test. I don't think any of us should be administering a STAR test.
You told me.
Yes, I have told you. I get rid of the dadgum thing.
We're
Do
trying.
we need accountability? You bet. I do not care where my kids compare to everybody else's kids. I care where they compare to themselves. And I want to make sure they're making progress. And if they're not making progress, then that's my problem. So yes, the STAR test. I have had kids that have been in a mental institution for many weeks because of the stress and the anxiety of thinking they're going to fail and not be able to go on to the next grade with their peers. Now, we're working on that. Teachers have gotten better, and I've got some friends that are administrators that do amazing jobs at taking the stress off the kids, but not everybody. So there's just, those are probably my 3 main factors. But here's the bottom line, Dr. Buckley. Families are not going to leave the public school if their children are thriving and their needs are being met, period. That's it. That's very simple. They're not going to come to me if it's working for them and they have their friend group. Why would they do that? Why would they bring their child to me if it's working? We don't have to fix it if it's not broken.
Thank you. Who's next? Okay. Representative Leo Wilson.
Thank you. Ms. Hanson, what is your tuition?
$9,360.
Okay, because it's been reported inaccurately, I believe. So that ESA would definitely cover the tuition of one of your students?
Yes.
Okay. And then when you had said, is it Doctor? Or just
Yes.
Matt? Okay, Dr. Lander?
Lander.
When you had said that, you were having the dialogue with Representative Burnell, you had talked about that some private schools would not participate if that requirement was put on there. But I also, and maybe this is for you to answer as well, but you have typically a school board at a private school that is really looking at budgets. You have bills to pay. You have to pay for your building, your rent, whatever you're doing, your maintenance, and then you pay your teachers. You can only go and forgive a certain amount of what is owed off of a tuition, and your school board would know what that is before you get yourself in trouble. Because that's one of the things that, we shored up with the charter schools when they first came out. Some of them were not budgeting, and some of them got into a whole lot of trouble initially. So because, they were doing things where they didn't have the money for it. So you want a school board that knows how to run a business, because in the end, you can't serve the rest of your students at your school if you run yourself into the ground by forgiving everybody's tuition. I mean, in the end, I mean, same thing with the public schools, even though they're funded by local, state, and federal funds, if they didn't have those things that you don't, you have to run a budget. You have to look out for the, preservation going forward of your school, and you know what that is. And I know most private schools do try to work with parents in many different capacities, but you can't totally forego that on every last student, or you get yourself in trouble, and then you cease to exist for all of the students that you're doing a really great job for, correct?
That's correct.
So that's why some would not be able to participate. I feel that's what you're saying, that they wouldn't be able to participate because they know what that debt is, they know what their bills are, they know what they pay their teachers, and they know what they could do, and they couldn't do it on a consistent basis. Is that why you said what you said? I don't want to put words in your mouth. That's what would
Yes.
happen to you, right?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay.
And I'm the worst, I will tell you. I will go to the board and say, but this is the best, so they hear a lot of my sob stories, but we have to turn it. Okay, well then you've got to figure out how to fund the money. You have got to fundraise for this money to be able to help this student. So, and that's difficult sometimes, so, we do little things in the community to get money, and I'll say, okay, that $3,000, I want that to go to, and so then, but yes. But you have a budget and you have to meet. Yes.
And if that provision would
Yes,
crash your school into the ground, you would say, we can't
We
participate.
can't. Yes, that's sensible.
Okay. I think you probably answered it versus you, so that's fine.
Okay.
Yeah, and well, for me, I mean, I'm just looking at a school on the island called Upward Hope Academy. It is a tuition-free school that's run by donations. My husband and I contribute to that, that foundation. It's a school that's very particular, but actually helps Galveston ISD, in that kids that have a history of dropping out or in suspension won't go back to GISD for whatever reason. Upward Hope Academy opened, and their headmaster, who's actually very brilliant, he's a biochemist, but he dropped out of high school himself. He got in trouble with the law for all sorts of different reasons, so he had a heart for these students. So they opened up the school tuition-free. Their student population reflects very much, Galveston ISD is 80% economic disadvantaged. These are not kids that could afford any kind of tuition, and are on a pathway. A lot of them are in trouble with the law. A lot of them have been behavior disruptions in the school. They've been through the alternative school situation. But Galveston ISD, when they almost closed their doors for lack of funds and donations last year, our school board, to their very strong credit, realized that this is a school that graduates 99% of the student population. A student population that, for whatever reason, no one's blaming anybody, no one's saying it's a teacher's fault, but for whatever reason, and some of it could have been outside reasons, these kids did not fit in that mold. And they went, like the rest of the community, and helped that school survive financially. So because our school board said, you know what, these are kids. We want them to graduate. We want them to do well. And we recognize this has been an asset for us. But because we're about kids.
That's right.
We're about the student. And so they started looking at those outcomes. And I was very, very proud of them, actually, for the school board making that decision. But that's one example of a school that lives and teeters on donations and everything else. And, if you've been to their school building, it's falling apart. It's the same thing. They have like one bathroom. And so, but they're helping kids and they're helping kids graduate. And some of the kids come in, they've never passed the STAR. They are way behind in both reading and math. And, that's part of the reason. But they have partnerships like with the Port of Galveston on apprenticeships in
Representative,
welding.
do you
So,
have
anyway.
a question for the witnesses?
Yeah,
We're
but
just-
I'm
I'm
sorry.
not trying to,
You're right.
we
you're
got to
right,
get rolling.
You're
So
right.
if there's a question, please pose
Okay.
the question.
But I'm just saying
so we
that
can move
there
on.
are all sorts of reasons why you might have to not participate in a program if it's going to cave your program. So, anyway, I'm sorry.
That's, all right, let me see here. Representative Kerwin.
Hi, Mr. Lardner. I have a quick question. I am trying to learn more about why Florida has been such a success. And I have heard about the transformation in the low-income students.
Yeah.
Could you tell me a little bit about that?
Yeah, Governor Jeb Bush put in a multifaceted reform plan in 1999. And this included A through F school grades with a formula that put a special emphasis on the learning gains of low-performing students. It included a third-grade literacy policy that it included a lot of things, and then also a lot of school choice. Big charter school program there, the tuition tax credit program, which got to be the biggest in the country, and then has transitioned to an ESA program over time. By the early, I want to say around 2007, you actually started to see things like on the NAEP fourth grade reading scores where Florida's Hispanic students were outscoring statewide averages in like a lot of states around the country, including Texas, for the average, right? So the only Hispanic score in Florida would be higher than the average score, like just a whole bunch of the map. And in fact, their African American scores were higher than the statewide averages in a couple of states by that time. So they had a lot of success. I would point to some other states that have also had some recent success, like Mississippi and Louisiana, with their approach to reading, which of course is crucial because in the early grades you learn how to read, and then after that you have to read to learn. And too many kids drift into middle school unable to read their textbooks, and that doesn't work out very well for them.
Thank you.
All right. Representative Schoolcraft. Representative Bryant, excuse me.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Hanson, what city are you from? I missed that in your.
Colleen.
Killeen. Okay. Does your school district provide the same services that your private school is providing?
No.
Is there a reason for that?
It costs too much.
Costs too much, okay. Now, this is special education, right? Thank you. Are you aware that we are underfunding special education in Texas by $2.7 billion? So if we weren't underfunding it, other school districts around the state could provide what Killeen is not providing, and you're providing it instead.
So I want
Is
to
that
clarify
correct?
the reason I can provide those things. I have in-house therapy that is offered to the kids, but it is paid through the parents by insurance. So that is money that does not have, we don't have to spend that money from tuition that's collected. So the school districts do not do clinical speech, occupational and physical therapy. They might get speech once a week, maybe twice, sometimes in a group. Some of them are getting it by video. I believe that clinical one-on-one speech is the best option for children that need speech. Occupational therapy, that needs to be done at least twice a week with the child. Once a month is not sufficient, and that's what's happening in our public schools. There are not board-certified behavior analysts in every school. That needs to be there with registered behavior technicians that can help with children with autism. The district can decide where that money goes. They get a lot of money for children with special needs that does not go to the children with special needs.
But we
And
know that,
I think that we all can agree that that money is not appropriated properly,
so that would be a problem with the Killeen School District, right?
and many others, yes.
Okay. I know somebody in that area you could talk to. He's in the room with us.
You don't mean it.
Yeah. But the problem is that the public schools are not doing that, as you said in the beginning, because, at least your public school, because it doesn't have the money. Isn't that correct?
I'm not going to say that they don't have the money. I don't think they're putting the money in the best places that they should for the kids.
Okay. Well, I am so impressed by what you're doing. I'd just like to make the point that we're dealing with a whole state here,
I
and
understand that.
our special education system is underfunded dramatically.
And it's broken.
So, thank you.
All right, Representative Tallarico.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Ms. Hanson, for being here, and thank you for your work on behalf of students. I can tell every time you testify your heart for kids, and we appreciate that. I also appreciate your heart for public school educators, and I know you were once one, and
Yes.
so I appreciate that perspective. I have a couple questions just to understand the model at your school. You mentioned the insurance that your parents pay for the therapy and things like that. Is that included in the tuition cost, or is that separate from the
No,
tuition?
that's separate.
Do you know how much that is? I guess it's done on a monthly or?
Yeah, and then it may or may not have a copay.
Okay.
Yeah, so that
Okay.
would be strictly with those therapy
Okay,
centers.
so maybe in addition to tuition, we should consider that as part of the
It's a
total?
partnership between all of us, and we just work as a team.
Okay. You mentioned the severe disabilities, students with a feeding tube. Those students are served by the public school. And so I think that's my primary concern. You mentioned, I agree with you that if parents feel like they're being served by the public school, they won't leave. I agree with that. And I also think it's why most won't leave. I think it's why the analysis of this bill says that a small minority of the voucher users are going to be public school kids. The vast majority are going to be private school kids. And so I think just to shine a light on why many of us are opposed in both parties is because instead of spending some of this limited general revenue on our public schools and helping to close that gap, helping to get them more resources, be able to do more of the work you do, instead we're going to give it to parents who are already paying for private school. And I'm sure your parents, some of them are making sacrifices to do that. I'm very sympathetic to that. I think it's just we as policymakers have to make those difficult moral choices, and they are moral choices, about we've got limited general revenue dollars. Do we give them to the public school, which they're so underfunded and they're having to serve the hardest cases, as you just acknowledged, or are we going to help your parents be able to pay their tuition bill? Ideally, if we had enough money, we'd do both, and maybe one day we will, but in this current budget, there isn't room to do both, and that's my primary concern. But I do thank you for being here and for your input. Lastly, I just had a question for Mr. Ladner. You mentioned the Louisiana the Louisiana voucher program, kind of saying like no one in the voucher community likes it, that it was a failure. And you said that and you tell me if I'm mishearing you, but you said that was because that the private schools that participated in the Louisiana program were the ones with declining enrollment, and maybe that means a poor quality. Is that what you were saying?
Yeah, that was an evaluation that was done by Dr. Patrick Wolf at the University of Arkansas. He found that the program was sufficiently onerous that most private schools in Louisiana chose not to participate, and that the ones that did choose to participate had declining enrollment on average before they enrolled. So,
and I actually think to Chairman Frank's point about trying to figure out the overlap between you and Dr. Cowan, it seems like Dr. Cowan was kind of had the same analysis for the Louisiana program and why it failed. He called them subprime private schools, which is a helpful I think turn of phrase. So should we learn as Texas from the Louisiana experiment and prohibit those subprime private schools with declining enrollment from participating in this program if they have such poor results?
I think there's a big tension. On the one hand, obviously, this bill is going to require accreditation, that's good. The tension that you'll have in the medium to long term is the process of onboarding new school supply, which your bill prioritizes low-income students and students with disabilities. Some students will be both of those things. And you, at some point, may need new private school supply, especially when you consider how schools are distributed, right? You have a certain number of private schools in the state. Are they in the right places? That kind of thing. You get into those kind of issues. So I think in the long run, you are going to need a process to bring on new schools. You do have an interest in quality control in that process. So there are states that have processes that they've worked out. So the problem with only requiring accreditation in the medium to long term is that if you're asking startup schools to compete with established private schools who are eligible for the choice program, but they're not eligible for the choice program, then it makes it very difficult to create a new private school in that environment. So a possible compromise down the road would be to allow schools in the process of seeking accreditation to participate so that you can have new schools. And ultimately, the goal that you'll want, and this is part of the reason why for the success in Arizona, the ultimate goal you want is for families to sort of be in charge of deciding which schools, survive, right, and which ones close, what they want more of. I liken it to a potter at a wheel, and they sort of shape the clay together, both educators and families. That requires a certain amount of competition. But there is this tension.
Okay, I don't know if I quite answered my question. I'm trying to figure out if the Louisiana voucher program was a failure because the private schools that participated were subprime, declining enrollment, not high quality, and according to the research, the learning loss was significant, on par with Hurricane Katrina learning loss, COVID learning loss. And so it would seem if this committee is trying to protect kids, which I believe every member is trying to do, that we should make sure that subprime private schools are not getting taxpayer dollars.
You certainly don't want to create a bill that has a negative selection bias to only bring in the so-called subprime schools, which is unintentionally what happened in Louisiana. This is Dr. Wolf's analysis. I would also caution a little bit on the test score thing, because again, these things can start negative and get more positive over time. We can only study for them for 2 or 3 years. And there are a whole variety of other research findings for choice programs like high school graduation, college attendance, civic participation, contact with the criminal justice system that have been found. And it's interesting that these kind of dichotomy between short-run and long-term dynamics show up in the random assignment literature of both the more recent studies that Dr. Cowan talked about in vouchers and in Head Start.
But maybe this is a philosophical difference. I don't believe we should ever have children attending a subprime school, whether it's private or public. And, we have mechanisms here at the state level that if there are districts or public schools that are chronically underperforming, sometimes there are such extreme measures as the state takes over that district. That's how seriously we take underperforming public schools. Should we have that same attitude when it comes to private schools?
I mentioned earlier that the fourth grade NAEP's most recent findings had 43% of Texas students scoring below basic on reading. I would suggest if you want to be aggressive about closing public schools, that is one possible reform strategy, but you'll, based on other experience, you'll find a lot of opposition to that. There are tensions in these things. Do you want to keep out, a Carnival school that we heard about earlier? Of course you do, right? I would say that the surest mechanism in the long term, and our experience in Arizona has been, is that families are pretty good at closing schools. It happens with a brutal efficiency, especially in the charter sector. The average charter school that is closed in Arizona has operated for 4 years. The state of Arizona gives 15-year charters, and it has 63 students enrolled in the last year of operation. That is not the state of Arizona closing them down. That's the families of Arizona closing them down. But that happens when you have enough options to make that viable, right?
Yeah, I know this is the kind of the free market ideology that we talked about earlier, but I think I don't think any member of this committee is satisfied where Texas public schools are at. I, for one, am not going to be satisfied until we're the best in the nation. That starts with us not being 44th in school funding. That's why I'm trying to stop this bill from passing. But I do hesitate when folks like you and others want to Florida or Texas. I'm reading here just an article from a few weeks ago in Florida. Florida's scores on the latest round of NAEP don't offer much to cheer about. Fourth and eighth grade students continued their downward slide in reading with no indication that efforts to stem these learning losses had any major effect. Eighth graders logged in their poorest math results in 20 years.
Yep.
And this is after Florida recently expanded their voucher program, is that correct?
They're out of 49 out of 50 states got walloped in the NAEP this last time, and it is almost overwhelmingly a result of the COVID-19 shutdowns and pandemic.
And when did Florida expand into a universal program?
2022.
2022, okay.
Somewhere back there, I'm not sure.
Interesting,
Yeah.
okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Hinojosa.
Thank you, Dr. Hanson. I wasn't going to ask questions, but you hit a mama bear nerve in me. And I agree that it's awful that you have a former student that witnessed a stabbing and that students leave public schools because of bullying. But it shouldn't just be the students that come to your school that get to escape that. No student should have to deal with those kind of issues in our schools. I have a son in public school, one that just graduated, and I could list for you all the deficiencies that come with underfunding and the struggles that it has caused for my boys. I have asked repeatedly of the chairman that we have a hearing on discipline issues. Do you know how many hearings we have had since last session, including last session and including all the special sessions on discipline issues in the Public Education Committee? We've had 0. We've had 6 hearings on vouchers. So yes, I too think it's awful that families and kids are sometimes afraid in their public schools. That should never be the case, and we need to address discipline issues. I also wanted you to know that you mentioned in Killeen, Killeen ISD was talked about, and you said we don't need to be spending money on stadiums. You know, stadium money can't be spent on operations, but one thing that you should know about Killeen ISD is that the numbers that my office requested and received on the special education gap shows that Killeen in 21 and 22 had almost a $13 million gap in their special education funding that went up to $18,291 in 22 and 23. And that's money that Killeen is pulling from other programs just to do the basics, bare minimum for their special education kids that the state isn't covering its share of, right? So I know that our school districts get a lot of blame for a lot of things, but on this one issue, on special education, we really here on the dais need to be looking at ourselves because we are the cause of underfunding, and it's not that the money isn't there. We took $8 billion last session from overages, extra surplus in our property taxes that should have gone to our public schools, but we keep our basic allotment so suppressed that we said it was extra, and we paid for all sorts of things like visitor centers and other things. So it's about not prioritizing our kids in public schools. That is my frustration as a mother. I'm not sure if I guess I didn't have a question there, but I just wanted you to have that information.
And I want to clarify too, that I'm not talking about Colleen ISD, about the football stadiums. I'm talking about overall education. We need to be putting that money where it's needed the most. So that's my clarification on that. And I have a granddaughter with severe dyslexia that we've had to figure out a place that would work best for her. And my kids had a choice. And, you know, I think that was, you know, that's good for them and that's good for her. But not, one size does not fit all.
Chairman Dutton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Is there a ranking for private schools academically?
A ranking?
Yeah, some kind of scale or that says which is the best and which is the worst.
There are a number of private rating systems like Grade Schools or niche.com, U.S. News and World Report. So they're included in those to some extent. But I think that in the longer term, you know, a project that people are working on is a process whereby people can sort of like create a user review system so that, you know, people who have been to schools or been to even therapists or piano lessons and other things like that can actually rate, you know, and there's actually research that shows that people actually really care about the school ratings that you get, and by ratings I mean reviews that you get in great schools. You know, in great schools they have, you know, people that have been to the school will leave comments behind. Research has found that like people actually really care about those things. So I think that we're probably in a kind of slow process of rethinking exactly what accountability is, and that seems to be part of the direction that hopefully will go.
Well, the reason I ask is because should we limit the participation in this bill to private schools that are succeeding?
I don't think so, no.
So we ought to include failing private schools too.
Well, I mean, again, this kind of goes back to the earlier comments about, you know, we do have a lot of failing public schools.
Well, that's not, that's like me saying to the policeman, everybody else was speeding. That doesn't make any difference.
I thought that was the Texas way, but
No.
But our accreditation is.
yeah, there are
This is
a
how we are
variety of
rated.
different ways to approach this, but and so you see a lot of this in the charter sectors. Different states approach it differently about like how do you decide who gets to operate a charter? At what point do you pull the plug on them? And there's a lot of different variation on that, and people in bodies like this one have to struggle with those issues. I don't know that there's a right way to do it.
Well, should we do it at all is the first thing. And the first question I have is, should we do it at all? And if we should, if we do, well, how do we do it?
Well,
But you're saying we shouldn't do it at all,
My
those I
answer to that
understand.
would be, no, I wouldn't say don't do it at all, because the second, so for instance, let's say we're talking about charter schools. The second I say no one should ever close down a charter school, you know, somebody's going to go out and just do something awful at a charter school, right? You know, I mean, there's a lot of them out there, and it's inevitable. I think that the main thing that you want is to get to a point where the families are selecting which schools and playing the primary role, but not necessarily the sole role in deciding which schools close. When you get there, you know, the experience in the charter school world has been the state tries to close the charter schools.
Well, you keep
parents
bringing
don't
up
like
charter
it.
schools, excuse me.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, the truth is that if charter schools have 3 failures, they get yanked, okay? That's
Is
not
that what happens here in Texas? 'Cause
Sorry?
that might happen here in Texas, Mr. Chairman.
Well, that's what I'm
but-
talking about in Texas.
Okay,
That's what we're talking about, right?
Let's just say that a lot of experience around the country has been that it's been very hard to close a charter school, even
Well,
when they
that's-
qualify for it.
That's not been the truth here in Texas. So and the reason I'm asking is because I realize parents are going to make the choice, but we ought to not let parents do it without helping, providing some guideposts
Yeah.
for them to make a realistic choice.
I can tell you that there was a charter school closed in Arizona 3 years ago that had an academic growth rate that was 44% above the national average. Because authorities make mistakes too. Is guess what I'm.
Well, I know, but you keep changing the target. The target is private schools, and I'm taking a look at private schools and whether or not who are all going to benefit from this bill, whether or not we should limit it or develop some way to limit it to those private schools that are successful.
The bill that is before you limits it to accredited schools. Earlier, you heard testimony about how that process works. If you choose to adopt further measures by amendment this year or in the future, that is an ongoing debate.
So as long as
I
they're-
have to see language before I can evaluate.
Yeah, as long as they're accredited, that's the end of the question.
Not necessarily. That's up to you.
And
Well, I know. I mean, all of it's
accreditation-
up to me. All of it's up to us, this committee, and ultimately this legislature. But what I'm trying to figure out is whether or not we ought to at least learn from the mistakes of other states who have, like Louisiana
Yeah.
did. Louisiana made some huge mistakes in terms of letting certain private schools participate.
Well, it was worse than that. Louisiana actually was trying.
Dr. Ladner, I'm going to stop you right here. I'm going to make an announcement real quick to everybody in this room and the other rooms. We're going to close public testimony registration at 8 o'clock. Okay, I have to give you an hour, so there's still an hour to register. Just make sure but I just want to make sure so we get a handle on how many we have going into the evening. But, you have an hour to register, and then it will close at 8 o'clock. All right, I'm sorry.
Oh, it's all right.
So the hope had been for Louisiana's authors, because these were not bad
I can
people.
barely understand
I
it. What'd
said
you say?
the hope of the authors of their bill, was actually that what they were going to do is only let good schools in. But what they did backfired, and it made the good schools, or at least the high-demand schools, choose not to participate. So the lesson of Louisiana is to be very careful in interfering with the operations of the private schools.
Well, it may be that, how did they determine what were good schools?
Well, they didn't. What they did was they interfered in the first of all, they required them to take the state test, and that's part of the reason why you see this bad result, because they weren't taking the state test before. So, but they also interfered in their admissions process. There were other things. When you added it all up, most of the private schools in Louisiana chose not to participate. Right? They were kind of like, eesh. So what I'm saying is it's easy for, if you try to only let good schools in, we have a clear example to your east of having the exact opposite effect. So we have to be very careful about it's a good urge, but the road to hell is paved with good intentions.
So we should do nothing except if it's a private school and accredited, we should let them participate in this program.
Yes.
Okay.
Accreditation, though, is not lifelong. There's 3 to
Well, I
5
understand.
years, so you
I
have to be
understand.
re-accredited. And they're looking at all of your data, all of your test scores, your finances. I mean, they look at everything every 3 to 5 years. So, I mean, that is accountability.
Well, of sorts, I suppose, but let me change the subject again. Would you, Dr. Ladner, would you take a look around and see if there are any evaluations that's done on the basis of the progress of black males?
I certainly will. And whether I don't find anything, or whether I do, I'll let you know.
All right, okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right. Members, any more questions for this panel? Oh, okay. Representative Leo
I
Wilson.
promise
real
it'll
quick.
be a question this time. So, Dr. Linder, when you have seen schools close, private schools, charter schools, I contend, and tell me if that is the accurate reason, is the ultimate accountability is when parents have school choice. Because if you have a choice, why would you as a parent send your kid to a school that's, you know, for whatever reason, not meeting your students' needs, the student's failing, your school's failing, you're not being able to provide accurate services, you don't have stellar teachers, you know, of high quality, all of those things, I wouldn't take my ESA there or my money there. And that, to me, when I look at the history of school failures, that's what I'm seeing is the parents did it in a way that was immediate, pretty much, without involving the state whatsoever.
Yes, the more options there are, the more brutally efficient your accountability is. So when you have a program that doesn't have very many options and like, well, you know, the public school may not work for your kid and the private school doesn't, or whatever they're doing is the other option doesn't work well, but it's a little bit better, that's, you know, that's okay, it's better than nothing. But as you have more options, right, you'll find that parents in Arizona close schools like very casually, and they have no apologies about it. There's no lawsuit. There's no calling in favors with well-connected friends, you know, any of that stuff. You don't have enough kids to keep operating, you're going to close. So in the charter school example, I would say, you know, the state charter school board tries to make it an orderly process. We don't like schools closing mid-year, that sort of thing. But they do close. So that sort of bottom-up accountability is something that you see in a sort of very robust system of choice. And it's really only a couple of states, I would say, that have really realized that, probably Arizona, Florida, maybe Indiana.
Well, and that was, I think, part of my frustration when I was on the State Board of Education, and you know, when TEA has to do it, or an agency, or this, on behalf of the state has to do it, it's a very long process, usually involving a lawsuit. And that's, you know, if it's a failing school, that's 2 or 3 years of lost education for the children there. So, I mean, to me, I've always said, if the State Board of Education approves the charter, let them shut it down immediately if they're not doing their jobs. I've always advocated for that.
The bill doesn't cover
But-
charter schools.
Yes.
So can we just stay on the bill?
Yes,
And a
but
question.
well, yes, I'm
Okay,
getting to it, I'm
yeah,
sorry.
okay.
But the charter schools, you have both systems in Arizona where you have charters that are issued from the state, and then you have charter schools that are taking the ESA and,
Well,
correct, or?
No, we have
Or-
we have private choice programs and a charter sector. But district open enrollment is actually the biggest form of choice in our state. And it all kind of, you know, works together.
But those charters that are not affiliated, I guess, with the state,
No, all charter schools are.
they are, okay. So
state
what was the
contractors,
difference
public
between the two
schools.
that you were describing?
Well, so they operate the same way, right? If parents don't like a private school in Arizona, it won't be long for the world either, right? Because they have lots of other options. 25% of the students going to Scottsdale Unified are open enrollment students. That is really unusual for a fancy school district, and those kids get to go to Scottsdale Unified without buying, you know, $1 million+ home, right? And it's because Scottsdale Unified has kids going to other districts through open enrollment, to private schools through the ESA and tax credit programs, and also through charter schools. But when those Scottsdale kids use these choice programs, what they do is open an open enrollment opportunity for another kid to go to Scottsdale Unified. And that is why I believe that these results that I've showed you earlier, why do poor kids in Arizona have the highest rate of academic growth? That's it. There's not much in Arizona K-12 policy that is the least bit unique, other than the fact that we have a lot of choice.
And you can quickly close the bad guys, the bad actors.
They don't last long. Call them bad, call them good, call them low demand. I mean, low demand schools are not long for the world in Arizona.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Members, Representative Schoolcraft.
Dr. Ladner, I passed earlier in the interest of time, but that doesn't seem to be a concern, so I'll ask my question. Where do you live?
Phoenix.
Arizona?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so you're intimately aware of what's going on in Arizona.
Yes.
I'm fascinated with this whole story of Arizona because last year during campaigns, I was beat over the head constantly. Arizona shows school choice destroys state budgets. It's going to bankrupt us. I mean, I can't tell you how often I heard that.
Yeah.
And then I see this story from January of last year where the state superintendent released a report showing there's a surplus in the school budget and said that myth has been thoroughly busted. Can you tell me how that myth got started and spread?
I can. Our governor, Katie Hobbs, is an opponent of the ESA program. And after her first budget as governor, she had her staff assemble a memo which made this claim that the ESA program had caused severe financial problems in the state of Arizona. That is, in fact, what prompted our superintendent of public instruction, which is also a statewide elected official in Arizona, to release that press release that is here in your handout. He basically, what that press release says is like, there's this claim being made, but I just want to let y'all know that the ESA budget is under our overall K-12 budget, and our overall K-12 budget has a $28 million surplus. My understanding of mathematics that I got in the 1970s, 1980s in public schools here in Texas is that surpluses don't cause deficits. So this claim is utterly and completely false and has been repeated thousands of times.
Thank you.
Okay. One quick thing. Members, any more questions? All right, seeing none. Thank you, panel. Hold up just 1 second. Dr. Ladner, you did the same. You academic guys. You wrote on here, I show you registered for the bill. Matthew Ladner on behalf of the Heritage Foundation testifying for the bill in Phoenix, Texas. You have your permission to change that to Arizona? Yeah.
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you, panel. All right, it's 7:09, and reminder again, the public registration for public testimony will close at 8 p.m. And so we'll begin our public testimony. Public testimony, again, is limited to 2 minutes. We've had a lot of testimony today. Please come in, tell us what's on your mind for 2 minutes, but be mindful of the clock. We have 330 to go. All right. Also, we're going to give you heads up times for those in the overflow rooms. Be listening. If you register, these are in order, aren't they? So, if you registered earlier today, chances are you'll be coming up earlier because we're going to go right down the list. Chair calls James Dickey, Tammy Spencer, and John Mendoza. Okay, on deck will be Danielle Bryant, Cynthia Peltier, and Dr. Andrea Chevalier, so just give you a heads up. I show you registered as James Dickey testifying on behalf of Liberty for the Kids and yourself, be testifying for the bill, is that correct?
Correct.
I show you registered as John Mendoza, testifying on behalf of yourself, and you'll be testifying for the bill, is that correct?
That's correct.
All right, and I show you registered as Tammy Spencer, and you'll be testifying on behalf of the Dyslexia School of Houston, and you'll be testifying on the bill. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. Mr. Dickey, you may begin.
Thank
2
you.
minutes, please.
Mr. Chairman, members, thank you all very much for taking on this really important thing. And frame of reference for the witnesses in the room, I registered at 6:45 this morning, which is why I was on. first. I had planned to talk about my experience with my daughter, but I just really quickly I want to say, in my life in Texas, I have been in a Texas public school. My dad took a second job to put me in private school. I ended up back in public school, and then I ended up in a magnet school. My kids went through public school special needs. My son's severely hearing impaired, and we dealt with ARDS and all the fun of that. And our youngest, after we moved her to what is one of the best school districts around so that she could go to a great public school, after significant bullying ended up being homeschooled. I want to advocate for, and after listening to everything today, there may be no agreement on this committee of why this is under consideration, but my purpose for advocating for this and Liberty for the Kids, our purpose for advocating for this is we want more parents to have more choices. That's it. It really is that simple. That with more parents having more choices, the ones who are motivated, and we've all seen the statistic, 90-ish% of kids are likely to stay in public schools. Two of mine did, right? All through, even with special needs. 90-ish% will stay in public schools. But the parents who need to take care of it and move their kid, we can trust them to make good calls.
All right. Thank you for your testimony. Mr. Mendoza.
Thank you, distinguished committee members and friends. It is an honor to be here and to testify as to the great need to establish this education savings account. Speaking on behalf of my family, my region, citizens of the Rio Grande Valley, where I live, where I was educated, where I've spent the last 44 years of my life, we need this education savings account. Seeing my parents, especially my father, an immigrant, who worked hard to put his 4 children through an alternative education by means of a Christian school, I can speak firsthand as to the great sacrifices parents are willing to make to offer their children a different choice in education. Seeing his 4 children finish college, come back to the Rio Grande Valley, work and serve in various nonprofit organizations was a dream he saw achieved, but at great sacrifice. I believe the great state of Texas has always represented the land of opportunity, a place where if you choose, you can achieve the greatest success. What we're asking our representatives to consider is to free the state from being shackled to the status quo, the trap of single option education choice, only altered if parents either sacrifice greatly above their normal sacrifices or are blessed to financially be able to comfortably offer another education option to their children. We as Texans can do better. We as the land of opportunity and free markets can free our children to all the education options that exist today and those that this bill will create as the free market takes its course in the years ahead. Please free our children, empower our parents with the choice they deserve. An education savings account will begin to do exactly that. Vote yes for HB3. May God bless and lead this great state of Texas. Thank you for your time. And since I do have 15 more seconds, I would say that if we could convince Elon Musk to take his kids out of Brownsville ISD, his 14 children represent $210,000 to Brownsville ISD. If we can convince him to homeschool them under our ESCA account, it'd be $28,000 as opposed to $210,000 a year.
Thank you very much. That's something else I never have heard here yet. That's good. It's a good day. All right, Ms. Bryant, thank you. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Chairman Buckley and members of the committee. As the founder of Dyslexia School of Houston, it's my pleasure to join you today and tell you why there's such a critical need to resource dyslexia services in Texas. Dyslexia is a learning disability where individuals struggle to decode words and read fluently. It affects about 20% of our population. We have had a Texas Dyslexia Handbook over 3 decades we're working on since 1986. And yet, the Texas Education Agency says less than 6% of Texas students are identified with dyslexia. This lack of early identification and proper intervention has created a crisis. Texas is the 2nd most populous state and has the 4th worst literacy rate. Our Texas public schools do not have the expertise or adequately serving our dyslexic students. Millions of our children are hindered in achieving literacy by lack of adequate instruction. Even worse, many end up in the school-to-prison pipeline because of the social-emotional damage they suffer. A published report by the Texas Department of Criminal Justice and UTMB indicates 48% of the prison population is dyslexic. To be clear, I repeat, I am not anti-public school. I believe in public education. I spent nearly 3 decades as a public school administrator. My passion is to ensure that every child with dyslexia receives proper instruction. This goal is what led me to leave public schools and to start teaching children how to read in my own garage apartment. Since opening the Dyslexia School of Houston in 2020, we have served over 160 families as a supplement to traditional school or homeschooling. We are breaking barriers in dyslexia, but there's no more that we can do for our children without the journey doing this together.
All right, members, any questions for this panel? All right. Just 1 second. You're Miss Spencer. Let me read this to you again because I may have called you the wrong name when I introduced you a second ago. I show you registered as Tammy Spencer on behalf of the Dyslexia School of Houston, testifying on the bill. Is that correct?
That is correct.
I may refer to you Miss Bryan. I'm sorry. I looked at another name on the screen,
That's
so I
okay.
apologize for that. I'll make sure I've got that correct. Representative Schoolcraft?
Yeah, Ms. Spencer, the bill's got a reference to something called educational therapies, and I'm trying to figure out what that is, and I'm thinking that's somehow related to dyslexia. Do you know what that means?
Yes, I do. As a matter of fact, I was trying to read really fast. So there's 2 words in this bill of hundreds of pages that grab my attention, and it's called educational therapies. I do not believe that a public school student family should have to pull their children out of public education to have their dyslexia therapies taken care of. As I stated earlier, since 1986, the state of Texas has had a Texas Dyslexia Handbook. That means when we moved into the special education umbrella over this past year, we arrived with our own legislation. So there's no handbook for autism, there's no handbook for hearing impaired, so forth and so on. We are guided already through legislation, which is what you guys have worked so hard to help us with. We've worked towards getting funding. We've worked really hard since 2017 together in trying to get public education funding to support those identified with dyslexia. In the district that I worked in at that time, I happened to be the recipient of one of those $2 million grants. That took care of training 96 future therapists, and less than 10 completed the program. Where did the money go, and how is this supporting our children? So you have funded it, you have legislated it, and yet we're still under 6% being identified. So what I've had to do is take this upon myself, and during the 2020 COVID, our schools were shutting down, businesses were closing, homes were being shut in, and I opened a business, not to make money, to help our children in Texas. I was leaving the largest school district in the state of Texas and getting phone calls left and right. How are they going to help my child with dyslexia? What do we do when it's virtual? How are we going to handle this? I could not take it anymore. I was no longer associated in the public school setting, so I opened my detached garage apartment to help a few kids for the 2 weeks that we were going to close down. 2 years later, we were still half virtual and we still weren't fully operating. So obviously I outgrew my garage apartment, went into a storefront, outgrew the storefront, peeling the onion layers back. We have a crisis in literacy. And now on my own shoulders, I haven't asked for money and I'm not going to. I'm asking for help to let's talk about the children that are suffering the most.
Okay.
I think that at that point, what we're offering is a supplement to public education to private education to homeschool by providing the 1-hour dyslexia therapy. Unfortunately, it doesn't match like speech therapy where we can get covered through insurance reimbursement. This is completely out of pocket. So those that can afford the therapy are getting it. The ones that cannot, I'm supplementing.
Okay, I mean, a little shorter answer. Educational therapy, if I'm trying to explain it to somebody, then you're saying it's dyslexia services and like audio, other kinds of services you're calling therapies, educational therapies.
Because we are licensed by the Texas Licensing and Regulations Department as a licensed dyslexia therapist.
Okay, thank
Under
you.
health occupation.
All right, I understand now. Thank you.
Okay, so that's the therapy.
Thank you. Members, any more questions for this panel? All right, we appreciate y'all being here. Chair calls Danielle Bryant, Cynthia Peltier, and Dr. Andrea Chevalier. There's two. Okay, Samantha Peralta, Jennifer McDonald, and Holly Plemons, you'll be on deck.
Which, there's two of them.
Oh, whoa. Two Andrea Chevaliers?
Yep, we're both.
Holy moly.
Well, no, me and you.
God, Elon Musk and now this. It's TK's. It's Dr. Andrea Chevalier.
one.
Sorry,
This one.
but you're the TK's.
I'm TK.
Yeah, I know you're TK's.
I'm TK
We're
for
TK's. We're doing TK's now.
Okay.
Y'all switch. There you go.
Not
I'll
me.
call you later. I have no idea where you're on here at. Yeah. Wow. Holy smokes. Okay. All right. I'll show you registered as Danielle Bryant, testifying on behalf of yourself, and you'll be testifying against the bill. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right.
The actual Danielle Bryant starting.
Okay. I show you registered as Cynthia Peltier.
Yes, sir.
All right. And you'll be testifying on behalf of T-Case and be testifying against the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And I show you registered as Dr. Andrea Chevalier on behalf of T-Case, and you'll be testifying against the bill.
Correct.
Okay, we'll begin, we'll start over here. We'll begin with this Dr. Andrea Chevalier.
Okay. I'm so glad we met. Okay, well, good evening. I'm Dr. Andrea Chevalier with TCASE, and I wanted to address a couple of things before we get into some of the pieces of the bill. But the first is that heard some narratives about, just from the public school perspective, from groups that are representing educators, that for some reason it's believed that we want to hoard or control some sort of money related to public education, and that's why we testify against bills like that. And I just want to clear up that we're not testifying against this because we want to hoard the education of our children. It's because we care about the implementation of policies like this, which is directly related to the success of these programs in serving kids. And that's what my testimony focuses on, are some improvements to the bill that we think where students could potentially kind of fall through the cracks, students with disabilities. The second thing I wanted to address is I've also heard the narrative that from the public school side, we only ever ask for more money, and I just want to clear up with that as well, is that we're asking for money to fund the things that the legislature and the federal government requires of us. So that is why we usually come and ask for more funds. So related to the bill, there is a couple of sections that I think would exclude some students with disabilities, because we serve students with disabilities from 0 through 21. And so in the case of early childhood special education students, they may fall under the eligibility criteria of the bill, but students who are 3 or 4 actually have the right to dually enroll their children in a private school and a public school. So if they're enrolled in the public school, they would lose the eligibility for the ESA. And I also wanted to talk about the evaluations piece as well, so I'm happy to answer any questions about that. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much for your testimony. Ms. Peltier.
Okay, good evening, Chairman Buckley and members of the committee. My name is Cynthia Peltier. I am testifying against House Bill 3 today on behalf of TCASE and myself. I am an assistant superintendent in Danbury ISD. That's about an hour south of Houston. I've been in education for 28 years, 14 of those in a very large district as a special education director. TCASE is genuinely interested in what is right for kids. Likewise, this is not a Republican or a Democrat testimony. This is a common sense testimony. House Bill 3 is not good for students and especially those with disabilities. I also want to point out that this is not a parent choice bill. It's a private school choice bill. As Steve Alleman said, we already have to provide service plans to private schools. Private schools also have the opportunity to tell the school district, no, we don't want your service plan. Again, private school choice, not a parent choice. I also want to introduce you to a student. His name is Roman. You have a picture of him. Roman Pampolina is a 9th grade student south of Houston. He does not have a feeding tube. He is not nonverbal. He is autistic and ADHD. We have been to 5 private schools because he's in a school with 3,000 students, and his parents want a smaller school for him. 5 private schools in the Houston area have turned him down, including one only for students with disabilities. We went there 3 weeks ago. He shadowed the school for 3 days, and the school told him his academic needs were more than what they could provide. A special education only school turned him down. So his parents want the choice to put him in a private school, and the private school has the choice to tell these parents no. And your bill does not take care of that. In addition, the lady that was just up here talked about dyslexia services. I have had students in my district withdrawn from a private school, put into public school because the private school would not provide the dyslexia services. This is not a partisan issue. This bill is objectively harmful for our most vulnerable kids. And again, it's private school choice, not parent choice.
All right, thank you for your testimony, and we'll do Ms. Bryant.
Hello, my name is Danielle Bryant, and I am a product of private Catholic education in Arizona, but also a career-long educator here in Texas. I'm here to oppose HB3 because this is not about parental choice. It is about dismantling public education for private gain. But as a 4th-generation Phoenician, I want to set the Arizona record straight really quickly. My private high school would, in fact, kick girls out if they were pregnant based on their ability, and my brother-in-law was refused multiple admittance to private schools in Arizona because he has Down syndrome. But we're here to talk Texas. Chair Buckley, Representatives Ashby, Frank, Cunningham, and the rest of the committee, your district schools are more than places where kids learn. They are major employers. Killeen ISD has over 6,000 employees. Lufkin ISD over 1,000, Wichita Falls 1,800, and Humble ISD employs over 6,500 people. A vote for HB3 is a vote for layoffs and economic decline in your own communities. What happens to Friday Night Football for the Lufkin Panthers, or the next Des Bryant in your community when funding is slashed by nearly $3 million, or to Humble ISD's newly crowned women's state championship basketball team when $20 million is gone? These schools are the heart of your towns. Without them, you're shutting community pride down. HB3 is a hollow promise for working, rural, and military families alike. And we know this playbook. Privatize healthcare, medical debt becomes the #1 cause of bankruptcy. Privatize retirement, most people stop working with less than $50K saved. Privatization does not fix systems, it exploits them. Many proponents today are huge fans of Milton Friedman, who, let's not forget, immediately after Hurricane Katrina said that God gave New Orleans a clean slate when the levees broke because it allowed private companies to commandeer their education system. And now those same outsiders want Texas to become the Wild West of school privatization. For 30 years, Texas Republicans have manufactured a crisis by underfunding schools despite record surpluses, freezing funding, and let inflation cripple budgets, then labeled struggling schools as failing to push vouchers. The irony is that 7 of Texas's top 10 high schools by SAT scores are still public schools. You're not just defunding schools, you're dismantling community traditions for a failed plan, and we'll remember.
All right, thank you very much. Members, any questions for this panel? Representative Hinojosa.
Ms. Bryant, thank you for your
Yes.
testimony, and thank you for your service to our kids.
Thank you.
Do you know what the impact to AISD would be if only 1% of students from the district left Austin ISD to take this voucher and attend a private school?
I do not.
And by the way, 1% I think is half of what TEA has predicted would be the uptake rate. I don't have the 2% number, but the 1% number is about $6 million. I know our school district is already in deficit, so I share your concerns about layoffs and school closures.
Thank you.
All right, members, any more questions for this panel? All right, thank you very much. Appreciate you being here. You're moving them all around. Hang on. Chair calls Samantha Peralta, Jennifer McDonald, and Holly Plemons. Lynn Davenport, Abraham Palatzik, and Celia Garcia, you'll be on deck. You're Ms. Plemons, correct? And what's your name? I'm sorry?
Samantha Peralta.
Okay, so we're still waiting on Jennifer McDonald. Jennifer McDonald. She's not, okay. Okay, we're going to show Jennifer McDonald on behalf of Texans for Parental Choice in Education and herself. She will be for the bill but not testifying. Okay. We'll begin with Ms. Peralta.
Hello, my name is Samantha Peralta. I am from El Paso, Texas. I am a mother of 4 kids. I have an 8th grader, 6th grader, 2nd grader, and my last one in kindergarten. My oldest started attending Most Holy Trinity in kindergarten. We started attending Most Holy Trinity due to not knowing where we'd be living. We moved in with my parents while we looked for somewhere to live. I didn't know where we could afford to live, and it seemed hard to move her multiple times. I went and spoke to the principal. He gave me options. We filled out financial aid forms. We applied for scholarships. And now I proudly say that she's in her last year there. Being low income, we thought private school was never going to be an option. 3 of my 4 children are high-functioning autistic children, 1 being dyslexic as well. On top of that, 2 of my 4 children have food allergies. The worries I face for school are high. In public school, they would either be placed in special ed or placed in a big class. Neither are things I want for my children, seeing as my kids are thriving in smaller class settings. Our classes at most have 20 students, but most barely have 16 to 17 kids. Our school runs on prayers and volunteers because we are unable to afford much. For example, I as a parent volunteer my time to coach cheerleaders because it was something fun for our school to look forward to. I would love for our school to have more opportunities, but with limited funds, we can only hope for volunteers to give us those opportunities at this time. We love to see our school grow and have more in the future. I also wanted to mention that teachers on average only make about $35,000 a year at our school, and they dedicate more time than any other teacher I've ever seen. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much for your testimony. And Ms. Plemons.
Hi, my name is Holly Plemons. I'm the mom of 3. I am a Tarrant County GOP precinct chair and area leader. Is it going out? I am giving you guys 9 pages of notes that I made on this bill. I go page and line number. All of the Republicans, you have received these in your office, or your legislative director has. Democrats, I've gotten to most of you, but not all of you. I'll be here all week if anybody would like to talk about this. My notes are also available on my public Facebook and X. The reason I'm against this bill is because it's not conservative. It grows government, creates a subsidy, doesn't match the proposition on the ballots, goes against the RPT preamble, principle, and plank. The money does not follow the child, and the bill is so stringy it's like a bowl of spaghetti. I highlighted 16 strings in my notes with page and line number. I am very well aware of the paid messaging that all R's want HB3, but I beg to differ. I bet that money that Republican voters would not be for HB3 if they knew illegals were eligible and closer to the front of the line than they are, that an LGBTQ school that is private, just like they have in Arizona, can be created and be a voucher school, that Muslim schools, we have 25 of them in the state of Texas, 16 of them are already accredited, and they can immediately become a voucher vendor school. I'm positive that Republicans do not want to fund that. I also know that Republicans don't want to pay another tax. This bill doesn't deliver what was sold to voters, nor can any ESA ever. Only a tax exemption can. On the fiscal note, I think it's pretty interesting to note that in 5 years, 549,500 kids that are not currently on the government TEAT are going to be on it, and only 98,000 kids are going to be leaving public school for private school. So this is truly the government takeover of private education. This has nothing to do with helping kids get out of public schools.
All right. Thank you very much for your testimony. Members, any questions for this panel? Representative Hinojosa.
Thank you, Ms. Plevins. I giggle a little bit because I've had so many Republicans come up to me today and say, I don't agree with you on a lot of things, but I agree with everything you're saying about this bill. And so I want to encourage you to be able to have this conversation. Thank you for having this conversation with a Democrat. We don't have to agree on everything, but we can agree on this bill. You mentioned two things that I don't quite follow, tax exemption and the fiscal note. Can you speak to, you said only a tax exemption, and then you said something about a fiscal note.
So if the money is going to be following the child, then that would be a tax exemption. And a tax exemption would also match our Republican Party principles. So there's 10 principles of what it means to be a Republican in Texas. And that would match, if we did something like that, it would also match our plank that also does suggest that we can do a tax exemption as well. And so that would be our money that we're paying into our M&O. It could also go for renters, and the landlord would just pass it on over. I wrote a bill for this. If anybody wants a copy of it, you've got my email address, you've got my phone number at the top of my notes. And so you can ask me for it and I can send it to you. I'm also going to be here all week, so I have a couple copies with me that I could get. As for the fiscal note, I didn't include that in my notes because, as you know, we didn't get it until an hour before the hearing. But it's pretty interesting to note that through 2030, this is going to be $11 billion. And I know that it said that we're only talking about the first billion. You're not going to create a program and then take the coupons away from the kids once they go. We know this program's going to go. It's not going to end. So whenever we're looking at the fiscal note, that's like if you hire a contractor to do your kitchen. You would not tell them, yeah, go ahead, I've told you what I want, and not find out the estimate of what it's going to cost. This is our estimate. This is going to be $11 billion by 2030. I would think that it's going to be more than that, considering everybody that's on the wait list can get a coupon in the next biennium. And I believe that people are going to sign up for this, absolutely. But it's, should we do it? Is it fiscally responsible? It's not that the people are not going to want it. It's what's going to happen. What are the unintended consequences that are going to come from this? The fiscal note says only 10% of the people that are going to be participating are going to be the SPED disability kids. Grows the government by 46, 8 at TEA, and we currently have a Republican bill to end the TEA. How are we going to end the TEA if this bill is going to be growing it? The salaries for growing the government is $29 million through 2030. 322,000 homeschoolers, they assume, are going to take a $2,000 ESA. And only 122,500 kids are going to be left in true private school. And that's why I'm here. I have one child in a private school. I have one child in a charter school. My private school kid will graduate this year, and then I can put my baby in that private school. I have done all 10 options of school choice. We have school choice in Texas. I have done all 10. And I have found what works for my family, and it's this private school. And now here comes the government. I literally can't shake y'all. Every single time that I try to do something, here you come to destroy what I've done. So I am a stay-at-home mom. I believe that it is my God-given right to raise my children, and I will continue to do so. I'm not going to go get a job. I sold my car. I drive an almost 20-year-old car. I have the newest car in my family. We don't go on vacations. We don't go out to eat. We don't even go to the movies, because I think it's more important to have a government-free education for my child. And I've been waiting for the last 2 years. I just got to get through 2 years, and then my baby's going to be able to go to that private school. And now this. This isn't fair, Chairman Buckley. This isn't fair what you're doing at all. This is not responsible. And it really bothers me when I look at the donations of where this is going and how it's being pushed, and Odyssey coming around and sharing with you guys all about being a CEAO, and then Jeff Yaz is a part of Odyssey. Yes, he is. And this is upsetting to me. This isn't responsible, and it's not fair. It's not fair to the parents that we did what we're supposed to do. We had personal accountability and responsibility, and we pulled ourselves up by our bootstraps, and we're paying for that private school. My private school has been here for 40 years, and they don't think they're going to make it 5 years if this passes. And they're going to be gone. This is the elimination of choice. It is not adding more choice. I think that this is unbelievably dangerous, and in other states, it hasn't been working out. We talk about Florida. FYI, on the NAEP, Florida is number 2. Texas is number 8. Do you know how many states have actually improved their scores? 8. We're one of them. We did not flatline. We did not go down. And we are only 2 points off of Florida. I think that there's a lot of facts that were stated here today. I forget the guy's name, but he sat here forever from Michigan. He was awesome. He absolutely laid it out of exactly what's been going on. And we should listen. We should look at what's happening in other states instead of creating a vendor bill for these vendors to come in and profit. They're going to be the ones that are going to profit the most. It's not going to be the kids. The fiscal note for HB3 and SV2, $98,000 in 5 years. That's not what voters were thinking.
All right. Thank you. Members, any more questions? Representative Kerwin.
Ms. Flemons, I'm very impressed with your research and tenacity.
Thank you.
I have a question. You mentioned about the 10, I think, plants on our platform that
Yes.
this bill does not support.
Yes.
Could you just quickly explain that?
Yeah, so it's number 5 and number 9. Number 5 is personal accountability and responsibility. And number 9 is a free enterprise society unencumbered by government interference or subsidies. And this is a subsidy. It is. Now, I don't think that the SREC is going to censure you guys over this. They should, because you're violating 20% of our principles. And so in the last convention, Rule 44 changed. And Republicans can be censured if they violate the priorities, which this is not, or they violate the principles. This would be 2 violations right here. And I think it's very dangerous. This is going against everything that a Texas Republican is.
Thank you.
All right. Members, any more questions? All right. Thank you very much for your testimony.
Mr. Ashby, you have a wonderful chief of staff. He was probably the nicest staff.
Chair calls Lynn Davenport, Abraham Palatsek, and Celia Garcia. Taylor Carricker Cavan, Megan Vasquez, and Bree Rolfe, you'll be on deck. Okay. All right. All right, I show you registered as Lynn Davenport, testifying on behalf of yourself, testifying against the bill. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. I show you
Yes.
registered as Abraham Palatsek. Is that?
That's correct.
All right, Palatsek, testifying on behalf of yourself, and you'll be testifying for the bill. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right, then I show you registered as Celia Garcia, testifying on behalf of Texans for Parental Choice in Education, and you'll be testifying for the bill. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right, thank you. We'll begin with you, Ms. Garcia.
My name is Celia Garcia, mother of Isabella Garcia, who attends 2nd grade at Most Holy Trinity Catholic School in El Paso, Texas. Isabella has been at Most Holy Trinity for 4 years. She is part of the choir and cheer team. She will also be receiving her sacraments in May, which she is looking forward to because it allows her to examine her conscience and be better prepared to receive the body of Christ. Cheerleading has taught her to treat life like a performance. She only gets so much time to be remembered as much as possible. She also feels God has given her the gift of singing, which allows her to grow in faith and pursue her happiness. Isabella has built a foundation of good character guided by faith and not just memorizing prayers, just how Isabella's grandfather wanted it to be. I agreed to enroll her at Most Holy Trinity because of the excellent core values they enlisted. Sadly, my father passed away 1 year before Isabella entered pre-K at Most Holy Trinity. This life event was unexpected and devastating for us, but Most Holy Trinity allowed Isabella to find healing through friends, teachers, and faith. Also found comfort for the family and letting us know and understand my father will always be with us spiritually. Studies show that according to the NAEP report cards, Catholic schools outperform public school students in reading and math. Even though public schools are heavily funded with the top technology, teacher resources, and training, Catholic school teachers outshine the public schools. But what no one understands at the Catholic education is our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. This legislative assistance would allow us to continue to allow teachers and staff to serve a greater population. Imagine that. Following God's command to bring all children to Him. How would our society be different?
Thank you very much for your testimony. And Mr. Palazzi.
Good evening, Chairman Buckley and members of this esteemed committee. My name is Abraham Palachuk, and I'm speaking today on behalf of my fellow community members in Southwest Houston and Jewish day school parents across this great state of Texas to express our strong support for House Bill 3. Our community's families do not have the option of sending their children to the local public schools. The school that serves our community, Milne Elementary, fails to meet even the most basic academic standards. Only 18% of students are proficient in math and 20% in reading. This means 4 out of 5 children are falling behind. The school consistently ranks among the lowest performing in the state, which is simply unacceptable. Beyond academics, Milne Elementary does not align with our community's values. We believe in an education that fosters academic success and nurtures our children's moral and cultural development. Unfortunately, the current public school option does not support these priorities, leaving us with no choice but to turn to private education. But providing our children with private education comes at a steep cost. Families in our community must pay tens of thousands of dollars annually in tuition, all while continuing to fund underperforming public schools through our property taxes. This double financial strain is increasingly unsustainable. Many parents are forced to take on second jobs or make significant sacrifices that jeopardize their financial stability to ensure their children receive the education they deserve. 80% of students in our school receive tuition scholarships, and no student is turned away for financial reasons. House Bill 3 offers a lifeline. It empowers families to direct their education dollars towards schools that meet their children's needs, leveling the playing field and ensuring all children in Texas have access to quality education that aligns with their family's values. On behalf of our community, I urge you to support this critical legislation. Thank you for your time and thoughtful consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Palachuk. Ms. Davenport.
Yes, I'm testifying against the bill because, like my testimony against House Bill 2 last week, it's because both bills are a redistribution of wealth. We've seen that with charter schools. That was a redistribution of wealth. Vouchers are also a redistribution of wealth. And I'm baffled by the people representing religious schools that come here and say, I want to flee the government schools only to accept government-regulated school choice. Makes zero sense. The very government that helped break the system, the body here for decades has helped break the system. And then we're presenting this counterfeit solution of subsidies, which for those of you who are in the Republican Party like I am, it does violate the party principles, the priorities, the platform, the plank, all of it. Chairman West, who's my GOP chair in Dallas County, he came out with a statement about Plank 84. These bills don't match the Republican Party planks, the platform. You can't reconcile the two. So let me go into how it was broken. We talk a lot about Milton Friedman because he loved the idea of a broken system because that's an opportunity. That's why they call it a monopoly now. When I was in school, they didn't call our schools monopolies. That's a marketplace term because they view it as a marketplace. Our children are viewed as commodities. That's why there's so many vendors feeding at the trough. The special ed cap was set in 2004. You were on the school board, Representative Buckley, in Killeen when this happened. That was set by the legislature, and the person who sat in your chair was the one who said it. That was Grusendorf. And you know, Grusendorf is back to lobby for vouchers with Liberty for the Kids. So the same people who break the system come back to remake it with vouchers, offering a solution that is not a solution. The solution is to fix the schools that were broken by this body and the federal government.
Wrap up your testimony. You're at 2 minutes.
I also want to point out Louisiana is often heralded as this wonderful example that Marath thinks is a great example of school choice. The legislation was written a year prior to the hurricane, and then the waters had not receded when they were moving in to charterize the district, and look at it now. Not a solution.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Members, any questions for this panel? Representative Frank?
Well, I would just note, Alan West, less than 2 years ago, said this was a civil rights issue of our day, but
Well, he
I think
supports
it may
school
be a
choice.
little
He
bit
doesn't
political.
support these bills because they don't align with the requests of the party. So these aren't clean bills. That's why. The bills have strings. That's not in the party plank. No strings. No strings attached.
All right, Representative Bryant, do you have a question?
Ms. Davenport, would you repeat what you testified to about the special ed cap?
Yes, it was an arbitrary illegal cap that was set in 2004. And when I approached Kent Grusendorf, who was the chair of this committee, I said, were you there and did you set that cap? And he said, yes, I was there. And he regretted it. He knew it did not result in what they were trying to do. And that was to deny children special needs services, and they could not go above 8.5%. So my district serving 12 would be penalized for serving more than 8.5%. So when I say they broke the system, that means they were purposely denying children with special needs services to save money. It's the most egregious example that I can think of thus far.
I'm curious about the Republican opposition to this bill. Being a Democrat, I'm not, but it does seem inconsistent for a classical conservative to be in favor of using public money to pay people to go to private schools. Is that part of your theme, or am I just inventing my own testimony there?
You mean, are you asking if it's my theme to be against it because it's a subsidy? Is that?
You're an active Republican.
Absolutely, yeah.
Right.
Former precinct chair and very active, yes.
Right, and you're testifying against this bill.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm just asking if at the heart of your whole approach is that classically, no conservative would be in favor of using government funds to pay
Correct,
some-
because we're against universal health care, we're against universal basic income, but universal school choice, which is not universal because it doesn't serve all kids.
Yeah.
And so yes, it flies in the face of conservative principles, but because of the money that is pumped into these campaigns, like I think Representative Schoolcraft should recuse himself because of the money that the governor gave him to buy that seat. No, I'm serious. I think this is a really serious issue.
Well, hold up just a second.
Yes, sir.
Don't make a personal attack against
Was
a
that
member on
personal?
the committee. Yeah,
that was
pretty personal.
That was public. It's all public. Go to Transparency Texas website.
That is not the bill before us. The bill before us now, if you'll
It's all about the
continue to
bill. It's the only thing the
speak on
governor
bill.
wants is school choice. That's number one. At the Republican convention, we actually bumped it to number 9, but it's the only thing the governor wants. That's why we don't solve. That's why we've had 6 sessions about school choice, but not about discipline. Whatever happened in your district is atrocious. That's a discipline issue. We're not addressing it. So you can say all you want.
All right, members, any more questions for this
Thank you
panel?
for your courage.
All right, Representative Schoolcraft.
Ms. Davenport, interestingly, school choice is not a new issue to me. It has nothing to do with the governor. In 1989, 91, I was here advocating for school choice. I filed to run because of school choice, and it was over a month after I filed that I ever first heard from the governor. He had no idea who I was. Now, you talked about this being a redistribution of wealth. To me, this would be the state paying a private company to perform a service. I mean, is that an irrational statement?
Yes.
It is?
Yes.
Okay, so we're not paying the schools to provide a service, which would be education?
Well, that's in our Constitution, Article 7. I know it's inconvenient, but that's what's written in there.
No, I mean, answer my question, please. Are we paying for them to provide education?
Yes, we are
Okay.
paying for them.
All right. So we're subsidizing them because we're paying them. Is that
No.
what you're saying?
Public free schools are in our Constitution. That's
No.
not to pay for
I'm
private
trying to
schools.
understand the concept of subsidy here. How are we subsidizing a private school? Are we paying them for a service?
You're taking public dollars and you're putting them into private hands.
Okay.
through a subsidy.
Do you drive on the highways?
Yes, and I don't build my own road.
No, you don't. The state pays a private company to provide a service to build our roads.
And you're
Are we doing that to subsidize the highway contractors?
No, there's an RFP, there's a process, but I'm saying I can't build my
We
own
ha-
road
we-
because I want my own private road, is what I'm saying.
Well, no.
That's what a voucher is.
Paying a highway contractor to provide a service is not a subsidy to them. Paying a private school to provide a service, which reduces the state's burden, by the way, is not a subsidy. That's all my point is. Thank you.
Let's look
All right,
at like
members,
toll
any-
lanes.
any more questions for this
You've got public school,
witness?
you got private school.
Re-
Now
uh,
you're asking for
rep-
another taxpayer-funded toll
Representative
lane.
Talarico, you have the.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm wondering if a better analogy is a toll road.
Yes, I just did that.
Where people who make a certain amount of money are able to use that and everybody else not able to. And I mean, the last time I checked, toll roads aren't very popular in the state of Texas.
Correct. So, yeah, we have public schools, that's one lane, taxpayer-funded toll lane. We've got charter schools, a dual system that hasn't moved the needle or lifted old boats, as we say. And then we've got vouchers, which will be a third lane. And then, if Betancourt's bill passes, that's going to be virtual ed we'll be paying for. So we will absorb all those systems. So it's not going to save us any money. It's not really going to drain the public schools. It's actually going to add a new tax, like Holly said. New taxpayer-funded lane.
All right, members, any more questions? All right, thank you very much, panel.
Thank you.
Excuse me. Chair calls Taylor Carricker Cavan, Megan Vasquez, and Bree Rolfe. Tanya Tasneem, Tracy Dunlap, and Brenda Howard, you're on deck. I got that name wrong, but I'll correct it in a minute. All right, I show you registered as Taylor Carricker Cavan.
Yes,
You'll be testifying on behalf of yourself, and you'll be testifying against the bill. Is that correct?
that's correct.
All right, I show you registered as Megan Vasquez,
That's correct.
and you'll be testifying on behalf of yourself, and you'll be testifying against the bill. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And I show you registered as Bree Rolfe,
That is correct.
and you'll be testifying on behalf of yourself, testifying against the bill. Is that correct?
That is correct.
All right, we'll begin. Y'all can flip a coin, Miss
go take?
Let's
Yeah,
do
I'll
Miss
go.
Carricker Cavan.
Thank you. I'm a teacher in Austin ISD, here to testify against House Bill 3. I'm also a military brat and a graduate of Killeen ISD, for what it's worth. Private schools are businesses. They will take money without accountability that comes with serving all students. The language that we've heard about contracts confirms that. As you've heard today, private schools are not required to provide special education services like public schools. The private schools often utilize the LEA to provide services. I've personally seen this. In the past school year, I was part of 2 ARD committees for students not enrolled in my school. These students were either homeschooled or in private schools, yet public schools still had to provide special education evaluations, service plans, and consultations, all funded by public dollars. To ensure the ARD committee was in agreement, we met 6 times over the course of 2 months, often for hours at a time, time that I was unable to utilize to serve students enrolled in my school that we do receive funding for. This bill diverts money from public schools that are legally responsible for all students, including those with disabilities. The chronic underfunding of Texas public schools is the root of the manufactured crisis House Bill 3 claims to fix. Vouchers don't provide choice. They funnel taxpayer dollars to private institutions with no legal responsibility for our most vulnerable students. To comment on some discussion from today, research shows that competition does not drive improvement. Collaboration does. And if public school students leave, districts will have no choice but to cut teacher positions, exacerbating our already overcrowded classrooms. I urge you to stand with Texas educators. Reject this bill. Thank you for your time.
All right, thank you for your testimony, Ms. Rolfe.
I've been a public educator in Texas for almost 20 years. I taught for 17 of those years, 9 of which have been in Austin ISD. I am also a proud product of the Massachusetts public school system, where they spend almost triple the amount per student, and I believe is at the top of that list. But I'm not here to talk about that today. I'm here to talk about my students who don't have choices this bill will give. I left the classroom 2 years ago to support students in temporary living situations, including students experiencing homelessness in foster care, and since we kept mentioning them this morning, military-connected students. There are currently over 1,300 families experiencing homelessness in Austin ISD, and some of those are unaccompanied minors. Most of my job is removing barriers for these students, and if my students were to access this, this just creates a ton of barriers that they will never be able to navigate. If schools are properly funded, they can be a place of magic and transformation. I have helped students sleeping outside find housing through LifeWorks, stabilizing them enough to go to college. I have advocated with Disability Rights Texas for students who were sleeping on benches, who didn't have a parent that was capable of advocating for him. I am the person that provides emergency clothing and food when a family is evicted or their house burns down. The students I serve will never benefit from this voucher system. They are rarely considered when people are making decisions, but they are for sure the people that will be harmed if you remove funding from public schools and shovel it into private schools with little to no oversight. They are the students who charter private schools accept initially and then toss out when they realize their needs are too great. You claim school choice, but it's the schools who will be choosing. My students rarely have choices.
All right, thank you for your testimony, Ms. Vasquez.
My name is Megan Vasquez, and I'm a proud graduate of AISD Public Schools. I have dedicated the past 14 years to serving AISD students as an educator. I'm here today to express my strong opposition to HB3. Public property taxes should not be used to fund private school vouchers. This is a misuse of taxpayer money. Last legislative session, it was beyond frustrating to watch special session after special session, all aimed at forcing a policy that Texans have repeatedly rejected. When will enough be enough? Public schools can and already provide many of the same opportunities as private schools, and with full funding, we could expand and enhance these offerings even further. Many of the experiences offered by private schools aren't exclusive to just private education. They are simply the result of sufficient investment. It is incredibly frustrating to hear criticisms of public schools' capacity when we haven't seen an increase in per-student funding since 2019. During the 2023 special session, I testified and reminded lawmakers that Texas voters sent a clear message of support for public school teachers by passing Prop 9, which provided a cost of living adjustment for retired educators. It passed with 84% approval, more than any other item on the ballot. Texas voters have made it clear they value their public schools, their students, and the educators who serve them. The state's own analysis of a recent voucher bill warned that even a small shift in projected payroll could make the TRS system actuarially unsound. This means taxpayer-funded vouchers would not only divert critical funding from public schools, but could also destabilize TRS, forcing retired teachers to receive fewer benefits for the rest of their lives or requiring active public teachers to pay more into the system. Texas teachers already face financial hardships through our careers. To endure the same uncertainty in retirement is more than cruel. Every employee in a school district deserves dignified pay. At the start of 2022, I realized I might not be able to afford a lifelong career in teaching. Despite working full-time as a teacher, I struggled to afford my basic expenses, even with a roommate and seasonal work. As I begin my master's in educational policy and planning at UT, I'm faced with the difficult reality of needing a second job during the school year, and I know I'm not alone. A recent study showed 52% of teachers work a second job, and 89% of teachers work their second job during the school year. This is not sustainable. Texas teachers should be able to focus on their students, not how to make ends meet. I urge you to stop this harmful push for private school vouchers with public tax dollars. Invest in and support public schools. Thank you for your time.
All right, thank you very much for your testimony. Members, any questions for this panel? All right, thank you all for being here.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair calls Tania Tasneem, Tracy Dunlap, and Brenda Howard. Okay, I'll show you red shirt. Is it Tania?
It's Tanya.
Tanya, I did it right the first
I
time.
know, it's the I.
I'm sorry. That's all right. My apologies. Show you red shirt is Tanya Tasneem, testifying on behalf of yourself. You'll be testifying against the bill. Is that correct?
That is correct.
All right. I show you red shirt is Tracy Dunlap, testifying on behalf of yourself, testifying against the bill. Is that correct?
Correct.
And I show you red shirt is Brenda Howard, testifying on behalf of yourself, testifying for the bill. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. We'll begin with Ms. Dunlap.
Okay, well, good evening. My name is Tracy Dunlap. I'm a kindergarten teacher and a proud member of Education Austin, Texas AFT, and the Texas State Teachers Association. And I'm here to speak in opposition to House Bill 3. Public schools educate over 5 million students in our state, and yet we are grossly and perpetually underfunded. But here we sit, spending yet another legislative session focused on siphoning money away from our public schools and the vast majority of Texas students who attend them. Vouchers, or ESAs, will hurt our students. Our public tax dollars should not be diverted to unaccountable private schools. We know from other states, such as Arizona and Oklahoma, that student outcomes are no better and are often worse when students use vouchers to attend private schools. We also know that most students using vouchers are from wealthy families who use them to subsidize their private school education. Vouchers are promoted as a way for families to have choice, but in reality, it's the private schools that have the choice. And unlike public schools, can deny students entry as they see fit. Vouchers will also hurt public school employees. After years of underfunding, most school districts in Texas are currently operating in a deficit budget, closing schools, cutting vital programs, increasing class size, and even laying off employees. We can't afford vouchers. I'm a veteran teacher of 37 years. I love my students and my school, but retirement is on the horizon. I've made sacrifices over the years to stay in this profession, but one of the reasons I could tolerate the low pay is the promise of a pension that I could never outlive. Now I'm hearing that a voucher program could destabilize TRS and put my pension and retirement at risk. As someone who has spent my entire career in the service of my community, this is unconscionable and infuriating. I should be able to count on my pension and retire with dignity. We have a record surplus in our state budget, and you have a real opportunity to do right by our public school educators and students. ESAs are not right for Texas, and we are counting on you to keep public dollars in public schools. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much for your testimony. Ms. Tasneem.
Hi, everybody. I'm Tanya Tasneem, Texan-born, Pakistani-raised with a little twist of El Paso. I had the privilege of giving invited testimony in 2022 to the Joint Committees on Public Education and Higher Education, so it is nice to see some familiar faces and some new ones. I have been a dedicated educator in Texas public schools for 18 years, and I just recently earned my principal certification in January. No snaps? In those years of teaching, I've had the privilege of learning and growing from many students, upwards of 2,500, but I've never met one quite like Sky. For a year and a half, we navigated an incredibly difficult relationship. There were moments of deep frustration, but also very small victories, like when she gave me a very real and raw apology about verbally abusing me for all this time. She is a student with special education needs and significant emotional challenges. She spent time in an alternative learning center where I visited her every week. Those visits filled my cup. No matter how much she resisted, they always ended with, Ms. Tasneem, can I please have a hug? Then everything changed. Guardianship shifted. She was moved to another city. Later, I learned she had returned to our district and enrolled in high school. When I went to visit her to give her her 8th grade certificate of completion, she was already gone. The last I heard, she was in foster care. I carry her 8th grade certificate of completion with me as a reminder of how far she has come. Sky is exactly the kind of student who won't have access to an educational savings account. Foster youth with disabilities don't have the luxury of school choice. They rely on the wraparound services our public schools provide, mental health support, special education interventions, transportation, meals, and a team of educators fighting for their success. Diverting public funds through ESAs weakens the very system that held her up. I share her story because she's not the only one. She deserved better, and so do all the students like her. As a proud product of public schools, I think we might have lost sight of the mission of public free schools. So I leave you with something I learned in my 7th grade Texas history class in 1993, Article 7, Section 1, which you've heard all day. For 18 years, I have performed the duties of the position assigned and many other duties as assigned, as prescribed by state law and the district with reasonable care, skill, and diligence, and now it's your turn.
I urge you to reject the education savings account bill. Instead, focus on strengthening the schools that serve all Texans. Thank you for your time.
All right, thank you very much for your testimony. Ms. Howard?
Thank you. My name is Brenda Howard. Good evening, Chairman Buckley and members. I am speaking for myself and for HB3. I'm an advocate for school choice because I've seen it work in my own life. We moved to Arizona after my husband retired from the military, and my son was to finish his junior and senior year in the Metro Phoenix area. There were 2 public schools available for our zip code, and the best school was filled up a year in advance. So my son was going to attend the school that struggled. I wasn't worried about him because he was an Army brat, and he had attended some of the worst and best schools our nation has to offer. He could be successful in any school. I unfortunately ignored him when he told me that this was a terrible school, that it wasn't safe, and that it was run by gangs. I told him to buck up because he was a tough kid. Near the end of the first semester, my 17-year-old came to me and said, "I've made an appointment with the principal of a different school, and he says I can graduate as a junior." If you know 17-year-olds, they don't always show initiative, and when my son did this on his own at a time when I was off work, I knew I had failed him. We met with the principal, he transferred and graduated as a junior. My happy-go-lucky kid returned, his joy for school returned, and I was so grateful that Arizona offered school choice. I know that it works, I know that public schools do not die, and I know that it saved my son. It is past time for the great state of Texas to step up and offer options that will empower parents and students.
All right. Thank you very much for your testimony. Members, any questions for this panel? All right. Thank you all very much for being here. Oh, I'm sorry. Vice Chair Bernal.
Thanks. I appreciate the testimony of all of you. But just because in some ways, you and you are sort of saying the same thing. It worked for you, right?
Yes.
And so then I'm thinking about the student you were talking about, which, theoretically, I think the spirit of the bill is that it would work or should work for her as well. So I go back to my original question, if you heard it, which is, if we're going to offer this to students, should we then find a way to require that in one way or another, that the receiving institutions take them? Because if they don't, then it really isn't for your student. And maybe you're able to pull it off, but someone else with the exact same problems, but maybe not the means, wouldn't be able to get there. But someone whose family does have means, something that your student doesn't, wouldn't be able to. I'm trying to resolve this. I'm sort of asking for your take on it.
I love that you asked that question, and I appreciate it very much, because when you asked the question, I thought, I actually have an answer to that. In our area, and I can only speak to my area where I'm in Bell County,
Sure.
And in our area, we have a training center that helps students learn a skill while they are also finishing their high school. And if the student has difficulties or whatever, it gets them a skill and a trade. That school is considering applying for this, assuming that this passes and all things are. They had a student that was in her car, homeless, that came in. They supported her, they surrounded her, they got her an apartment. The community and that school loved on it. And this is a private institution, right. And they loved on her, and I went to her graduation, and I'm going to tell you, there was not a dry eye there. So Tracy, for example, she's got the SPED school. I have a therapy dog, and I go into all the public schools, I go into the private schools, and Tracy will bend over backwards. I mean, her salary is $65,000 a year. That's from the heart. And so some of these schools, what we have a vision of is, oh, it's a private school. It's like a $30,000 school, and they're boarding you overnight, and it's a boarding school, and you have to have uniforms and that. And maybe there are some of those schools, but the schools like the one that saved my son, oh my goodness, these guys love these kids. And there are smaller schools. As statistics have shown, 95% of all students will 100% choose their public school because they want that public school experience. They want the football. They want the prom. They want all of that band. But there are kids like her student and like the SPED students and like my son. We came in and he was overqualified for the school. They were going to make him go to school for 2 years, and he would have been bored. He would have been in jail, quite frankly. But this other school, accommodated him. They had an accelerated program. They allowed him to take Arizona history as an additional course, and they made sure he graduated and did what was best for him. So what Texas will see is what I saw in Arizona, and I know it's hard. It's hard if you haven't lived that experience to see what the opportunities are that are here. So there may very well be a program that develops that's an accredited school, and I appreciate that it does need to be accredited because we don't want the box schools or whatever they're called, but there could be a program. The other thing I found in Arizona was there were schools that actually addressed disciplinary issues, and that Representative Hinojosa had mentioned about the disciplinary issues. These students aren't successful in school. DAEP doesn't work for them. And then I think it was Representative Leo Wilson that was talking about the school that comes into play.
Right.
So there's so many, it's
Right.
exciting.
I'm excited too. I think my question is, I just want to be clear.
Yes.
Should schools be able to tell a student no because they live in a car?
I haven't actually seen that because we're talking about
Right.
different students and different schools and
Okay.
perceptions. But I wish Representative Dutton was here because in his ward, there will be schools that will come in and they will actually serve those students.
I understand, I think, and I'm just going to say this and then we
Oh,
can move
okay,
on.
I'm sorry.
We have to write policy,
Correct.
right? And there's no way to write goodwill into policy. There's no way
Right.
to write crossing our fingers and hope they really make it happen into
actually
policy.
happens.
Can I respond?
Please.
Thank you. I'm not a big fan at throwing money at problems because I don't have any because I'm a public school teacher, but we never try that here. We never try it.
Yeah.
I think we're saying the same thing, but the services are there in public schools, so just keep the money in public schools. Just fund us.
Okay, and the public schools
Thank you,
are
Chair.
being funded, so this would be extra. Okay.
Mr. Chairman, can I ask the audience can you ask the audience to just not
will.
ridicule testifiers?
Members, any more questions for this panel? All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. Chair calls Bill Peacock, Chrissy Hedgney, and Monica Dean. Yeah, let me have the next. Marianne Jackson, Brian Archer, and Lori Douglas, you're on deck. I show you registered as Bill Peacock. You'll be testifying on behalf of yourself, testifying against the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, I'll show you registered as Chrissy Hedgney.
My last name is pronounced Haney.
Oh, you've been here before, hadn't you? Have you been here? I think I botched this last time,
years
maybe.
ago, yeah, but
Okay.
not this
All right,
time.
I show you registered as Chrissy Haney, testifying on behalf of yourself, and you'll be testifying against the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And then I show you registered as Monica Dean, testifying on behalf of yourself, and you'll be testifying against the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, we'll begin with Mr. Peacock.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members. So I have been fighting to get school choice passed through the Texas House of Representatives since at least 1997. Back in 1997, I worked with Mr. Enlow and Dr. Ladner on that. Also worked with several Democratic House members of the legislature, like Ron Wilson and Glenn Lewis. And I was also there in 1998 when the Edgewood Horizons voucher program or school choice program went through, and I edited a study of that in 2008 that showed the many benefits that school choice has brought to Texas. So it's hard for me to come and testify against this bill because I'm a big fan of school choice, but I do just because of a few concerns, and I want to share those with you today. First, the funding in the bill. I believe that funding for school choice should come from the Foundation School Program, just like it does for all other students, not a separate source. Second, along these lines, is the $1 billion for this bill, plus about the $12 billion or so in increased public school funding in the House proposed budget, I think is going to make it really hard for the legislature to buy down and eliminate school property taxes. Second, regulations in the bill. House Bill 3 requires that educational expenses in an ESA must be pre-approved. Given this, I think it's going to be difficult for families that want to use the ESA program to purchase the products and instructional services that they want to use. And then third, the program uses tax dollars instead of tax credits. Among other challenges, this reduces the competition for funding that government schools must face and need to improve them. A good school choice program should improve government schools. I'm not sure that's going to happen under House Bill 3. So the path forward, I think, for school choice program that will really work is to use tax credits instead of tax dollars. So all this is needed, I think, these changes are needed to give true choice to Texas parents. And if some of these changes are made, I'd be happy to support House Bill 3.
All right, thank you very much for your testimony. Ms. Haney.
Hi. Most of what I have to say has already been said today, but I've been here since 6:45 a.m., so I might as well get it. I'm a 9th generation Texan on my mother's side and a product of Texas public schools from Stonewall Head Start through LBJ Johnson City High School, class of 2000. I'm currently in my 17th year as a Texas public school teacher. I spent 4 years at a charter school, and I've been at Bowie High School in South Austin for 13 years. Go Dogs. I'm here today to express my vehement opposition to HB3. 90% of students in Texas attend public schools, and it's not because they can't afford private school. It's because public school is the better choice. Private schools, as we've heard today, serve to segregate the population while achieving profit for their shareholders, and they're not even accountable to the very standards set by TEA and the legislature. That's y'all. It just feels like you're sabotaging public education. Another point, I'm already in an urban district that's being bled dry by recapture, almost $1 billion a year y'all take from us. But I have a special place in my heart for rural school districts like the one I grew up in Johnson City, and where my nieces and nephews now attend public school. They will be impacted by this bill's drain on state funding, even while the vast majority of those kids have no private school alternatives to choose from. My people vote GOP out in Johnson City. Representative Troxclair, I hope you're watching, okay? According to data presented at the hearing on HB2 last Thursday, correct me if I'm wrong, but my husband told me that someone said this, it could take 3 to 4 years to phase in a basic allotment adjusted for inflation, but HB3 would take billions effective immediately. Y'all claim that a basic allotment of just over $6,000 is too costly while offering $10,000 per student per year. To whom? Make it make sense. It doesn't, and I think y'all know that. The same leaders who've squandered millions of Texans' taxpayer dollars
Wrap up your testimony,
denying
please.
affordable health care choices to Texans are now advocating for $1 billion taxpayer dollars in handouts in the name of school choice that nobody asked for. Okay. Vouchers are not a partisan issue. Okay. You know it's unpopular. You know the costs, the problems, and the effects. Public dollars belong in public schools. Do better. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Ms. Dean.
Hi, I am a mom, a native Texan, and my voting record labels me as a hard Republican, and I'm against the bill. We currently have educational freedom in Texas. The only thing ESAs will provide is government funding for the choices, and with government money comes government shackles. It is not a conservative bill, but rather a socialistic one wrapped up in a shiny red Republican bow. I can think of no better way than to compare this ESA bill to the tyrannical government overreach we experienced here in Texas during COVID. Government telling parents they can only use the government's pre-approved vendors and products sounds eerily similar to when the government only allowed pre-approved medicines. Anyone remember no ivermectin? The comptroller getting to decide which vendors get approved instead of parents sounds eerily similar to the government deciding who got to stay open and who had to close. Anyone remember liquor stores stayed open and churches closed? Government telling parents that they must take assessments and CCMR surveys just to participate sounds like wear a mask, take the shot, or you can't participate in society. This bill creates 5 new vendor positions handpicked by comptrollers to handle millions of our tax dollars. The potential for fraud, waste, and abuse is truly concerning. Will the $12.4 billion COVID ESSER funds ever be audited? How can we trust oversight for this massive taxpayer-funded account? Bureaucracy has grown and public ed is failing. We have a government-appointed TEA commissioner, and now our temporary comptroller will be appointed. Anyone remember Dr. Fauci? COVID was the biggest breakdown of trust and government overreach for Texans. ESAs will have catastrophic implications as well. Remember, don't let the cure be worse than the disease. Please vote no.
All right, thank you very much for your testimony. Members, any questions for this panel? All right, thank you all for being here. Chair calls Mary Ann Jackson, Brian Archer, and Lori Douglas. All right, Jennifer Harrell, Addison Archer, and Caitlin Cruz, you're on deck. All right, I'll show you registered as Mary Ann Jackson, testifying on behalf of yourself. You'll be testifying against the bill, is that correct?
Correct.
I show you registered as Brian Archer on behalf of Joshua Christian Academy and yourself, and you'll be testifying for the bill, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, and I show you registered as Lori Douglas, testifying on behalf of yourself, testifying against the bill, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, Ms. Douglas, you may begin.
Okay, my name is Lori Douglas. I'm an elementary school reading teacher for the last 29 years. I teach in a public school in Spring ISD. We're north of Houston, a school district there. We have about 33,000 students in our district. I'm a product of public schools. My children graduated from public schools. My grandchildren are going to public schools. And I plan on retiring from public schools. I serve on several district-level committees as a volunteer. One important one is called the ACE Committee, the Advisory Committee on Education. It's a committee that gives guidance and counseling to our superintendent as she makes crucial educational decisions. We advise her on school calendars, textbook adoptions, and budget cuts. I've listened to her explain the funding crisis that our district and most public school districts in Texas find themselves in. I actually sit on a subcommittee in my district that recommends necessary budget cuts. So far, we've cut assistant principals, counselors, support staffs, and stipends. Our district of 33,000 students is now $16 million in the red, and that's because we have been underfunded. We have not had a basic allotment increase since 2019, yet we've seen 17% inflation. Okay, Spring ISD wants us to stop education savings accounts. We believe they divert essential funding away from public schools, potentially undermining the quality of education provided to the majority of students. This would include traditional vouchers, education savings accounts, taxpayer savings grants, etc. We would advocate that you increase the basic allotment, increase other school finance changes, and none of this should be tied to the passage of a voucher bill. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Mr. Archer.
I serve as the school administrator at Joshua Christian Academy, and I'm in support of HB3. I want to say thank you to my representative, Helen Kerwin, and her support of HB3. For decades, private schools have consistently delivered strong academic results despite operating with limited funding. I have witnessed firsthand how private schools maximize every dollar to benefit students. Meanwhile, the public school system often finds itself in a cycle increasing of taxes, much of which funds extravagant buildings and massive sports complexes. To be clear, I recognize the importance of new facilities, especially with growing communities. However, the scale and cost of these projects frequently exceed what is necessary, placing undue burden on taxpayers. In my hometown of Godley, Texas, the school district has constructed impressive facilities, but at what cost? More spending does not always translate to a better education, yet the pattern of excessive spending continues. Parents know what is best for their children and should have the freedom to choose the educational setting that meets their needs. Additionally, religious liberty is a fundamental right, yet financial barriers prevent many families from accessing faith-based education. We regularly see families who desired a Christ-centered education but simply cannot afford it. No family should have to sacrifice their values due to financial constraints. Due to Jimena, I do say that the state is already saying no to her. She does not have a freedom of where to go to school. Families should not have to pay twice. Once in taxes for a system that may not meet their child's needs, and again for tuition for the education they truly want. HB3 empowers parents, not the government, to make the best decision for their child's education.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Archer. Ms. Jackson.
Hi. I came to Austin last night, and I think I'm going to be spending another night here. And I'm coming to you as a Texas retired teacher, and as a conservative from Harris County. I'm a Republican precinct lead, and I wanted to remind you to please represent your Texas constituents. I watched the hearings last week, and it seemed like you were looking for input from the people testifying. My input for you today is to kill this bill. Our public schools have been purposely sabotaged over the past few decades. House Bill 3 is a very expensive plan using millions of our tax dollars. It doesn't address the needs of many families in the current public schools. At the Texas GOP convention, a group of conservative delegates from across the state, which included me, worked diligently to get the school choice education plank out of the Republican platform. As we spoke with the education committee members to no avail, we decided to at least make sure the phrase "without strings" stayed in the plank, and that was a battle we won. House Bill 3 has numerous government strings and accountability. As a taxpayer and retired teacher dependent on TRS, I believe our tax dollars should be watched closely. The government needs to be accountable for spending and oversight. Using tax dollars to fund private education is a bad idea. Home and private schools should remain free of government regulations. House Bill 3 controls many aspects of how families will be allowed to educate their children if they take the ESAs. More and more voters are starting to hear the details and are not buying the government's rhetoric any longer. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much for your testimony. Members, any questions for this panel? We'll do Representative Schoolcraft and Representative Kerwin.
Ms. Jackson, thank you for your testimony. I heard you say the public education system has been purposely
Sabotaged.
destroyed. So
Yes. By the
okay.
different legislations.
Okay. And you do oppose school choice, not just this bill, just school choice in general, correct?
Correct.
All right. But your testimony is, if we do have school choice, it should be without strings.
Right.
So I want to know what without strings means to you. I mean, this is a pretty open system, so the only less strings I can think of, if we just issued a check to the parents and said, go have fun. I mean, that would be no strings.
Right.
Okay. Is that what you're proposing?
No, but we know that there's going to be accountability because there's accountability that's put on the public school.
But that's strings.
Right, that is strings. That's what I'm saying. So it doesn't work. The whole concept doesn't work.
Okay, give them the money no accountability.
Well, you can let us have all this tax money back and let the parents use their own money to.
Okay, I was just confused because I thought you were saying if we're going to have school choice, do it without strings.
Because we had to put that in the plank, we couldn't talk these other Republicans that it's a bad idea to get it totally off the platform. But we did get it lowered down in priorities and other things put higher.
I'm thinking maybe they weren't thinking those strings means just give them the money, but okay.
Nobody really understands. When you talk to regular people, they don't understand what the accountability. I was in the public school system. I know how we're held accountable for all sorts of things. I knew it was just a sky in the pie idea that regular people don't really even understand what a string is. All these vendors that have to get approved and pre-approved and all these things, I don't think most parents realize the propaganda, all the money that was spent to push this bill has been phenomenal. They come to all the Republican clubs telling us how great it is.
But what's that have to do with strings? I was just asking about strings.
The strings are all these pre-approvals and things that parents aren't. It's advertised like, here, you're going to get this money and go do what you want. It doesn't work like that.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you.
Mr. Archer, thank you so much for coming. Joshua is an incredible town in my district, and we have been hearing that this HB3 is not going to help the students in our rural districts. Could you tell the committee here how it could help you?
It could help us tremendously. It would allow, as of right now, we've got several students that we are helping, we are allowing to come at a very discounted rate. Our average tuition right now is probably around $5,400 and per student. We only have about 166 total students, have 20 staff. Do the math on that. Each staff member makes very, very little. So allowing our staff alone to be able to pay for their kids to be able to come to private school could be able to help them, allow us to hire more staff to be able to extend the education and things that we can offer at our school. It would be able to tremendously help us in those areas alone, just to be able to do that. And to say, whenever somebody says that because they're going to private school, then they've got a lot of money. No, our staff is making it on little to nothing, and their kids are attending private school. So just because they're in private school doesn't mean that they got a lot of money, doesn't mean that they're rich. It is going to go to some of those that are in private school, but what it is going to do is allow those schools then to be able to help their teachers. Another thing that was brought up earlier, and I may be getting way off track, but if the public school is worried about losing teachers, this opens it up to a whole new realm of teachers. And you're not losing teachers, you're gaining teachers. It's not the school that we're worried about, it's the child. And so if the child is lost in a classroom of 24 and moves to a classroom of 15, that's a win. And so how can it help the kids? I don't care how it helps Joshua Christian Academy. We're not in it for us. Otherwise, we'd be going somewhere else making a lot more money. We're in it for each and every child that comes to our school. We don't turn down a lot of kids. We tell people what we offer. We tell them what we have. We tell them who we are. We share with them our goals. And if it's the place for them, it's the place for them.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other questions? Thank you, guys. All right, next up we have Jennifer Harrell, Addison Archer, and Caitlin Cruz. And then Ashley Carden, Mary Lowe, and Deborah Leva are up next. I have you as Jennifer Harrell from TSTA testifying for them, and yourself against the bill. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. And then Addison Archer testifying for yourself, and you are for the bill?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And Caitlin Cruz testifying for Cruz capabilities, and yourself testifying against the bill. Okay, let's start with Ms. Harrell.
Hi.
Hi.
My name is Jennifer Harrell. I'm a dual language coordinator here in a local district and a member of TSTA with 23 years of public education in Central Texas. I'm also a mother of 2 bilingual children who've thrived in public school dual language programs, and I stand before you to oppose House Bill 3 and speak on behalf of 1.3 emergent bilingual students that we have here in Texas that have not yet come up. That's 24% of our students. School vouchers promise choice, but for English learners, they create barriers. Texas public schools are legally required to provide ESL services, bilingual certified teachers, and specialized programs like our dual language programs that help our students succeed. My dual language students outperform our monolingual students, not only at the state level, but also within our district. Private schools, however, are under no obligation and can deny admission based on exams or English proficiency. Even if they are admitted, without language support and qualified bilingual teachers, our English learners fall behind, return to our public schools once they realize that they don't have the services they need, usually a year behind, and leave us the work to close the gap, which is currently happening with charter school students that are returning to our schools. In Arizona, only 0.6 of English learners were able to use those vouchers. That's 188 students in the entire state. That's the whole state of Arizona, 188 students that were English learners used vouchers. Texas public schools must follow strict laws ensuring English learners receive the instruction they need, including the TELPAS exam to track progress. Private schools receiving voucher funds don't have these requirements, leaving taxpayer dollars unaccounted for and student outcomes unmonitored. Instead of expanding opportunities, ESAs deepen inequities, draining resources from the schools that serve our most vulnerable students. Over time, this creates a 2-tiered system, one for families who can afford additional costs of a private school and another left behind in our underfunded schools. I want to close with this. If we truly believe in the land of opportunity, we must invest in our public schools, not divert funds away. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Hi, I am Caitlin Cruz, and I am here to advocate for the 5.5 million students in public school. Remind you that we have less than 300,000 in private school. I am here from Louisville ISD. I have a special interest because my district is functioning at a deficit and is closing 5 elementary schools next year. Tell me how that's school choice. I support public education because it aims to serve and support all students. Private schools aim to educate a select few and gain profit. Public schools will educate any and every child freely and appropriately, regardless of race, gender, socioeconomic status, or disability. Private schools exclude students who cannot afford their tuition and have a high rate of denying students with disability. I've seen this as a former educator of students returning to public school time and time again after not getting their needs met in private schools. I understand the bill proposes to give families up to $10,000, maybe more for special ed if they can get accepted to those schools. But I'll remind you that in DFW, the average private school cost is $24,000. It is deceiving for this committee to claim and try to convince people that you're helping them. Private schools lack resources such as transportation and special education services. I would also like to add that 158 counties in Texas don't even have a private school. There's no choice for those families. Public taxes should stay in public schools for the collective funds. I'm urging you to vote no for this bill, and I also hear time and time again from these private representatives and especially the Catholic Church that they have donors and they have funds to meet the needs of students who can't afford their tuitions. So why can't the Catholic Church, who isn't taxed, just use their dollars from their congregations?
Hello, my name is Addison Archer. I'm 17 years old and I attend Joshua Christian Academy. I'm here in support of HB3. I also want to thank our representative, Helen Kerwin, for her support of school choice. For me, school is about finding a place where I can truly thrive, academically, spiritually, and socially. I'm incredibly grateful for the school I attend. It's a place where my faith is not just tolerated, but embraced and taught. We have the freedom to practice our religious liberties openly, and that's something I deeply value. My teachers aren't just educators. They're mentors who genuinely care about my well-being, both inside and outside the classroom. They talk to me about my faith, and they truly understand the importance of it in my life. Beyond that, I found a community free from the bullying that sadly plagues so many schools. I feel safe, respected, and valued. In looking ahead, I dream of having a family of my own someday. I want the same freedom I've experienced, the freedom to choose the best educational path for my children. I want to know that they'll have the same opportunities to grow academically, spiritually, and socially in an environment that nurtures their unique potential. School choice isn't about abandoning public schools. It's about empowering families to find the best fit for their children, recognizing that every student is unique with different needs, and about fostering an environment where every child has the opportunity to reach their full potential. I urge you to consider the positive impact school choice can have on students like me. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you so much. Members, any questions? Representative Kerwin.
Addison, thank you so much for coming. This is just awesome. Can you tell us a little bit about Joshua Christian Academy? I know that in HB3 there is a section about religious liberty, so I appreciate your comment. And what it's like to be a student there.
It's a really small school, and it's a place I've grown up there, so it's like a family, the whole school, because it's so small. And it's a place where we can learn every day in an environment we can learn more and grow deeper in our faith and have friends and that can encourage us and teachers that care for us and want to see and want to help us and see us grow in our faith. And most of my teachers, they are all willing and ready to help us at any time that we need it. They have offered to give us their phone number so that we can contact them if we need any help. Even if we're not in school, we are able to contact them, and they are willing to help us at any point.
Oh, that's great. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Archer, for bringing your daughter. It's really special.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Representative Hinosa.
Ms. Cruz?
Yes.
I think you mentioned the school district, Louisville ISD, where you come from,
Yeah.
is experiencing a deficit.
Yeah, we're closing 5 elementary schools next year because of the deficit that this legislation has forced the school district to operate at.
Okay, do you know how much more your school district will lose if this bill passes and there's and 1% of the students in your district leave to private schools with this voucher?
I don't currently have that number. I was getting my information from our superintendent, so.
I have this number for 1%.
Please share.
I think the bill projects 2% of students would leave public school, and for just 1%, half that is $4 million that your school district would lose.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you for that. Any other questions? Okay, are you on spring break right now?
No, sir. Next week.
Wow, all right, well, that's cool, you get to be up late. All right, thank you guys very much. All right, Ashley Carden, Mary Lowe, and Deborah Leva. And then you will be followed by Javier Rodriguez, Peggy Morton, and Linnea Hartunian. We don't have the. Well, here, talk to him. All right, I have you as Ashley Carden, Move Texas, Civic Fund, and Self testifying. All right. And you are testifying against the bill. Mary Lowe, testifying for Families Engaged for Effective Education and Self, against the bill. And Deborah Leva, testifying for yourself, against the bill. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, let's start with Ms. Carden.
Good evening, Chair and committee members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. My name is Ashley Carden. I'm a former teacher and an organizer with Move Texas Civic Fund, and I live in Cibolo, Texas. I am here to ask you to oppose House Bill 3. I am here to oppose House Bill 3 because I believe that every child deserves access to a quality education regardless of their background or financial situation. The proposed legislation of school vouchers undermines this principle by diverting crucial funding away from our public schools, which serve as the backbone of our educational system. Public schools are community institutions designed to provide education for all children and have a responsibility to ensure that every student has access to the resources they need to succeed. By redirecting taxpayer dollars to private institutions, we risk deepening existing inequalities and prioritizing a system where a good education can only be afforded by those who can cover additional costs. This legislation leads to a two-tiered education system where the needs of the most vulnerable students are overlooked. Furthermore, the lack of accountability in private schools raises some serious concerns. Unlike public institutions, which are held accountable to state standards and regulations, private schools are not required to adhere to the same level of oversight. This lack of transparency can result in students attending schools that do not meet adequate standards of education, safety, or inclusivity. If we truly want the best for Texas students, teachers, and communities, then we must invest in our public schools, rather than shifting funds to private entities. This is essential to fostering a strong educational foundation for all Texans. We should be working to improve our public education system, ensuring that every school is adequately funded and equipped to serve their students well. In closing, I urge you to listen to the testimony of community members and former teachers on the long-term implications of House Bill 3 on our on our education system. I ask that you stand with our public schools and the families who depend on them. I respectfully ask that you vote against this bill. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi. Specifically, I want to address the Republicans. I am a Republican. My voting record says I'm a hard Republican. I've knocked on more doors than I promise any one of you combined have. I've been in this game since I was a college student at the University of Texas.
Ma'am, if you could just make sure you state your name.
Oh, I never do
record.
that. It takes up too much time, and you're using my time right now. I need my time back.
I will front you the 25 seconds.
Thank you, sir. I never do that. You said my name. Mary Lowe. I'm with Families Engaged. We're a statewide organization that advocates for parents. So I feel like I'm witnessing the great divorce of the Republican Party. And there's two truths, and neither one of them are the truth. And both sides are calling each other liars, and it's horrible. It grieves me to my core because it's my Republican Party that is doing this. You're ripping the party apart. You're tearing the communities apart. And the children are not even involved. It's about power and money, and there's no mention of kids. First thing. This is about money. This is no longer about helping our schools or educating our students. You're talking about the location of the education. You are not talking about the quality. The only thing that y'all are offering somebody to do is to move it to a different building, a home, a park, the state's building. That's all you're offering. It's really all you're offering, and it's money, and it grows the government. You're not funding students. You're funding systems. Everything that this party has advertised that school choice is going to be has just been a panacea. That has not ever been what one of the bills look like. This bill has an open-ended check for the taxpayer. We pay our taxes because if we don't, you're going to take my home away. Second thing, I have been here for 4 years asking you to do a forensic external audit of the Texas Education Agency because we don't know where the money is going. We don't know where the recapture is. We don't know where any of it is. My district, we flipped our board and we said zero-based budget. They're not in financial trouble, and they are providing a quality education because accountants looked to see where the money was going, and then they made a plan. I beg you, get qualified people, not people who are paid by funders and political activists to tell you what a data is. Get real accountants to come in and find out where our money is, please.
Thank you, ma'am.
I agree with the audit.
Hello, my name is Deborah Leva, and I'm going to read out of this for the sake of time. My name is Deborah Leva. I am an educational advocate for the state of Texas. I am here on behalf of all the children from North Texas to the Rio Grande Valley because that's my territory of what I cover. I do thank you for the opportunity to speak. I will start out by saying that we are here today about the children. Not only I say that, but God says it's about the children. While I thank you for making some changes from the Senate bill to the HB3, we still fall short. We are attempting to put a Band-Aid on what needs major surgery, and that is a broken system. I myself have been on the front lines of advocating for children, and primarily children with disabilities and their families, for approximately 30 years. I have provided a list for all of you with private school tuition ranging from $16,000 to $42,000, and none of those include fees. There's anywhere from $50 to $2,500 in fees alone. We need to focus more on educating and less on criminalizing and dumbing down the children of Texas. We need to work more on supporting our teachers and not treating them like second-class citizens with minimal pay, little support for the countless hours they put into our children, and we need less administration and overhead. We cannot simply throw our hands up and not work with what's before us, and we certainly don't need to create a new system for a marginal amount of students in hopes that it will work. What do we do with the other 5 million children who will not benefit from this insane bill as it is written? You must ask yourself, is it really about the children or is it about the money? Taxpayer money robbing from Peter to pay Paul and continue a vicious cycle. It's like a bad divorce. The only individuals that suffer the most are the children. I leave you with this. It's from Proverbs 2:6. For the Lord gives wisdom. From his mouth comes knowledge and understanding. I pray for each and every one of you that you understand what is before us, because children are important, not just to each one of us, but they're extremely important to God. Thank you, and God bless you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Members, any questions? Representative Hinojosa.
Ms. Leva, it struck me that you said you've been advocating for special education children for 30 years.
Yes, ma'am.
And I know, Ms. Lowe, you also advocate for the needs of parents and have been doing that and families for a long time. And we've heard a lot of conversation about how we've been trying for 20 years to make public schools better. What occurs to me is what we've not tried is listening to the teachers, the professionals in the classroom, and the mothers and the parents who tell us what they want. We defer instead to vendors, to technocrats, right? And to really business people who see our children as a commodity.
Correct.
Right? And so that's my perception, and it's skewed because I'm a mother and I know what I want for my kid in public schools, but I'm asking you, what is your take on why we haven't been able to fix our public schools in the last 20 years or so?
We tried different avenues of speaking to the state. SBOE, we've tried all these different avenues to point out the things that we see when we do grievances in the school, what's happening, why the kids aren't learning, and nobody wants to listen because the only thing they're willing to do is where the money is, honestly. And I'm not pointing a finger at anybody. It takes money to run a campaign, but when we look at it and when we see what we saw last cycle, we just see that y'all have a boot on your throat. If you don't do this, that there's no option. And we're just begging, who's going to have the courage? Do you know how much courage it takes for us to get up and, to go speak at a school board where half of your own community is going to think you're against their child? It's a lot of courage for parents to get up and to go and to do these things. And they're fighting locally to make those local schools be what the state really stepped in and took them aside. Anything that subverts local control is a problem, but we've handed out, y'all just have to look at Twitter. I know you know. You'll never not be bad publicly to me, but that's okay. It's a term of endearment. But you can look on Twitter and you will see the bills that need to be repealed. You will see the audit. We're not going to go away. And so you're going to pass this, and we're not going to have any change, and we're going to have then 3 decades of children where 50% can read. Every time you do this, you're throwing money instead of looking for real solutions. Money's not the answer. This is a cultural event, and you're destroying the culture by telling them, we'll never have, you give this voucher or whatever you want to call it, ESA, you'll never have another generation that doesn't think that the state is supposed to pay for their child's private school. That's what you're going to do. They will think that their child, my son went to school with Representative Tallarico, and he would never dream of thinking that the state would pay for something of his child's. Never. But if he started letting you do that, then that's going to become his expectation. And we're gonna change the culture. You're changing the way our government operates. You're changing us from local control to 100% state control. You have a bill in the Senate that changes your charter schools so that your charter schools have to operate under the same rules as the public schools, as the ISD. And so you're already taking the charter school and making it be, I heard people talk about the diversity and the freedom to take different avenues. Well, you have the bill. I mean, I love the senator who filed the bill, but somebody came to him and convinced him that's what needed to happen. And so that bill is sitting there, and it's going to make those charter schools in line with the public schools. And I have charter school owners calling me and yelling at me and saying, they yelled at me like, why didn't I kill 1605? Well, we know why I didn't do that. Okay. There's a list. Come on, zero-based budget. Press the brakes, find out the truth, because y'all are all looking at a Gordian knot.
All right, members, any other questions?
I know for me, I just want to respond to you, Representative Hinojosa. For me, sitting in ARDS, after ARDS, mediations, due process, whatever the case may be, a lot of it is accountability. A lot of it is we need an audit from the Texas Education Agency. A lot of it is money. A lot of it is you sit in the ARD meetings and you can tell, and somebody said there's 6 people. I have ARDs with 20 to 30 people in them because they show up because an advocate is there and they know that I know what the law is. And so they will have half the school district. Part of it is for intimidation, and that's not right either. But in any case, you know that they've been told who gets to speak and who doesn't before you even get to the room. And so when you're asking for assistance from the schools, their hands are tied. And so we do have a problem, but as I said, it's not a perfect system, like a lot of people have said, including Stephen Alamon, but we do need to find a way to help the system. And what are those problems? And I'm happy to sit down with any of y'all and give you cases after cases. I can give you affidavits of parents that are willing to speak up. They're like, let us know, we'll be there. So, it's a sad situation, but I do not think throwing money at $1,200, I gave y'all a list, and that was just a random pick of list, and I don't see any one of those that are less than $16,000. And so, and that's, most of them are those schools without special education. And I guarantee you, if you haven't heard testimony, if you're not going to hear testimony tonight, I will tell you, there are not many schools. And I told them in the Senate hearing that I challenge any of you to go look and find a school that will allow a special needs child outside of just a simple learning disability or ADHD, but somebody with more severe that will let the schools in, and it does not exist. I promise you.
All right, thank you, members. Any more questions for this panel? All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Alice
What-
Linehan
Did you?
asked me to let you know to take her.
Yeah. Thank you all for being here. Chair calls Javier Rodriguez, Peggy Morton, and Linnea Hartunian. Daniel Haney, Dana Blanton, and Austin Hine, you are on deck. Ma'am, what is your name?
I'm Linnea Hartunian.
Linnea Hartanian, okay. Peggy Morton? Okay, Peggy Morton. Okay, we'll show Peggy Morton on behalf of herself, registered against the bill but not testifying. All right, I'll show you registered as Javier Rodriguez, testifying on behalf of yourself. You'll be testifying for the bill, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And I'll show you registered as Linnea Hartunian, registered on behalf of yourself, testifying against the bill, is that correct?
Correct.
All right, you may begin.
Okay. As a conservative Republican, excuse me, I believe in the freedom of parents to oversee and choose the best education for each of their children. It is in the Texas Constitution that equal rights under the law, we have equal rights under the law, and to legislate school choice is to usher in more government and more controlling accountability. This is the reality. School choice, universal education has been recycled and reinvented for many years in many sessions in Texas. So much outside funding from special interest groups, lobbyists, think tanks, billionaires. What is the whole premise behind public-private partnerships in education? Who stands to benefit from the backs of the taxpayers' money, all the while degrading the public education system? Most children in Texas are in the public schools, right? We have over 5.5 million. This has been a keen and cunning, carefully crafted and organized campaign. The campaign for vouchers makes me think of Common Core in all 50 states, with a push for another failed program with government control. 77 House members have already co-signed the bill at the behest of the governor, who has threatened to primary them if they do not follow their leader on school choice. An example of the political establishment doing the bidding for special interests and big donors, including foundations with funding leading back to Arabella Advisors. That's the packet in your packet. You cannot possibly understand the scope of this bill, or you have settled for a bad bill to satisfy the power brokers. The system has been extorted by its leaders. You are the watchmen on the wall and the gatekeepers. What will people say in 3 to 5 years about Texas? This bill must die in the House. Just as in the Bible with the Pharisees, the Lord was not pleased with power that was perpetuated by greed. And blessed are those who thirst for righteousness.
All right, thank you very much for your testimony. And Mr. Rodriguez.
Good afternoon, everyone. I would like to just start my testimony as a father. I'm just a dad. I am an engineer by profession. My wife is a teacher at Macedonia Christian Academy, where my 2 daughters attend. And this is just on a personal note, what we have experienced with school choice. And I'm here to support school choice. I have seen firsthand the tremendous benefit my daughters have received attending this wonderful Christian university, which is Macedonia Christian Academy. I'm from Hidalgo County in McAllen, Texas. The attention and care I have seen from the teachers at this institution to my children has been second to none. The teachers' dedication to individually help and guide each student has positively impacted my 2 daughters. My daughters have deepened their academic skills, strengthened their Christian faith, and are preparing for the demands of college life and beyond. Our daughters are no longer enrolled in public school, and this decision was not taken lightly. But as parents, my wife and I wanted to provide our children the best learning environment possible. We believe private institutions like Macedonia Christian Academy fill the needs of families like ours across the state of Texas. Yet, these schools are not supported in the same manner as public schools. While public schools have the financial support in the form of tax dollars paid by every homeowner, private institutions rely on tuitions to remain open. As a result, many families wishing to move their children to these academies are unable to do so due to cost. I've seen it at these academies, at this academy in particular. We believe school choice is about excellence in education, opportunity, and fairness. It is about ensuring all children have equal access to a high-quality education that meets their individual needs, regardless of the parent's income and residence. And most important, it is about ensuring parents can choose a learning environment that aligns with the principles and beliefs that they hold dear. I urge this committee to vote for school choice. Let us, the parents, alongside our children, have the best chance at success. Allow the parents the freedom to choose and support our children's educational path. Thank you.
All right, sir. Thank you very much for your testimony. Members, any questions for this panel? All right. Thank you all very much for testifying. Chair calls Daniel Haney, Dana Blanton, and Austin Hine. At the on deck. Kevin Hale, Byron Tucker, and William Ramirez, you're on deck. All right, I show you registered as Daniel Haney, testifying on behalf of yourself, testifying for the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. I show you registered as Dana Blanton, testifying on behalf of yourself, testifying against the bill. Is that correct? Yes. And I show you registered as Austin Hine, on behalf of Young Americans for Liberty and the American Action Fund, and you'll be testifying on the bill. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right, Mr. Haney, you may begin.
Hello, everyone. My name is Daniel Haney, and I'm here to testify for HB3. My representative is Helen Kerwin. As parents, we all share a fundamental desire, and that's to help provide the best possible education for our children. However, best is not a one-size-fits-all concept. It's unique to each child, their learning style, and their individual needs. That's why we need the ability to choose where our children are attending school. Currently, many of us are required to send our children to a specific school based on our address, regardless of whether that school is a good fit. Yet we are still paying property taxes that directly fund that school. This system does not always reflect the diverse needs of our families. What if we could direct our tax dollars to the school that we choose for our children? This concept, often referred to as funding students, not systems, would create a more equitable and accountable education landscape. It would ensure that schools are responsive to the needs of families as funding would follow the student. It would also empower parents to make informed decisions about their children's education, acting as a true partner in their learning journey. It's a matter of fairness and a matter of allowing parents to control the education that they are funding. Parents have the right to choose educational settings that align with their values. For many, including myself, that includes the option of Christian schooling. Parents may seek a school environment that reinforces the moral and ethical values taught at home. Christian schools often foster a close-knit community of like-minded families. Now, it is important to note that public schools also provide valuable education, and they're very important for the public good. The choice between public and private education is a very personal one. Ultimately, school choice and the ability to direct our tax dollars towards the school that we choose are about empowering parents and ensuring that every child has access to a quality education. It's about recognizing that each child is unique and deserves an educational path tailored to their needs. Let's work together to create a system that prioritizes students, fosters innovation, and empowers families. Thank you.
All right, thank you for your testimony. Next witness.
Good evening. My name is Dana Blanton. Thank you for the opportunity to comment before this committee. I'm an Austin resident of many years. I grew up in Corpus Christi and attended public schools there. My mother, two of my aunts, and my uncle were public school teachers for decades. They worked incredibly hard and cared about educating and nurturing kids. They taught me to value public schools and what they provide to Texas communities. I urge you to oppose House Bill 3. Education savings accounts will drain resources from non-wealthy and rural school districts that need those dollars the most. Private and religious schools seem to face little accountability about the way they recruit and enroll students and the amount they pay administrators. Private schools also tend to exclude students who might need more resources and specialized services. Of course, public schools are committed to educating all students, not cherry-picking only those they think will succeed academically. There's no need to offset private school expenses for a family that can already afford that tuition. It's unfair to expect rural Texans to underwrite the choices well-off urban parents make for their children's education when the choice to enroll in private school isn't actually available to rural families. I ask the members of this committee to reject House Bill 3 and instead invest in public education. Pulling resources out for ESAs will harm public schools in the short term and our communities in the long term. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your testimony. Mr. Hine.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. My name is Austin Hine. I'm from Weatherford. I'm a father of two young ones that I'm missing tonight to hang out with you guys, so lucky me. But I'm representing American Action Fund and Young Americans for Liberty. American Action Fund is the legislative wing for Young Americans for Liberty. And we are strong advocates for universal school choice. And we believe in empowering all parents to choose what is best for their children and we heavily encourage parents to get their children out of government schools whenever possible. And so while we appreciate the motivations for House Bill 3, unfortunately it falls short of achieving the universal threshold that we are pushing for. And the biggest concern that we'd have is that $1 billion cap on the program. We'd like to see that opened up so that we can give as much opportunity to as many parents as possible. But there are also a couple other concerns that we'd like to bring up. Hopefully we can address in this legislation or beyond. I think one of the things I liked about the House version as opposed to the Senate version is the rising cap, or the rising number that's tied to inflation, 85% that you guys put in. What I'd like to do is do something similar with the homeschool group number. I think the $2,000 is low, and I think if we truly believe that school choice is empowering parents to make the best decisions for their kids, it shouldn't matter what school the kids go to. And so if they have homeschool, they should be accessing the same opportunities. We would like the ESAs to provide the same function, kind of similar to how an HSA works, having funding tied directly to the students and giving the parents that actual authority to do approvals, as was mentioned earlier. And further, we'd like more deregulation in the schools and to try and cut down on the strings that people have set. And so at that point, standardizing regulation should be abolished. I mean, that they do nothing. So I hope that we can work on this bill, and if so, I appreciate your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Members, any questions for this panel? Yes, Representative Kerwin.
Daniel, I just would like to know what motivated you to drive 2.5 hours and, sorry. Daniel, what motivated you to get up early this morning, drive 2.5 hours from Joshua, and testify tonight? That's quite a commitment.
Yeah, it is, and thanks for recognizing that. The journey actually started last night. We journeyed into town last night, stayed, and then we've been here all day. We're not on spring break this week, so the kids that have been up here talking that are back there with us, they have school in the morning. So when we get done here, we get to drive home, and they get to go in school in the morning. That's the commitment we're making for this. My personal commitment is that I have 2 daughters that both attend Joshua Christian Academy, and I can't tell you how big of an important piece this is in their lives to have a personal relationship with the Lord. I feel that the big diverge in education came a long time ago when we decided to lift God out of the schools. And I feel that there's an opportunity to put God back into the schools here to a degree by giving people an option to go to a school that is God-centered and faith-based. Based off of that, I feel like we're doing our job to pursue the Great Commission by bringing more people to Christ through this school and through this bill.
Thank you so much. And thank Joshua Christian School. There's 9 of them that came down.
All right. Thank you very much for your testimony. Representative Schoolcraft.
Mr. Hine, thank you for being here. I really just sort of a comment on your testimony. I had to kind of chuckle because it's been you're against the bill because it's not universal enough.
I will clarify, we're not against the bill, but we would like to improve the bill. So we're in an amendment.
Okay, you're neutral, okay.
Yes, sir.
Great, I thought I saw it was against.
No, we really appreciate the intent. We just want to make it the best possible.
Good, I was afraid you were showing the perfect being the enemy of the good.
That is very common in libertarian circles, but I try my best to avoid that the best I can.
Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Members, any more questions? All right, thank you for your testimony. Chair calls Kevin Hale, Byron Tucker, and William Ramirez. Excuse me, sir, what's your name?
Byron Tucker.
All right, Dr. Tucker, hang on just one second. Kevin Hale? Kevin Hale. William Ramirez. William Ramirez. Okay. We're going to show Kevin Hale on behalf of the Libertarian Party of Texas and himself, not testifying and neutral, and on the bill. We're going to show William Ramirez on behalf of himself, not testifying, but against the bill. I show you registered as Byron Tucker, MD, testifying on behalf of yourself, and you'll be testifying against the bill. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. Thank you. You may begin.
All right. Dr. Buckley and representatives, I rise or sit at least to speak in opposition. Today, I am a retired psychiatrist and spent most of my career in public community mental health systems treating the seriously mentally ill. My severely disabled mentally ill patients often were unable to work or pay for their treatment, and so were funded by government. So one would think this population would not be one to make a profit on, and yet I watched over the years as various entities tried to acquire control over this funding, endeavoring to control the providers and limit the services and thus create a profit. Only in America are private for-profit companies allowed to be middlemen and skim profit by denying medical care, causing Americans to spend twice as much as the average European countries, which have all eliminated the unnecessary private middlemen. In Europe, marketing for medical services or medications is not allowed since the cost is borne by the taxpayer and considered a waste. So I need to draw your attention to, quote, section 29.3535, called Promotion of Program, notwithstanding Chapter 2113, Government Code, the comptroller or the comptroller's designee may enter into contracts or agreements and engage in marketing, advertising, and other activities to promote, market, and advertise the development and use of the program. The comptroller may use money from the program fund to pay for activities authorized under this section. This section undoes the prohibition of such activities by Chapter 2113.011. Publicity, sub A state agency may not use appropriated money to 1, maintain a publicity office or department, 2, employ an individual who has the title or duties of a public relations or press agent, unquote. I assume such advertising authorized in HB3 would be to promote private entities. HB3 appears to me to be another scheme to privatize a public nonprofit system. The bill would create new entities such as, quote, certified educational assistive organizations, private, I assume, and the cost of which I have been here all day and heard nothing mentioned about how that's going to be paid for, and pre-approved education services providers and vendors of educational products, unquote. It still requires school districts and open enrollment charter schools to do the expensive and time-consuming jobs of evaluating and creating a disabled, individualized educational program for special needs children, but does not seem to require any of the new entities to provide the
Wrap up your
services
testimony, please.
needed to meet these special needs, thus allowing private system entities to cherry pick yet again. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, sir. Members, any questions for this witness? All right, Representative Hinojosa.
Mr. Tucker, the way I read the bill, $50 million would go to the certified educational organizations.
Oh.
And I'm happy to be corrected if I'm misreading it.
Wow, okay.
All right. Members, any more questions for this witness? All right, thank you so much for your testimony.
Okay.
All right, Chair calls Kenneth Donahue Jr., Maisie McCoy, and Aaron Green. If you can give me three more underneath, try to keep them in order, and so we can call them up. Benita Gonzalez, Jackie Bessinger, and Louisa White, you're on deck. I show you registered as Kenneth Donahue Jr. On behalf of McKendree Baptist Church and yourself, testifying for the bill. Is that correct?
Yes.
I show you registered as Dr. Maisie McCoy on behalf of the Archdiocese of Galveston and Houston, and you'll be testifying for the bill. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then I show you registered as Aaron Green on behalf of yourself, and you'll be testifying against the bill. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right, Ms. Green, you may begin.
Good morning. Well, it's good evening. Good evening. My name is Erin Green, and I am a longtime Republican, and I am against HB3. Presently, I am a tutor in my community for struggling students. In the bill, it references tutor at least 8 times and has requirements for a tutor. Would this mean I would have to register and be on an approved list to be by the comptroller in order to tutor a child? Throughout the bill, the general direction seems to be to control every aspect of a child's education rather than freedom to choose for parents. This is why I left teaching, because it was more about controlling the narrative rather than teaching the children how to read, write, and learn math. During the last couple of months, I have observed through articles and news stories the governor attacking former rural representatives and replacing them with ones that will vote for school choice. Furthermore, Abbott's Facebook page reflects a majority of the responses not supporting HB3. If this is such a good idea, why is Abbott pushing so hard to pass the bill? Finally, school choice sounds like a wonderful solution to the failing public schools, which was created by failed legislation. However, when one researches the issue, it is very clear that it has a different goal entirely. Eventually, curriculum will be controlled by the state and all education will be the same. This has happened in other states such as Arizona, Florida, Maine, and Alaska. This will not happen immediately, but over time. Recently, I spoke with a homeschool mom from Alaska, and she informed me that friends of hers accepted the money, and after a time, they had to teach curriculum mandated by the state. Call it what you like, strings or guardrails. State-controlled curriculum is the end result of school choice, not parent empowerment. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much for your testimony. Dr. McCoy.
Thank you, Chairman Buckley and members of the committee. My name is Maisie McCoy, and I serve as the Superintendent of Catholic Schools for the Archdiocese of Galveston, Houston. I am testifying in support of HB3. The Archdiocese has the largest private school system in the state of Texas, with 56 schools serving over 18,000 students in grades pre-kindergarten through 12th, spanning over 8,800 square miles, and has one of the most ethnically diverse populations in the nation. We support HB3 because it has safeguards for religious liberty, accreditation, norm-referenced assessments, and prioritization of low-income families. Over $2,594,000 has been awarded in tuition assistance through the Archdiocese this school year to our elementary schools, of which $1,911,000 was distributed to the 8 Cross Academies, which are our schools that serve students in historically underserved communities with limited resources. Parents choose our schools because they want their children to be educated in a safe environment, both physically and emotionally, that has a history of strong academics and partners with parents in the faith formation of their children. Our schools provide a welcoming environment for all and strive to meet the needs of all students. For example, St. Peter Catholic Career and Technical High School, founded in 2022, is the first private Catholic coeducational career and technical high school in the state of Texas. Recognizing that not all students will attend college, St. Peter's allows students to choose an academic pathway that will help them earn industry certifications upon graduation and prepare them to begin their careers immediately following high school. Cristo Rey Jesuit serves
Please wrap
students
up
who
your testimony.
desire a college preparatory education but could not otherwise afford the costs of private school tuition. The cost to educate is $18,000, but it's not the cost families pay. The current sliding scale for tuition ranges from $450 to $4,000 per year. The corporate work-study program covers 50% of the cost, and students will gain valuable business experience. So parents are the first educators of their child, and this bill will allow parents the opportunity to partner with the school that meets the needs of their child.
All right.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Mr. Donahue.
My name is Kenneth Donahue of Lufkin. I represent McHenry Baptist Church and Christian schools in general, having served as Christian school administrator and working with Christian schools for over 25 years. In the history of the founding of our nation, almost all the early schools were Christian schools, many of them taught by pastors in the church house themselves. The founding fathers did not believe in the so-called separation of church and state as believed today, but they believed in the U.S. Constitution and that the state cannot establish religion, and as they had accomplished this in Great Britain, that's why they left to come here. However, in the 1960s, the liberal U.S. Supreme Court sided with atheists and anti-Christians to remove prayer and Bible from the schools, and the results were horrendous for our society. David Barton wrote in his book, he discovered that in 1963, the SAT scores began to slowly drop, and they continued to drop into the 80s, but sometime into the 80s, they leveled out a little bit and they actually increased a little bit. He wondered, why did that happen? Well, that was when the Christian school explosion happened in the 1980s, and I was part of that. In Dover, Delaware, I left Texas to work in a Christian school in Dover. And as a result, David Barton found that there were 4 things that happened as a result of that dated back all the way to 1963. He stated that first, the crime rate skyrocketed. Second, the divorce rate.
Wrap up your testimony, please.
Okay, will do. Secondly, the divorce rate skyrocketed. Third, the SAT scores dropped. And fourth, teenage pregnancy skyrocketed. If you read David Barton's book, America Tries Education Without God. Okay. And that's what the legislators and the school people leaders and teachers are grappling with some of the things in our society today as a result of that.
All right, sir. Thank you very much for your testimony. Members, questions? We have Chairman Dutton.
Thank you. Dr. McCoy, you represent the Houston-Galveston Diocese?
Correct.
Okay. Will this bill in any way cause you to open or reopen schools that you closed?
I don't know that the bill will allow us to reopen any schools, Representative Dutton. We just recently opened St. Peter Catholic School, which is a school that closed. St. Peter Elementary actually closed back in I want to say maybe 17 or 18.
2019.
19? Okay,
yeah.
Thank you. And so St. Peter's just reopened in 2022 as a career and technical high school. So that's our latest school to open.
Right. And the reason I ask is my parish is Our Mother Mercy in Houston. And St. Francis is probably a good 2 miles away.
Right.
And both parishes lost their school. And I'm just wondering, if this bill is not going to allow those schools to open, I just wonder what it's going to take to get the Catholic Diocese to see that both of those in an area where I will tell you that schools or good educational outlets are needed. And I would hope the Catholic diocese would agree to that too, and do something about, because our building, for example, at our Mother Mercy, our building is still there. We never did anything with the building. It was just sitting there. And so I'm curious if it's not going to allow you to reopen schools, I just wonder what it's going to take. So,
yes, I am aware both of those buildings are there. I know St. Francis experienced tremendous damage.
Yep.
Right?
They had storm
Flooding,
damage,
several
yeah.
floods.
Flood damage,
And
right.
so, right, and so we can't put kids in a building that's unsafe.
Right.
And so that was the reason for the closing for that, unfortunately.
well, they were going to move to our building at one point, but somehow the diocese put the X on that for some reason, I'm not sure why. But there's nothing that I know of that's wrong with our building. And I don't know why we couldn't. There were a group of us, first they said it was low enrollment, and there were a group of us parishioners, we were gonna buy a bus to allow the bus to go around the community and pick up kids.
Sure.
And that was nixed too, and I'm not sure why. Although we heard that the diocese didn't want to assume the liability for the bus. And I don't know how true that is or not. That's just what was rumored. But I hope you all would consider at least reopening at least one, if not both of those schools. They are badly needed. So, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Chairman Ashby.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Pastor Donahue, thank you for being here. First and foremost, thank you for what you do every day to carry out the Great Commission and to disciple and lead lost souls to Christ. So thank you for that. And secondly, I just wanted to thank you and your wife for our visit yesterday in my office. I really enjoyed it, and thank you for your patience today and for being here and presenting your testimony.
Thank you.
Safe travels home.
Thank you.
Thank you. Chairman Leach.
Thank you, Chairman. I don't know, Chairman Dutton, the details of the two schools in your district that were closed, and but I respect you greatly for advocating so fiercely for the reopening. And Dr. McCoy, I think, I don't want to speak for the committee, I would never intend to do so, but I think we're all intrigued and very interested in what's going to happen with these two schools. And maybe if there's one thing that all of us can agree on today, maybe we can all take a field trip at some point for the ground opening of the Harold Dutton School in his district. And I encourage you to do whatever you can to get at least one of those two schools opened as quickly as possible.
Well, I welcome the entire committee to come visit the Archdiocese of Galveston
we would love
Houston
to.
schools.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I got 2 kids in Houston. I'm coming this weekend.
Okay.
No, I'm-
It would certainly have this bill looked at differently.
Well, I will say that it is our mission to serve students, families that want a Catholic education. That's why we're here, right? And so we have our 8 cross academies in underserved neighborhoods that we even have the Bishop's Task Force that looks at facilities, specific funding for our schools. And so we want to educate those students, and we want any family that wants a Catholic education for their child.
Well, there is no more underserved area than these areas where these two schools are.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
All right. Thank you. Representative Schoolcraft.
Mr. Green, thank you for being here. I just wanted to take a minute to deliver some really good news to you. You, in your testimony, said, would this mean I would have to register and be on an approved list by the controller in order to tutor a child? It's an emphatic no, you would not have to do that. You are completely free to continue operating exactly as you are now. All it means is if you want to be in the program so that parents could direct that payments be made to you out of your ESA, their ESA, you would have to register and get onboarded into the system. So you don't have to change a thing.
Thank you.
Representative Leo Wilson.
Dr. Mulhoy,
What do you say to, several of the people that have testified today said that, private schools don't have academic accountability or they don't have any testing standards? What do you say to that?
I will say that we are held accountable. We have our accreditation. We are accredited, I can speak for the Catholic school system, right? And so we are accredited by Texas Catholic Conference Bishops of the Education Department. Each year, our schools are accountable to the Bishops Department, where we have to turn in an annual report, which is a continuation of our accreditation. Every 7 years, there is a visit. Every year, as I said, a report is due. Some of those visits, there is a 90-day report due. There is a 30-day report due. So we have the accountability there. We have our norm referenced assessments where we are measuring the students' growth. So we are looking, that's what we want, right? That's why we're in school for a school year, from fall to spring, right? And so we are looking for a year's growth, and we are measuring our students' growth using that information for our instruction in our classrooms.
What do you say about the allegation that you're going to raise up your tuition to, take the voucher? Because you said it was $450 to $4,500, or?
So that was the rate for our, for Cristo Rey students, right? And so they actually have the corporate work study. And so those students work one day out of the week, and that work that they go to every day, or every week, that job pays for 50% of their tuition. So that's how they're able to have that rate. And then again, so it's a sliding scale for those families. But our average tuition is about $9,000.
Okay.
We will not. We have, on an average, our tuition increases by 3% each year. So families already expect a 3 to 5% tuition increase. We will not increase our tuition greater than that.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Thank you, members. Representative Cunningham.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Green, you are a tutor, former teacher also?
Yes.
Where'd you teach at?
I have taught kindergarten, first, second, not third, fourth, fifth, and then 8th grade writing.
Okay. And so your kids that you're tutoring, are they north or south of the river?
Some of them are over near like the Humble area, and then some of them are in Kingwood.
Okay. Well, I just wanted, I saw that you were from Kingwood, so you're from home, and I just wanted to thank you for coming all the way up here and testifying. My wife being a former teacher for almost 30 years, and now she's doing a little tutoring when she's not fussing at me. But I just wanted to say thank you for coming up here and testifying.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. Members, any more questions? All right. Yes, sir. Excuse me, Representative Bryant.
Thank you. Dr. McCoy and Mr. Donahue, you each operate denominationally based schools. I assume, Mr. Donahue, you teach the Baptist outlook or theology to your students when they're in your school. Is that correct?
We teach the Bible.
You teach religion, a little bit of religion during the day?
Yes, I'm not presently leading a school, but I did for 25 years.
Okay. Dr. McCoy, I asked these questions earlier to the witness for the bishops who came up and testified earlier in the day. I'm just inquiring about my concern that we are using tax dollars to pay for people to be able to go to a school that could turn them down in favor of their own denomination. It would be hard for me to believe, and I wouldn't find it unacceptable if in Catholic schools, the first people in line to get in were Catholics. But it's a little different when the taxpayers are helping to pay the tuition. What is your policy when you have to make a choice between a Catholic and a Protestant for admission to the school?
So I would say that our admission is open to anyone. What we want to make sure that families understand is our mission, that they understand that we have religion class daily, that we pray throughout the day, that they understand the teachings of the Catholic Church. And so that is part of our admissions process. Principals explain that to families, tours are given, questions are able to be asked. And so as long as the family understands that and goes through that admissions process, then the family is welcome to attend.
So are you testifying that there's no preference, that Catholic children do not have any priority with regard to getting into the Catholic schools?
Well, I will say that, again, it's open to everyone. However, we do have, because these are parochial schools, and so there are parish members that belong to that particular parish, right? And so, of course, families that belong to that church may be given preferential admission first. They get, they're able to apply first once it opens, and then from there, other families are welcome to apply.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, members, any more questions? All right, Representative Hinojosa.
Ms. Green,
Yes.
you expressed concerns about whether you would need to be pre-approved under this program to continue your services.
Yes.
And if you didn't want to participate in the program, you wouldn't have to be, but what if your competition does get pre-approved so that her services are subsidized? What does that do to your tutoring business?
Then it would probably not do very well, I would think. I'm not a math person, and I don't play one on TV, but I know enough about math that possibly it could hurt my business.
Possibly when the government gets in and picks winners and losers in the free market, it's no longer
Right.
free.
Exactly.
I think as what we've seen with it strikes me, what we've seen with the Catholic schools that have, for the most part, lost students over the last 15 to 10 years generally. We subsidize their competition in charter schools as the government. I know people from where I come from in the Valley who say, oh, we send our kid to free private schools now, right? It's a fallacy to think when the government gets in and puts its finger on the scale that it doesn't have an impact on free markets. And here I get accused of being a Marxist on Twitter, but I'm arguing to let the free market be free.
I will say this. Teachers are frustrated because laws are being made in Austin, and they've never stepped foot in a classroom. Teachers want to have the freedom to teach. They know what they're doing. They know how to teach. Leave them alone and let them do it.
All right, members, any more questions for this panel? All right, thank you all very much for testifying.
By the way, we have 3 grandchildren, and Tyler that went through Catholic
Chair calls Benita Gonzalez, Jackie Bessinger, and Louisa White.
Capitalist Marxist.
It's only because of my zip code and
Anita Scott, Andrew Green, and Gretchen Pierce, you're on deck. All right, I'll show you registered as Benita Gonzalez on behalf of the, testifying on behalf of the Archdiocese of Galveston and Houston, and you'll be testifying for the bill. Is that correct? That's correct. Okay, I'll show you registered as Jackie Bessinger, testifying on behalf of yourself, and you'll be testifying against the bill. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right. And I show you registered as Louisa White, testifying on behalf of yourself. You'll be testifying against the bill. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right, Ms. Bessinger, you may begin.
Hello, I am Jackie B. Singer. Let me start by stating that I oppose to the voucher HB3 bill with your fake narrative of being school choice. The twisting of reality falls before us, raising crucial questions about the legislator's instance on education. How can you justify redistributing our tax dollars to another lane of third-party providers as a legitimate educational alternative for families? For the past 11 years, our taxes have not supported the current public education framework. Yet, there's now an effort to establish a third lane for private providers reminiscent of the past rhetoric surrounding the voucher charter schools that benefit international entities and the oligarchs of the state and others. The initiative ignores once again the voices of Americans who once opposed, back in the day, the voucher charter schools, leading us to question the true motives behind this push. I urged all parents in our state to recognize the dangers and alliance between socialism and communism, which seeks to exploit our deliberately weakened education system. We stand on the brink of being governed by a party that prioritizes redistribution over individual prosperity, robbing you to provide to your neighbors. In the end, the scheme only leads to a depletion of resources, leaving the powerful in control while you suffer. As a proud conservative Republican who upholds the values set forth by our founding fathers, I implore you to resist the socialist encroachment before it's too late. It is time to demand accountability from our candidates and protect the future. And since I don't have any more time, here we go.
Right. Thank you for your testimony. Ms. Gonzalez.
Thank you, Chairman Buckley and members of the committee. I am Benita Gonzalez, the Director of Student Support Services for the Archdiocese of Galveston-Houston Catholic Schools, here to testify in support of House Bill 3. I would not be a Catholic administrator, first and foremost, if I did not tell you that it has been a long day, and I pray for each one of you because you have a lot of very serious decisions to make. In my role representing our Catholic Schools Office, I'm here to advocate for families and over 18,000 students enrolled in our Catholic schools, particularly regarding our approach to accommodating children with learning differences. I couldn't bring them all because this is spring break for some, and for others, there's still school ahead. Our Catholic schools welcome students from various backgrounds, faiths, and academic abilities. We are passionate about offering a comprehensive education that nurtures the mind, heart, and spirit. We are committed to fostering an inclusive environment where every student feels valued and their unique learning needs are met. With 56 schools within a 50-mile radius of Houston, we serve a significant population where over 12% of our students have special needs. This includes more than 1,100 students in elementary, middle school, and 1,200 in high school, representing a range of disabilities, including attention deficit disorders, specific learning disabilities, speech impairments, autism, and other identified special needs. That includes dysgraphia, emotional disorders, intellectual disabilities, visual impairments, and so on. Our Catholic accommodation plans enable our schools to tailor support for those students with these specific diagnoses based on the resources available at each individual school. Our Catholic school system is structured to support students with identified needs, creating an atmosphere that encourages academic achievement while celebrating diverse needs. I appreciate and recognize the emphasis placed on children with disabilities in this House bill. The bill offers families seeking alternatives valuable opportunities. Such options are crucial for families with special needs children as they deliver essential support and resources necessary to navigate the distinct challenges encountered. It creates pathways for those who currently feel limited by their education choices.
All right. Wow, sorry. All right, thank you much for your testimony.
Thank you.
Ms. White.
Hi, my name is Louisa White, and I am the proud parent of a public school student and a proud public school educator in Corpus Christi. In 2021, I was honored to be named my district's Teacher of the Year and Region 2 Texas Teacher of the Year. I am here today to urge the committee to vehemently oppose HB3. As a mom and educator, I'm on the front lines of public education in this state. I work in a Title I school, and we service a high number of emergent bilinguals, as well as students in special education. These vulnerable children, our children, would be the ones hurt the most by this voucher scheme. Private schools are under no obligation to provide special education services or appropriate language assistance services to students with limited English proficiency. Public schools are obligated, and public schools do deliver day in and day out, no matter the circumstances. The implementation of a voucher program would divert public funds from our public schools, but would not divert the obligation to provide the same services to these students. We would be expected to maintain the services we provide, but with fewer resources and drastically reduced funding. HB3 would only benefit families who already have the means to send their children to private schools while robbing public funds from public schools that serve all children. It would be stealing public funds from the award-winning pre-K my own son currently attends. It would be stealing public funds from the elementary school where my little boy will begin kindergarten next year. And it would be stealing public funds from the high school I currently serve. I am here before you as proof of what public education can achieve. I work at the high school from which I graduated, a public high school that inspired me through its health science program, a public high school that introduced me to a beautiful, diverse tapestry of students and teachers who shaped the passionate educator I became. No matter how you dress it up, HB3 would intentionally take funds from public schools just like mine, funds that ensure each student in a classroom receives a fair and equitable education. We should be working to fully fund our public schools as opposed to working against them. Our children deserve better. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much for your testimony. Members, any questions? Representative Hinojosa.
Ms. White, did you say that you come from Corpus Christi ISD?
Yes,
Are you all operating in a deficit budget?
I believe so.
Do you know how much money your school district would lose if this bill passes?
I believe, well, I looked something up and I think it said something like 13 million, but I could be very wrong.
Okay, well, so there's different opinions about what the take-up rate would be.
Yes.
We did very conservative, just 1%. I think the agency, the TEA, predicts 2%, but at just 1% bare minimum, 1% of people from your school go to private school, your school will lose about $3 million.
Yeah, that's horrifying.
All right, Chairman Hunter.
Well, I'm glad you came, because only Chairman Dutton mentioned Corpus Christi all day long, so. And I know this, I'm gonna relate this, so we're on the right bill, but I hear you on vouchers, and I also think I heard Chairman Buckley needs to make sure we get recompensated for the windstorm insurance for CCISD too.
Well, you know, it's very interesting, Representative Hunter, that this is the first time you've said anything all hearing,
You better be
so
right.
I don't know how you can hear me on vouchers because you've already
You're
signed
right.
on to this bill. I urge you to please reconsider because it's going to do, it's only going to hurt Corpus Christi ISD.
And I respect your ideas, and I hope you'll respect mine too. Thank you.
I mean, as long as you don't take public funds from my public school.
And I hear you about the insurance. All right, Chairman Dutton.
Thank you. Thank you. Ms. Gonzalez, you're
Yes, sir.
with the Archdiocese of Galveston, Houston?
Yes, sir. Is it about your schools?
I'll ask the question different. Maybe I'll get a different answer.
I will do my best.
What should I expect from the Archdiocese of Galveston, Houston, if this bill passes?
Well, what you expect from us in regards to students enrollment or in regards to just the Archdiocese in
Just
itself?
what should
or
I
the schools?
expect? Should I expect 2 schools open?
Well, I'm hoping you would expect some enrollment, and in that case, also some feasibility studies within Our Mother Mercy to see where they are currently right now within those areas, and also knowing what kind of parishioners, if it's a older population or a younger population that can actually house students in that other Our Mother Mercy school. So that's one answer for you. But in regards to this bill,
I'll give you the study we did. So
that's
you don't have to
even
do
better.
that step.
That's even better. So our
Yeah.
superintendent, the one back there that you just spoke to, she would be the one that would be talking to His Eminence or our Archbishop to support you with that for sure.
Okay, I think that's the same answer I got before, but, okay. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
I think you got them to a maybe. Yeah. All right. Any more questions, members? All right. Thank you all for being here. We
Thank
appreciate
you.
it.
Thank you.
Chair calls Anita Scott, Andrew Green, and Gretchen Pierce. Okay, I show you registered as Anita Scott, testifying on behalf of the Texas Homeschool Coalition, and you'll be testifying for the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, I show you registered as Andrew Green, testifying on behalf of the PSAT Academy and yourself, and you'll be testifying for the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, Chair.
All right, and I show you registered as Gretchen Pierce, testifying on behalf of yourself, and you'll be testifying against the bill. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right, we'll let Mr. Green begin. Oh, hold up just one second. Hold on, I want to make this announcement. Shamanda Joseph, David DeLeon, and Susan Scruggs, you're on deck. All right, Mr. Green, you may begin.
I want to thank God and the committee members for allowing me to speak to you today. My name is Andrew Green, founder of PSAT Academy, an accredited hybrid school that offers private school affordability and accessibility to urban and rural students in Texas. I am for HB3. Chairman Dutton, I agree with you earlier, the concern for outcomes. African Americans score the lowest in ACT at 16, compared to Caucasians, that's about a 21, and I think Chinese score about a 24, 25. So we got a long way to go, because that 16 doesn't really allow for great outcomes. Most of my students at PSAT, over 60% are African American males, and most of my students pay around $500 to $700 a month, their parents. We try to make up the difference between donations, fundraisers, and what have you to try to make ends meet. We offer synchronous education to parents, which is a live education, nothing pre-recorded, so that there's great energy transfer. Today we find ourselves polarized by uncertainty. The uncertainty reminds me of the time following the resurrection of Jesus. His disciples and followers were grieving. They were grappling with divisions on whether to focus kingdom outreach on Jews or Gentiles. Despite their differences, they came together on the day of Pentecost and afterwards, driven by a hunger for God and righteousness. I believe we will also unite, motivated by our shared dedication to enriching children's lives and empowering teachers. Every educator, parent, and child is crucial to our future. I owe much of my success to my grandmother, a public school educator who tutored me outside of school hours, and to my high school chemistry teacher. These individuals played a pivotal role in my development. No one knows whether the answers to global problems will come from a child that's public school, private school, or homeschooled. However, we do know that every teacher who inspires or sustains a child's passion for learning contributes to the brighter future for us all. I humbly urge you to support HB3.
All right, thank you very much for your testimony. Ms. Scott.
Good evening, Chairman Buckley and committee members. My name is Anita Scott, and I am testifying in favor of House Bill 3 on behalf of the Texas Homeschool Coalition. We advocate for the interests of up to 650,000 homeschool students in Texas and have over 100,000 of those families on our Texas mailing list. My own homeschool journey began in the 1980s when my parents chose to homeschool. Two parents homeschooled 8 children in a 3-bedroom, 1-bathroom home. Eventually, my mother, a certified teacher with a bachelor's degree, not only homeschooled us, but also started homeschooling other children from other families, seeking an education free from the onslaught of the negative influences that our school districts offered. In fact, when I was in elementary school, a school in the southern sector of Dallas where I lived, Carter High School, made the news. The Carter Cowboys' string of successful victories in football led them to win a state championship at the Texas Stadium in 1988. The Dallas Cowboys hadn't won a Super Bowl since 1979, so Dallas was raving about the Carter High School Cowboys. Unfortunately, the Carter victory parade and the pomp and circumstance of the state championship ended all too soon when several of the high school football players were arrested, with some of the players receiving sentences for up to 25 years of imprisonment for 21 local armed robberies. The reality is what happened at Carter High School during that time was not and is not representative of the schools in the Dallas School District, but this is what is true, and I've expressed this before. My neighbors often use family members' addresses to send their children to higher-rated schools outside of our districts. In other words, they were stealing the address of family members to experience choice. All families want the freedom to make educational choices for their children to ensure they receive the best education possible. Thank you.
All right, thank you for your testimony, Ms. Pierce.
Hello, my name is Gretchen Pierce. I'm here because I oppose HB3 and do not want it to get out of committee. I'm a mom of 2 young children. My son attends in Austin ISD Elementary School, and my daughter will attend in the fall. We love our neighborhood school. My son is so happy to be part of a wonderful community. He's excited to go to school and learn every day. We do everything we can as a family to support our school, not just because we love it, but because we know that the state does not adequately fund public schools. Our schools and teachers need as much help as they can get to provide a well-rounded education for our kids. I appreciate that everyone has a choice in Texas about how to educate their children, public school, private school, or homeschool, but we shouldn't be using public taxpayer money to facilitate that choice through a voucher program. For many families who do not already attend private school, the voucher would not cover enough of the cost for their child to be able to switch to a private school. Those children will remain in their public schools, which will be even more underfunded than before due to vouchers draining their resources. Our school district, like most in Texas, is already in a financial crisis. This is because when adjusted for inflation, we actually receive less money than we did in 2019. Texas is a state with a lot of pride about its history and accomplishments, but being in the bottom 10 states for per student funding is not something to be proud of. If neighborhood schools lose students to vouchers, we will be in an even worse financial crisis. Over 90% of students in Texas attend public schools. Those schools should not have to suffer while our tax dollars fund private schools that do not have to meet the same requirements as public schools. Students in Texas are the future of this state. We should want all of them to receive the best education possible. They are our future leaders and innovators. If you implement vouchers, our public school students will lose staff, programs, resources, which will have a negative effect on the quality of their education. That is a high price that 5 million students in this state will have to pay for this so-called school choice program. Please use your power as a state representative to protect and fund our neighborhood schools like the one my son attends. We do our part as a family to support our school because we know how important it is to our community, and we need you to do your part as well and say no to vouchers. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much for your testimony. I believe Representative Bryan has a question.
Ms. Scott, just a quick question for you. Your testimony, at least your written testimony, says that 71% of Texas homeschoolers support the bill. Do you believe that 71% of the homeschoolers will take advantage of it and ask for funding?
I think that's a great question, and I can surmise. I know that 71% support it, but I don't know if there will be a 71% matriculation from where they currently attend into the homeschooling sector.
Well, my question was, because your information is about the current homeschoolers, and I was curious to know if you think 71% of them will take advantage of the opportunity to receive funding.
I think that's a healthy guess. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
All right, members, Representative Leo Wilson.
Ms. Scott, right? Did I get your name right?
Yes, ma'am.
I know that I've heard from some homeschoolers that feel putting their, the vendor list I've seen, it includes like commonly used homeschool things that are pre-approved. But if you were a parent, how I understand the bill is that it's like a short two-page application, but you, the parent, would submit your materials if you want to get them on the list, and the only qualifier in the bill is that has to be instructional. Is that how you read that?
Well, when you say it has to be instructional, can you unpack that a little bit more?
Well, it has to be like an instructional material. So like whether Amazon's on the list or whatever, you're not ordering a magazine subscription.
Accurate.
That doesn't
Yes,
have
ma'am.
an educational purpose.
Yes,
Is that
ma'am.
how are you reading it that way? That's the way I read it. If you were worried as a homeschooler about the vendor list, and that is, government intrusion, or that's some kind of pre-approved nefarious thing going on there, you could still use your ESA for dual credit or something like that, right? Like, what are some of the other things that homeschoolers have expenses on besides your curriculum and your instructional materials?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you for that question, Representative Leo Wilson. So you have your high dollar items, and then you can have your mid to low dollar items. Your high dollar items could be dual credit, private tutoring, special needs type therapies, and then your mid to low cost items could be instructional materials or assessments, instructional materials being pens, pencils, and textbooks.
So there's nothing that would, require you to apply at all if you're really, really worried. But there are families that, support it that are homeschooling. And if you were even more worried, then you just wouldn't spend your ESA on the vendor list.
Absolutely. Yes, ma'am. Accurate.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you, members. Representative Schoolcraft.
Ms. Scott, currently, do you think homeschoolers are concerned about the state deciding to regulate or impose restrictions or requirements on them?
There is a segment of that. Yes, sir.
Okay. There's so much criticism about this bill, and I sometimes wonder if people have actually read it. Actually, I assume they haven't. We've got a protection in this bill that's unlike anything I've ever seen. And I'm going to skim through it and read it quickly, but I want to see if you're aware of this.
Yes, sir.
There's a provision in here that says a state agency or state official may not adopt a rule or take other governmental action related to the program, and I'm going to skip a couple words, a participant that limits or imposes requirements that are contrary to the religious or instructional values or practices of the participant, that'd be a homeschooler, that limits the participant from freely determining the methods or curriculum to educate students, determining admissions and enrollment practices, policies, and standards, modifying or refusing to modify the participant's religious or institutional values or practices, operations, conducts, policies, standards, assessments, or employment practices based on the participant's religious values or practices, and it goes on and on.
Mm-hmm.
Does that give you a little more comfort if this goes into effect than you have today? No, I'm just curious. Okay.
Yes, sir, it does. And as the Texas Homeschool Coalition, we have found great favor to be invited to the table to speak with legislators just about what the bill language is so that we can create some bulletproof for the homeschoolers and so they feel protected with this piece of legislation.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Members, any more questions for this panel? All right, Chairman Dutton.
Thank you. Dr. Green, where is PSAT Academy located?
Chairman Dutton is based out of Houston, Texas.
Whereabouts in Houston?
In Katy,
Katy?
Texas.
Okay.
Yeah, but we service, we're, to answer your question earlier, you asked, are there any accredited online high schools? We're an accredited online high school in Texas.
So you're an online school?
Online school. We offer synchronous education, which means it's live.
Right.
It's an 8 o'clock class. You got to have your microphone on.
How many students?
We've got about 60 students in our class. We've got a graduate already at UT. My son just got through getting accepted into Baylor. He's a senior there. We got a kid on full scholarship at University of Oklahoma. So I measure our outcomes by where are our kids? Are they getting in college? Are they college ready? What are they scoring on the ACT? You know, are they passing the entrance exam for community colleges? You know, this is how I measure it. We don't measure it by, you know, the tuition, because we're not making much tuition. Like, this has been a labor of love for me, but I need to see the needle move on, because most of our students are minorities.
Are you a private school?
Private.
Private school. And you charge tuition?
We charge tuition.
Okay. And what is your tuition?
Our tuition, when we first started, was $9,500. We were lucky if we got $500 a month from a student, because most students just don't have it. Which is, I remember back in two years ago, I made a choice 2 years ago. Do I close the school or do I sell my house and put the equity into the school? My friend said, you're crazy, because I sold my house and I put the equity into the school. So everybody that's worried about, oh, these private schools are in this to make money. If I wanted to make money, I would stay in medicine, or I would use my chemistry degree to open up a compounding pharmacy or something like that. You don't go into education to make money. You go into education because it's a ministry. You want to touch lives. And I don't care if it's homeschool, private school, public school. Educators are into it to make a difference in people's lives.
What percentage of your 60 students are black boys?
Over 60%.
60%?
Over 60%.
Over 60%? And so most of them are graduating?
Oh, yeah.
On time?
Oh, yeah. I have one young man, when he graduated last year, he hugged me on stage. He's 6'7". He's the first person in his whole family to ever graduate. He hugged me and he told me, I love you. It's the first time he had ever said anything because this guy has seen more death than anybody in this room combined as a teenager. And nobody expected him to even graduate. He's at Lee College right now, attending college.
How do you get students?
Word of mouth, social media. We don't have any real money for like TV or anything like that. So it's just social media and word of mouth.
And where do the students come from in Houston?
Most of them, we've got a couple of students that attend our school from San Antonio, but most of the students in Houston come from like Sugar Land, 3rd Ward, 5th Ward. We have some students from the Atascocita area, but most of them are what we would consider like at poverty or just above poverty. Their parents can't afford it. One mother even took an extra job just to help out.
And so finally, you're an online private school.
Yes.
That's accredited?
It's accredited by Cognia.
By who?
Cognia.
Okay.
Yeah, Cognia is very recognized. One of the hardest accreditations to get is Cognia.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Work hard to get it. Thank you, sir.
All right. Members, any more questions for this panel? All right. Thank you very much for your testimony. Chair calls Shamanda Joseph, David DeLeon, and Susan Scruggs. Nick Joseph, Ethan Gonzalez, and Bill Hintz, you'll be on deck. Ma'am, what's your name?
Shamanda Joseph.
You're Shamanda, okay. So we're looking for Susan Scruggs. Susan Scruggs. Okay, we'll show Susan Scruggs on behalf of herself, registered against the bill but not testifying. All right, I'll show you registered as Shamanda Joseph, testifying on behalf of yourself, and you'll be testifying for the bill. Is that correct?
That is correct.
I show you registered as David DeLeon, testifying on behalf of yourself, and you'll be testifying against the bill. Is that correct?
That is correct.
All right. Ms. Joseph, you may begin.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Shamanda Joseph, and I am here for myself based on perspective as a parent with a child currently enrolled at PSAT Academy. Thank you again for the opportunity to speak. I am testifying in support of House Bill 3, because education is a core value for my family. When seeking the right environment to meet my son's unique learning needs, we feel there's little room for compromise. We knew that we needed a school that offered both academic rigor and flexibility. We needed a small setting that could nurture my son's learning difference. And we needed teachers who would empower him to tap into his strengths. We also needed a school where my son's passion for golf could be meaningfully integrated with his academic pursuits, because sports fuel his academic energy. And it also helps with managing his learning difference, which is a moderate dyslexia that was deemed not eligible for support services in public school. My son actually did his own research, social media, and discovered PSAT Academy, which has proven to be transformative in his learning experience, because my son has had his strongest academic performance throughout our academic journey. I believe that every child deserves an education that allows them to flourish. School choice recognizes that no single educational model works for every child. The choice for a public school education is one option. It just wasn't the best option for my son. So I believe parents should have the freedom to choose other best fit options for their children's learning experiences. I'm hopeful the priorities set forth in House Bill 3 for accessing the ESA funds will hold true, because there are deserving students
Please wrap up.
who can benefit from learning experiences that can address their unique needs. So thank you again for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Mr. DeLeon, you may begin.
Good evening, members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is David DeLeon. I grew up in San Antonio, where I attended public elementary and high schools, as well as a private middle school. I have been a teacher for the past 20 years in public schools, primarily Title I, charter schools, and private schools in New York City, Washington State, Austin, and Ecuador. Throughout my career, I've witnessed both the challenges and the opportunities within our public education system. I know it needs serious improvement, but I'm here today to say that House Bill 3 is not the way to go. First, public schools, already operating under severe deficits, will suffer even more if HB 3 passes. Using taxpayer money on private schools will widen the gaps in equality, leaving our most vulnerable students without the support and opportunities they deserve, supposedly in the name of parental choice. Most, I think all, of the parents who spoke in support of HB already have their students in private schools, which only supports the trend that the majority of the people who use voucher programs already have their students in private schools. Second, HB 3 lacks accountability. Public schools, especially those in underserved communities, have long been held to rigorous standards through high-stakes testing. Private schools, however, are not required to meet those same standards. It is deeply concerning that taxpayer money would be funneled into private institutions without robust measures to ensure efficiency. My final point was going to be about how similar programs in other states have not shown academic success, but that Dr. from Michigan already gave wonderful, lengthy, and fact-based arguments on that. I will say this, though. Most private schools are found in higher income areas, so HB 3 will pump more money into already wealthy neighborhoods. Members of this committee, I urge you to reject HB 3. Instead, let's focus on strengthening our public schools, where every child, regardless of background, has a chance to thrive. Public education is the cornerstone of our democracy and the key to a brighter future for Texas. In this pivotal moment, I ask you and every Texan who values equity and opportunity to stand up for our public schools. Thank you, and please do better.
All right, thank you very much for your testimony. Members, any questions? Yes, Vice Chair Bernal.
Sure. Mr. De Leon, you're teaching now?
Yes, I teach here in ASD and I have taught for the past 10 years.
And where do you teach?
I taught for 7 years at Burnett Middle School, a year at Sanchez Elementary, and I'm on my second year at Sadler Means, where I teach ESL and I'm an instructional coach.
And you went to high school in San Antonio?
Yeah, Burbank.
Burbank?
Go Bulldogs.
Jefferson. And I went to Brack for a year, but Jefferson. I'm also totally freaking out. He looks just like my dad. It's really strange. It's really weird.
So he was also very handsome.
Yeah. Tell me, in the school that you teach in now, describe the students that you have.
Oh my goodness. Sadler Means is a magical campus. It is so calm and relaxing over there. Just to see the kids wander, no, I shouldn't say wander. When the kids move about the campus, you can just tell that they have so much respect for one another, for the teachers, for the administration, the amount of responsibility that the administration gives to the students. You see them handling a lot of, I'm sorry, I'm kind of rambling a little bit.
It's late, it's all right.
Yeah, I know, I've been here since 7.
Yeah.
It's worth noting that I think we've only had one fight this year for a middle school, which if you look at AISD's middle school records is remarkable. You can tell that the staff love the students and the students love the staff.
All right, I appreciate that. Thank you for the work that you do.
Now, before you hang up, I want to know.
Chairman Dutton. Chairman Dutton, please.
Ms. Joseph, did you say your son is at PTAC?
PSAT.
PSAT?
PSAT Academy.
This same one?
That same
Oh,
same
okay.
one.
And where do you live?
Pearland.
Where?
Pearland.
Pearland. How did you find out about PSAT?
My son discovered it on social media and convinced me to take a look at it.
What grade is he?
He's 11th grade, so he'll graduate next year.
And when did he start at PSAT?
This year.
He just started?
Mm-hmm.
And how's he doing?
He's doing remarkable. He actually has distinguished achievement on his transcript. So for me and the challenges we've had throughout this journey, it's a really big deal.
What school was he at prior to that?
He was at a different online school that was not live teaching, so it did not give me the type of results that I wanted for him.
And prior to that, did he go to just a regular public school someplace?
He was in public school here in Texas during his elementary school years, which is where we got the first assessment where it was like 4 parts, and it said he did really well in 2 parts and really bad in the other 2, but it was a rolled up score, so he did not qualify for the,
Was that in the Houston area too?
yes, in Pearland.
Okay, all right. Okay, thank you.
Excuse me, Representative Hinojosa.
Thank you. Ms. Joseph, what is the tuition you pay at PSAT?
My son is actually on scholarship there,
Oh, okay. The golf scholarship or
academic and athletic.
okay. Mhm. Congratulations. Mr. De Leon, thank you for teaching at Austin ISD. Sadler Means is a school of choice in the district, is it not?
Yes, it is.
And I have spoken earlier, I don't know if you heard, that Austin ISD stands to lose at minimum about $6 million a year, as projected if only 1% of students in Austin ISD take up this voucher and go to private school. Do you know how large our projected deficit is for next?
I believe it was originally projected to be about 80 million, but now it's up to 110, if I'm not mistaken.
That's very good. Yes, it's very bad, actually, but yes, that's correct. That's how much we're projected to be in deficit next year. Do you know how much we pay into recapture or Robinhood?
I do not know.
It's over 800 million a year, so almost $1 billion a year. Do you know what this bill will do to recapture in Austin and every other, and the vast majority of other districts that pay into recapture?
I don't know.
It will increase the recapture that we will have to pay.
Members, any more questions for this panel? Okay. Thank you both very much for being here.
Thank you.
Chair calls Nick Joseph, Ethan Gonzalez, and Bill Hintz. Leslie Hall, Misty Poe, and Ben DeGrow, you are on deck. All right, I'll show you registered as Nick Joseph, testifying on behalf of yourself, testifying against the bill. Is that correct?
That's right.
All right. I'll show you registered as Ethan Gonzalez, testifying on behalf of yourself. You'll be testifying for the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And I'll show you registered as Bill Hintz. Did I say that right?
Yep.
I'll show you registered as Bill Hintz, testifying on behalf of yourself. You'll be testifying for the bill. Is that correct?
That is correct.
All right. Dr. Hintz, we'll let you begin.
Okay. My name is Dr. Bill Hins, Director of School Ministry for the Texas District, LCMS in support of HB3. Thank you, members of the House Public Education Committee, for your endurance tonight and for your service to the citizens of Texas. My family and I moved to the great state of Texas in 1997. My 2 daughters graduated from Pflugerville High School and had excellent teachers. My oldest daughter was blessed to be the valedictorian at Pflugerville High School. Both daughters received an exceptional education. On March 2023, the Florida House of Representatives passed HB1 by a vote of 83 to 27. When Florida first passed a choice bill for students and families in 2001, the Florida House votes were extremely close, just like the Texas House vote could be this year. Why in all these years has the vote for choice in Florida become increasingly stronger? The 2024 vote was 89 to 18 in favor of choice for students and their families. The research overwhelmingly shows that student achievement in both public schools and private schools has significantly improved in Florida and beyond after choice was passed. In 2001, before the adoption of school choice, Florida students were below the national average in reading and math scores for 4th grade students in the NAEP test scores. By 2022, Florida 4th graders had the 4th highest math scores and the 3rd highest reading scores in the nation. Giving our students options will be a benefit for all the students of Texas, both public school students and private school students. Please go make history. The students of Texas deserve your support and will benefit from your bold action.
All right. Thank you very much for your testimony. Mr. Gonzalez.
Ladies and gentlemen of the Public Education Committee and fellow Texans, my name is Ethan Gonzalez.
I'm grateful to have the opportunity to testify today as both a senior in high school and as a newly eligible voter. Having immigrant grandparents and being the son of 2 first-generation college graduates, I have seen the transformative power of education firsthand. My mother studied to become a bilingual public school educator along with 4 of her 6 siblings. And when it came time to educate her own children, my mother chose to homeschool my brother and I. However, she returned to work to support my family as my father started his small business. My mother chose to place me in a private Christian school setting for a variety of reasons, one of which being the low student-teacher ratio. Initially, I was admitted on scholarship as my father grew his small business. My parents' hard work and sacrifice made it possible for me to continue my attendance, and I cannot be more grateful for their choice. Because of their decision, I have gained not only an education, but a second family of mentors who have prepared me for life after high school. I'm speaking today to ask that all parents be given the opportunity to send their child to the school of their choice. The establishment of this education savings program would enable parents to make this reality. With this bill, our families will be able to chart their own educational future. Please vote yes for HB3. And as a side note, I would just like to say that I'm very much in support of Representative Dutton's idea that students be involved in this process. Not because I believe that all students necessarily agree with me, but that because I believe that students should be involved in their state government and should be informed about what their state is doing. Thank you for your time.
Yeah, thank you very much for your testimony. Mr. Joseph.
Thank you all. My name is Nick Joseph. I'm here as a graduate of Texas Public Schools and now a proud parent of a kindergartner at our local public school. I'm here to oppose House Bill 3. I've heard members of this committee say that they can walk and chew gum at the same time, that they can fully fund public education while creating this new program to send taxpayer dollars into private schools. If you think you were doing a good job of walking, I urge this committee to look around the state of Texas. The vast majority of our public school districts are facing record budget deficits. These deficits are forcing schools to make devastating cuts, cutting school bus routes, cutting teacher planning periods, cutting teacher positions, even closing schools. People around this state should know why these budget deficit and these cuts are happening. It is not that their local school district is somehow mismanaging its budget, or that teachers and administrators are not doing their jobs. It is that the Texas legislature has decided that public schools should do more with less. If you grew up in Texas, you can tell that public schools today don't have the resources they used to. As we know, and we know the hard numbers on this from Paul Colbert, the former budget chair of this very committee, who testified as much last week. Paul also indicated in his testimony that there really is a fixed amount of money this committee is working with. And any money given to vouchers is necessarily taken away from money that would have otherwise gone to public schools. House Bill 2, the public school funding bill, puts only $8 billion towards the 5.5 million kids in Texas public schools to make up for years of chronic underfunding by the Texas legislature. Meanwhile, this bill, House Bill 3, puts $1 billion and growing to $11 billion by 2030 towards the roughly only 300,000 kids in private schools. You want to walk and chew gum? Why don't you prove to us you can walk first before we start talking about chewing gum? Please vote for our public schools and against this horrible, shameful bill.
Thank you for your testimony. Members, any questions for this panel? All right, thank you very much. Chair calls Leslie Hall, Misty Poe, and Ben DeGrow. Ben DeGrow. Okay, we'll show Ben DeGrow on behalf of Excel and Ed, registered for the bill but not testifying. I show you registered as Leslie Hall, testifying on behalf of yourself, and you'll be testifying against the bill. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And I show you registered as Misty Poe, testifying on behalf of yourself, and you'll be testifying for the bill.
That is correct.
Is that correct? All right, thank you. Ms. Poe, you may begin.
Good evening. I'm Misty Poe, the Superintendent of Catholic Schools from the Diocese of Austin. Today I am testifying in support of House Bill 3. This initiative is not just a policy proposal, it's a pivotal step towards enhancing educational quality, accountability, and most importantly, access to students across the state. I've had the distinct honor of serving as a Texas Catholic Conference Accreditation Commissioner for the past 6 years, 3 of those years as president. In addition to serving as a commission, I have served as a visiting chairperson, a team member, and I can attest to the rigorous accreditation process that ensures standards and benchmarks are being met. Accreditation is not merely a formality, it's a commitment to excellence that ensures our Catholic schools meet high standards of quality and accountability. There are 19 schools in the Diocese of Austin serving 5,202 students pre-K through 12. Our mission is to provide diverse and innovative educational models that cater to the unique needs of our students. We offer Montessori programs, dual credit, AP classes, STEM programs, classical education, internships, and programs that serve students with learning disabilities, all designed to cultivate the critical thinking and lifelong love of learning. We're dedicated to serving low-income students and those with learning differences. Currently, 22% of our students have a diagnosed learning disability. 17% of our students qualify for free and reduced lunch, and 32% of our students receive tuition assistance. Recognizing the increased demand for tuition assistance for our families, we launched a new tuition assistance program last year to support those choosing to send their children to Catholic schools. To demonstrate the need, we had $200,000 to distribute from a $5 million endowment. The request that came in was over $2 million from 779 students. 563 qualified. We were only able to grant 240 of those students, 25 of them being new to Catholic school. In closing, House Bill 3 is more than just legislation. It's an important opportunity to strengthen our education system, both private and public. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much for your testimony. All right, Ms. Hall.
My name is Leslie Hall. I'm a mom of 2 kids at a public elementary school. I'm testifying today against HB3, and I thank you very much for the opportunity to speak. Next year, we'll be looking at middle schools for my oldest kiddo. If a voucher program passes, we might get financial assistance to pick a private school. Here in Austin, there are many fine ones where for $30,000 or $40,000 a year, she might do great. But having a lot of private options like we do in our big city is the exception. More than half of Texas counties don't have one. And if she did do great using an education voucher, she'd also be the exception. Study after study has shown that, on average, students who take vouchers do no better or worse academically than their peers in public schools. Programs in Louisiana and Indiana have had significant negative effects on the achievement of students who use vouchers. This is a picture of my daughter, her 4th grade friends this weekend. We were all camping out at Enchanted Rock. We love our public state parks, and we love our public school that brought this group of families together in our local community. But I'm afraid that the very rich people funding these voucher campaigns see these public resources as commodities, as markets they can enter and make money. And I don't want that. As a Texan, as a child of Texans, as a parent of Texans, I don't want that. I want to stay in strong, healthy, fully funded public schools that educate every kid regardless of how easy they are to teach or what they can pay. My kids in public school start every day with the Pledge of Allegiance and the pledge to the Texas state flag. I want them to be proud to be Texans. I want them to be proud to live in a state with a free and accessible public education system written into their Constitution. I ask you not to create an entitlement program that benefits vendors and private markets, but to fully fund our public schools.
All right, thank you very much for your testimony. Members, any questions for this panel? All right.
I want to be clear about one.
Chairman Dutton.
Thank you. You're with the Austin Diocese,
I am with
right?
the Austin Diocese, and Representative Dutton, I will speak with my bishop. So Bishop Vasquez is being reassigned to the Galveston-Houston. He'll be the Archbishop of Galveston-Houston, so I'll put a bug in his ear about Mother of Mercy and St. Francis.
That's the best answer I've heard all day.
Wow. Now we have people getting reassigned.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're moving on. All right. Members, any more questions for this panel? All right. Thank you very much for being here. Chair calls Michelle Abner, Felicita Pinion, And Liz Delia Pinion. Yeah. 8. Okay. Okay, I show you registered as Michelle Abner, and testifying on behalf of yourself, and you'll be testifying for the bill. Is that correct?
It is.
All right, I show you registered as Liz Delia Pinion?
Yes, Dr. Liz Delia Pinion.
Okay, Liz Delia Pinion, and you'll be testifying on behalf of yourself. You'll be testifying against the bill. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And I show you registered as Felicita Pinion?
Yes.
And you'll be testifying on behalf of yourself, and you'll be testifying against the bill. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right, thank you for being here. Ms. Abner, you may begin.
Thank you. My name is Michelle Abner, and I'm a proud Texas real estate agent and a parent whose children attend private school. I'm here to strongly support HB3. Have you ever felt trapped by your zip code when choosing the best education for your child? What if that choice was truly in your hands and not dictated by school district lines? As a realtor, I see firsthand how property taxes and school district boundaries impact home buying decisions. In Texas, property taxes are directly tied to school funding, meaning families often have to pay a premium for homes in high-performing school districts. This forces parents to make difficult financial choices, sometimes stretching their budgets to afford a home in a good district or settling for a low-quality school simply because it's what they can afford. The system creates inequality, where a child's education is determined by their parents' income and where they can afford to live, rather than their individual needs and potential. Public schools operate as a monopoly, controlling the education of students within their district with little incentive to improve or innovate. Families are forced to send their children to the school assigned to their address, regardless of whether it meets their children's needs. Unlike other industries where competition drives quality and efficiency, public schools have little reason to change because funding is guaranteed through taxation. Parents deserve real choices. HB3 introduces competition into the education system by giving parents access to an education savings account, allowing them to use their tax dollars to select the best educational option for their children. When schools compete for students, they incentivize to improve, adapt, and provide a better education. This not only benefits the families who choose alternative options, but also encourages public schools to raise their standards to retain students. By supporting HB3, we're giving our children more educational opportunities. We're also creating a more flexible and dynamic housing market. Families will have the freedom to choose a home based on factors like location, affordability, and community, rather than feeling forced into an expensive district
Please
just
wrap
to
up your
access a
testimony.
quality education. This reform will relieve the financial burdens on parents and level the playing field for students. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you very much for your testimony. Okay, you may begin.
My name is Felicita Pinion. I am in 6th grade and I use a power wheelchair because I have cerebral palsy. I love school, dancing, and spending time with my friends. I'm here today to speak against HB3 because I don't believe vouchers will ever work for kids like me. My mom has looked at private schools for me, but they turned away because I'm in a wheelchair. Then don't want to deal with things like ramps. Having a nurse to help me or a school. I've heard people talk about giving money to private schools, but private schools don't have to take kids like me. They don't have the same rules as public schools. Instead of giving money to private schools that don't take kids like us, please help public schools get better. Fund them all. Fund them so all students can have the chance to learn and grow. Every kid deserves to belong, and Texas public schools are where we truly belong. Thank you for listening to my story.
Very good. Very good. Felicita, that was powerful testimony. You're a pro. It's like you've done this. You're better than everybody else that's come up here today.
Thank
you. Really thank you so much for sharing your thoughts and your concerns about this issue. It's really important. Dr. Pinion, did you want to testify as well?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you may begin.
Vouchers don't open doors to Texas schools with disabilities. My name is Dr. Liz Pignon, and I'm a mother of 4 children with disabilities, including CP, autism, dyslexia. I strongly oppose HB3. Vouchers do not open doors for Texas children with disabilities. They close them. I have triplets with medical needs. Santiago has a feeding tube. Frida has mental health challenges. And Felicita uses a wheelchair due to cerebral palsy. We've explored the possibility of private schools all over DFW, but the outcome was always the same. As soon as they learned about our children's disabilities, the doors were closed. Santiago's feeding tube was seen as a burden, even though he's reading at a 12th grade level and reads in multiple languages. Felicita's wheelchair required too many accommodations, and as you've seen, she's pretty outspoken. And Frida's behavior challenges led to comments like, well, we might not be the right fit. We asked the questions and learned that our school's rights would not be protected in private schools, and I, as a parent, am not willing to give up those rights. Let me be clear, this bill does not provide any solutions. It deepens inequities here in Texas. Vouchers are marked as choice, but they're technically private school choice. They get to choose, not us. They have no real obligations to accept or serve these students and often lack the resources, staff, and willingness to provide necessary accommodations. Children like mine would remain excluded, while public schools would lose critical funding and struggle even more to support their students. If we truly want to support students with disabilities, we must strengthen, not abandon, our public schools. Instead of draining money from our public schools, why not fix our system? Fully fund our special ed schools, reduce those class sizes, hire and train more special ed teachers, and expand access to transition programs to prepare students for the life after high school. Felicita and I agree that HB3 is private school choice. It was never about parental choice. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much for your testimony. Members, any questions for this panel? Yes, Chairman Frank.
Dr. Pena, thank you very much for being here. You mentioned that you were searching all over for private schools. Why were you searching?
When my kids were newly diagnosed with a disability and knowing the issues that Texas have had with their special ed departments, programs, I wanted to explore. But as soon as I went to those programs and mentioned anything, and these even specialize special needs schools.
And I'm sorry that you didn't find the right fit. I think that is a situation families have gotten in, and there's not always an option, but in some cases there are. If you'd have been able to find an option And there are some private schools that specialize in those, and you
Those said
didn't
no.
find them. But if there were a school that specialized in that and you found them, might you have a different opinion? I know you didn't, but you might have a different opinion and feel like, hey,
No, I
you
wouldn't
had
have,
an
because I
option.
would have had to waive my rights of my student. Whenever there's an issue with my child with special needs, I'm able to bring in our rules and make sure that
Okay.
everything our child needs is followed.
I really do. I appreciate your answers. I've talked to others that really would like other options but I appreciate that you don't. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, Vice Chair Bernal.
Thank you. Thank you for coming. Felicita, I don't think that I will forget you.
Thank you.
I have a question. And I'm probably going to ask it the wrong way, so forgive me. I know that having children that have certain needs and challenges is expensive in and of itself. Let's say that you did find a school that could serve Felicita and the other children, but the tuition was $20,000, $30,000, $40,000. The voucher right now, the ESA is worth $10,500. If you were to find that school, do you think they should be able to turn you away because you can't make up the remaining $10,000 or $20,000?
I don't. It shouldn't be an income. We would never go that route because of the special ed laws that we would have. But even with 2 incomes of doctorates in our home, there's no way, even with a voucher, that we would even ever be able to afford anything.
And I appreciate that. Thank you. And just, I know that people are listening to me thinking that I'm trying to create some sort of policy trap. I'm not. What I'm trying to do is the chairman has prioritized students based on their need. And so far, every time we ask, if the schools would do the same, they have said, no, don't make us. And I'm struggling with that. They are saying, if you make us take fill-in-the-blank character of kid, we may not participate. And I'm looking for a way to make that work. I don't like the bill. I think it's bad policy, and I think we're all hearing why. But that is what I'm struggling with. And I get that there are special circumstances, and I get that some children are harder to serve than others, and it's hard to find personal. I get all that. But we haven't heard one say yes. We'll do it. If there's no one's even said, if it's $3,000 more, we got it. Or we can do it up to 10. They just said, if you make us do this, we're out. And I just don't, if that is the case, then the bill doesn't do what we want it to do. So I'm still asking and pleading with people to help us figure this out, as opposed to giving us platitudes, because I think you're seeing over and over again what the challenge is, right? There are priorities. There are bands of kids. That's 1, 2, 3, 4. And right now, the only group that we know for certain will get served is the last group, the bottom band. And I'm frustrated, and I'm no more frustrated than I am right now. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much. Members, any other questions? Representative Leo Wilson.
Mr. Chairman, I have a question for you. In the bill, we are saying for special needs students that up to $30,000 could follow them. And we heard testimony earlier today that said that some of the reasons why a private school could not take a more involved student was because they don't have a nurse on campus and different things like that. And that possibly in the bill, is it that $30,000 that's based on the previous special ed funding that went with that student's class statements and IEPs?
Yes,
And
that's correct.
that allotment, whatever that is, up to $30,000, would follow them. So perhaps that would allow some nursing care and whatever other special needs it is. I would hate to think that it would ever be because a student has disabilities. A lot of the schools can't do it because they don't have the resources to do it.
Yeah, that's correct. The bill provides for children with special needs to receive the state entitlement, what they're entitled to in the public school, up to a $30,000 cap. Now, it doesn't speak to what you spoke of, Dr. Pinion, about the protections through IDEA. And we've had a lot of testimony about that today. But you know, the goal there is to provide the resources to follow a child that has significant needs, to provide you know, significant resources in those instances. And anyway, but I do appreciate your testimony, and really appreciate Felicita's testimony as well.
Thank you. Fund our public schools.
Yeah. Any more questions? Anyone? All right. Thank you all for being here.
Thank you.
Chair calls Mary Selby, Christina Wilson, and Karen Seal. Okay. And your name? I'm sorry.
Christina Wilson.
Oh, you're Christina Wilson, okay. Mary Selby. Chair calls Mary Selby. Okay, we're going to show Mary Selby on behalf of herself, registered against the bill but not testifying. Karen's. Okay, all right, so this is Mary Selby, okay. Well, take all that back that I just said. We'll correct it. Okay. Karen Seal. Karen Seal. Okay, we'll show Karen Seal on behalf of herself, registered against the bill but not testifying. All right, I'll show you registered as Christina Wilson on behalf of testifying on behalf of yourself, and you'll be testifying for the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And I show you registered as Mary Selby, testifying on behalf of yourself, and you'll be testifying against the bill. Is that correct?
That is correct. Thank you.
All right. Ms. Wilson, you may begin.
Chairman Buckley and members of the committee, it's a pleasure to be here. Thank you. I'm here today in favor of HB3 as a mother of three and an advocate for every child's right to a quality education. School choice isn't about politics. It's about giving families the freedom to decide what's best for their children, regardless of income or zip code. So I became a true advocate for school choice back in 2021 when my son was in middle school during COVID. A lot of weird things happened in the schools during COVID. One of them was the mask wearing issue. My son got caught up in all that. He is a great kid. In fact, he was an all-star athlete, and he had been on the honor roll for 5 consecutive years. Yet that year, he received 23 disciplinary referrals just for refusing to wear a mask while he was running in PE class. We now know, of course, that masks weren't effective, yet schools enforced policies at that time that defied logic and punished students like my son for simply wanting to breathe freely. They were actually ready to send him to an alternative school over this. That wasn't education. That was control.
If school choice had been an option in 2021, it sure would have saved us a lot of headaches and a lot of problems. So this is just my example, among many other examples you've heard today about why universal school choice is so important. There should not be a monopoly on public education. I think these are our tax dollars, and I really think we should have a say in how they're allocated when it comes to education of our children. Right now, the truth is only wealthy families have real options. They can move to better districts or pay for private education, but lower income families are left behind, and they're forced to accept whatever the system decides. Universal school choice levels the playing
Wrap up
field.
your testimony, please.
It ensures that every Texas child, regardless of background, has an access to education that actually serves them. So Texas has always led the way to freedom and opportunity. Let's do the same for education. Let's put children first. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much for your testimony. Give me just 1 second here. Suzanne Shepard, Minami Krims, and Molly Unger Palmer, you'll be up next after this panel, just give you a heads up. All right, Ms. Selby, you may begin.
Hi there, good evening. I'm Mary Selby. I'm here testifying as a parent here in Texas. R.A. Hall Elementary, Thomas Jefferson Junior High, A.C. Jones High School, and finally Keller High School. That was my public school journey here in Texas. It's a small town where I grew up, Beeville, Texas, and there was not a lot of choice for private education. And I'm just going to kind of summarize here. We've been here a very long time. The choices that were there were religious, and they weren't of my religious faith. So I don't think my parents would have had that as a choice for us. When I am at school drop-off, baseball games, book fair night, we're not discussing ESAs or public or school choice. We're discussing the fentanyl crisis in our schools and how to take care of them and how do we fund getting that out of our schools. We talk about the energy grid. We talk about water policy. These are things that Texans care about. And I think we hear we're not taking money away from public education. We're not taking money from that bucket, but it's coming from some bucket somewhere. So why not put that $1 billion where we actually want it spent? And I really do wish you good luck. I pray for you tonight when you go back to your chamber. And I want you to think about this. Do you work for Greg Abbott or do you work for the people of Texas? Thank you.
All right, thank you very much for your testimony. Members, any questions for this panel? All right, thank you both for being here. Appreciate it. Chair calls Suzanne Shepard, Minami Krims, and Molly Unger Palmer. I'm going to show you registered as Suzanne Shepard, testifying on behalf of yourself, and you'll be testifying against the bill. Is that correct?
That's me, yes.
All right. I show you registered as Minami Krims. Did I say that? Good.
Thank you.
It's a pretty name. You'll be testifying on behalf of yourself, and you'll be testifying against the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And I show you registered as Molly Unger Palmer, testifying on behalf of yourself, and you'll be testifying for the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you very much. Ms. Unger Palmer, you may begin.
My name is Molly Palmer, and I'm here to testify for HB3. I would like to say thank you to my state representative, Helen Kerwin, for her support of school choice. I am for school choice because it would allow me to keep my daughters in our Christian school. Christian education is a huge part of who I am today. My parents made sacrifices to put me through a Christian school as a child. My husband and I want the same freedom for our girls. My husband currently works a secular job as he's transitioning into full-time missions. There's not a lot of money in the ministry. Passing this school choice bill would ensure that we can keep our girls in the school of our choosing, receiving the God-centered education we desire for them. Not only would it give us this opportunity, but it would also allow me to continue to be a stay-at-home mom. As their mom, it is my job to teach them to be godly, upstanding, and compassionate ladies. I volunteer daily cleaning, serving lunches, and anything I can at JCA. This allows me to be an asset to the school by providing help at no cost to them, and it shows my girls that some things are worth hard work and sacrifice to obtain. We're building our home and family on Christian principles. Many of these principles are simply not a part of public education. We want to choose education that reflects the morals we teach at home. No one should be forced to choose something. That is not a choice. As Americans, we should have the right to pursue the education we desire. With inflation and other things out of my control, we're losing that ability. School taxes increase every year, yet we see no benefit for our children from these taxes because we choose something other than public schools. In short, we pay twice for our kids to go to school. It is frustrating to see so much waste within the public schools that could take such a difference put to better use elsewhere. Why? What's the purpose of majestic buildings when the education within the walls is lacking? There's perfectly good furniture being thrown out because they're granted money for new, extra supplies above what is needed, students mainstream because they're too advanced for SPED classes, yet don't meet typical student criteria. I could go on, but I'm not here to talk about what isn't working. I'm here to say why I believe school choice is a good thing. I understand private schools are
Wrap up
choice.
your testimony, please.
But it is that, our choice, and having the right to apply these funds to our children's well-being and future could change Texas and America. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much for your testimony. Ms. Krems.
Good evening. My name is Manami Krems, and I'm a second-year economics student at the University of Texas. I'm testifying today against House Bill 3, and while writing my testimony, I thought of all the reasons why I oppose vouchers, from the fact that private schools are not accountable to Texas state standards, private schools do not have to comply with federal special education requirements, that this program allocates 17% of the public education budget to less than 2% of students. However, I decided to ultimately speak about my experiences in public school, how the voucher fight has impacted my school district. I am a class of 2023 graduate of Wakeland High School in Frisco, Texas. When we Texans talk about school districts in deficit, Frisco ISD is probably one of the last to come to mind. However, Frisco ISD has had to operate in deficit for the last 3 years because the state did not include public education funding in last session's budget. If this bill goes through, the opportunities that enabled me to get where I am today will diminish. If one child decides to leave their Frisco ISD school, the district loses 10% of a first-year teacher's salary. In a district of over 65,000 students, if only 1% of students leave, the district will lose funding for about 65 teachers. These are hardworking, caring professionals who do so much with so little to help students like me succeed. Quite a few of the students who leave for private schools may come back to Frisco ISD shortly after, like I've seen many times while I was in school. But even if these students bring their allotment back to the district, the budget will have been thrown into chaos and painful cuts will already have been made. Frisco ISD has already diminished funding for programs I was a part of, like orchestra and UIL academics. I worry that my neighbors' children, my classmates' younger siblings, and every other child in public education will not receive a quality education or academic enrichment through extracurriculars because of the financial havoc that vouchers will cause. I believe that it should shock and dismay all of the representatives here that an affluent district such as Frisco ISD is in such a precarious financial situation because of the legislature's recent policy choices. District leadership is already preparing for it to get worse. Vouchers will leave children from Frisco, big cities, and small towns all worse off. Please vote against HB3 and fully fund our public schools.
All right. Thank you very much for your testimony. Let me call some folks up. Paul Colbert, Josie Palmer, and Virginia Elizondo, you will be next. Ms. Shepherd, you may begin.
Thank you. My name is Suzanne Shepherd. I oppose House Bill 3. I'm the mother of a 27-year-old man with Down syndrome named Jack, who lives and works independently. I'm an attorney and a board member of the Down Syndrome Association of Central Texas. Research has shown again and again over the last several decades that students with and without disabilities learn best together. Everyone benefits when teachers use a variety of teaching methods to reach all students. This is called inclusive education. It's the gold standard, and it is precisely what is missing at nearly all private schools in Texas. If they are open to typical students, they are not open to students with special needs, at least those with moderate to high needs, such as Down syndrome and autism. The door is closed to these students if they try to apply to a private school. If the door opens at all, it comes with a warning to the parents. Your student might come here, but you'll pay tuition and you'll pay for a private teacher's aide and all therapies. No guarantees of being educated with typical peers. No guarantees of how long your student can stay. Vouchers for private schools will do nothing to change this or create inclusive private schools in Texas. The private option, special schools focused on disabilities, can never offer the gold standard of inclusive education. You can only find that gold standard at public schools, which have been underfunded for years now. So please, if you want to help kids in special education, fully fund public schools. Don't use people like my son Jack as poster children for a voucher program that not only fails to help them, it hurts them by draining money from public schools. Don't pretend that HB3 helps students with disabilities. It doesn't.
All right, thank you very much for your testimony. Members, any questions for this panel? Representative Kerwin.
Molly, thank you for driving down. Tell us why you want school choice for a religious school, and are you concerned at all about government encroaching in your school?
Not 100%. I can't speak on behalf of anyone, honestly, but myself. And I would like to think that I do have a right to choose where my kids go to school. I want my kids to have freedom to grow up and be able to express their stands on what the Bible says and not be ridiculed for that. So many people are ridiculed for what they believe within a public school, and I'm not even saying in a biblical standpoint, but because they don't agree with what somebody else believes. Yet if one of my kids were to be able to stand up for themselves and it not align with somebody else, they take that as bullying or they take that as being offensive. And it's not that at all at JCA.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Members, any more questions for this panel? All right, thank you all very much for being here. Chair calls Paul Colbert, Josie Palmer, and Virginia Elizondo. All right, I show you registered as Paul Colbert, testifying on behalf of yourself, testifying against the bill. Is that correct?
That's correct.
I show you registered as Josie Palmer, testifying on behalf of yourself, testifying for the bill. Is that correct?
Correct.
And I show you registered as Dr. Virginia Elizondo, testifying on behalf of yourself, testifying against the bill. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. Mr. Colbert, you may begin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members. It's good to see you again, but we have to stop meeting like this. My name is Paul Colbert. I'm here just on behalf of myself today, and I want to talk a little bit about the fiscal impact of this proposed legislation. As somebody who served as the budget chair of education for 8 years and has been involved in the budget process going back to the legislative session in 1975, anybody who tells you that the money that would go to this program does not affect the money that would be available in the future for public education either has never been involved in the budget process or is not telling you the truth. During every session that I have been here, when you come up here as members, what you get is a draft of an appropriations bill, and the leadership has already carved out the full amount of money that gets to go to education. The only choice that we ever had was how much of that was going to go to pre-K through 12 education versus how much of that was going to go to higher education, and we could shift those things around. If you throw another education program into the pot, that's not going to grow the pot. It's going to reduce the amount of money that each slice gets because you've got a third slice that's going to have to be carved out of it. So what would the cost of this be? Both the fiscal note on this bill and the fiscal note on Senate Bill 2, which is not quite identical but is the same basic program, comes out to a cost in the second biennium of $7 billion for the ESA voucher program. It gets there by different means. It's 3.2 and 3.8 in the Senate bill, and it's 3.3 and 3.7 in the House bill, but basically it gets you to that amount. And that is based on the assumption that only 50% of the parents of kids who are either in private schools or in homeschooling would want to actually subsidize the costs that they are already paying by getting that ESA voucher. And personally, I cannot understand that. There are some other problems with the fiscal note on this bill, and I'd be glad to answer any questions about that.
All right, thank you very much. Let me see here. Josie, Ms. Palmer, you may begin.
My name is Josie Palmer, and I'm here to testify for HB3. I'm 14 years old and passionate about school choice because I believe it can make a huge difference in my life and in the lives of other students. God created us each uniquely with different talents and learning needs. School choice allows families to choose the best education, whether public, private, charter, or homeschooling. Why is this important, you may ask? First, school choice gives us freedom. Freedom to learn in an environment that aligns with our values. As a Christian, I want my faith to be respected and supported in my education. Many schools don't provide that, but school choice would allow me to attend one that does. Having the option to attend a private or charter school that teaches me from a Christian perspective, or that provides a safe space to practice my faith, would help me grow not just academically, but spiritually as well. Second, not every school fits every student. Some need more one-on-one attention or a quieter setting. Just as 1 Corinthians 12:14 says, "For the body is not one member, but many." We all have different needs, and school choice helps us find the right fit. Third, school choice promotes excellence. When schools compete, they work harder to provide better education. Just like Proverbs 27:17 says, "Iron sharpeneth iron, so a man sharpeneth the countenance of his friend." More options mean better opportunities for students. Lastly, families. We should have the power to choose the best education for their children. As a missionary's kid, my parents want what's best for me, but our financial situation limits our options. School choice would give every family the opportunity to choose a school that helps their child thrive. In conclusion, school choice is about giving students the freedom to grow spiritually, academically, and personally. I hope you see the importance of having the right to choose the best education for our future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Palmer, for your testimony. Dr. Elizondo.
Hello, I'm Dr. Virginia Elizondo, coming to you from the very hot overflow room of 130. As a parent of an autistic child, I had to determine the best placement for my son. I looked into both public and private schools. What I realized from my experience was that the private school was not an option. They had no interest in enrolling my child. Time and time again, I was told that it was not the best fit, and that my child would be better served in a public school because they had the resources to support my son. As a parent, I did not have a choice, and I was just asking about information about the school. Now, my son is higher functioning and was immediately placed in a general education setting. We were not turned away from our public school. Private schools excluded my son, Dominic. Now, Dominic graduated from high school and is now a sophomore in college. I do oppose HB3 because it will take funding away from public schools. It would also subject families to unregulated private school application processes. And if they are accepted, it will be without the protections and services afforded to them through IDEA. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Members, any questions for this panel?
Mr. Chairman.
All right, Representative Bryant.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Colbert, I had to step out a moment and missed your testimony, but I know that you have voiced some concerns about the fiscal note, and I wondered if you would elaborate on that and how it relates to our overall voucher proposal that's pending.
I'd be glad to. One of the things I found, I didn't get to see the fiscal note till about 7:30 this morning when it finally got posted, so I had notes that were originally scribbled on the basis of what was in Senate Bill 2, but I've done some calculations since then. One of the things that I found interesting is that the fiscal note said that the cost of the voucher, which was going to be 85% of the M&O funding, plus the amount of money that goes to the teacher retirement system, the average M&O funding plus the amount that goes to the teacher retirement system was going to be in the first year $10,330, and then it goes up to $10,498, and then $10,800 something. If you divide that $10,330 by 85%, by 0.85, what you find out is that they're basically saying is that that combined amount for M&O plus the amount of the teacher retirement system would come out to $12,153 in that first year. That would be that average cost of M&O, state and local, plus the retirement system. When I testified against it's the math. I mean, I can walk you through the math on that. When I testified against the various voucher bills that were in this committee last session, the amount of just the statewide average M&O that was listed by the Legislative Budget Board in all of the fiscal notes, including for Representative Harrison's bill that was at 100% of that statewide average cost, was $12,346. Okay, so somehow or another, a fiscal note for this year that says that we're going to include something else, the cost of teacher retirement system, is coming in at a level that is less than the amount 2 years ago for just the average state and local M&O cost. Now, why is that important? When I testified against that last session, 94% of the kids in public schools were in public schools that received less than $12,346 per student. The way they calculated that, as near as we could figure out, was if you took each district's average amount of M&O, state and local, and you added up all of those averages, and then you took the average of the average, that might get you to that level. And that's the way that they actually do figuring for the amount of small and mid-sized funding that charter schools get. The problem with that is the vast majority of the school districts in Texas receive either small or mid-sized funding. And so when you do that average of the averages, you skew it to the much, much higher funding that those districts receive. And most of the kids don't get the benefit of that. But you would be giving that benefit to all of the kids who were in the voucher program. Now, this year, you come up with a different number, a lower number, even though you've got an extra factor put into it. So at the very least, that points out that if you don't statutorily define how that state average is calculated within the bill, you don't know what that cost is going to be. It could be the $12,346 from last time around, plus the several $100 increase that they've gotten in state and local money since then, about $460 they've gotten in state and local revenue since then, plus the amount of TRS. And then the fiscal note on this bill would be way off because it would cost you several $1 billion more. So that's one of the things that you need to clarify. The other thing is that in calculating that state average of M&O for state and local, it includes the money that districts are already spending on special education. And districts spend a lot of money on special education from a combination of both state and local resources, as we've heard in repeated testimony before this committee. So you're going to give all of the the private schools the impact in this voucher of the statewide average of special education funding, even though, number one, you don't require them to provide any special education services. And then number two, if they do provide them, then you're going to give them extra funding in two different ways. You will, first of all, give them a higher voucher, a percentage higher voucher, and then depending on if they're in the special needs category, you could give them additional costs up to $30,000. So by the way in which this fiscal note explains the bill, you are double counting and paying the private schools twice for the cost of special education services if they provide them, or you are paying them for special education services even if they don't accept any special education students. There are some other problems, but those are some of the ones that I find that are particularly problematic.
Thank you.
So the amounts that LBB has provided in the fiscal note is not correct?
We don't know how they calculated it, and that's what I'm saying. You need to be specific in the manner in which that calculation is done, because they obviously used a different methodology this year than they used 2 years ago.
Yeah, so-
And we don't know which of the two methodologies will then be utilized by the comptroller's office if this bill were to become law, because you now have two totally different ways of coming up with numbers, clearly because you got a lower number this year for what should be a much more expensive cost.
Okay, so you dispute the way they calculated it? At 85,
I don't know the way they calculated it because it's not
85%
spelled out in the bill.
85% of total state and local maintenance operations funding under the FSP plus state retirement contributions to TRS per student in ADA would be $10,330 in fiscal year 2027, $10,498 in fiscal year 2028, increasing to $10,899 fiscal year
Yes.
2030.
That's what they say in this one, but 2 years ago, they obviously used a different methodology of calculating just the M&O amount without including the retirement system in it. So which is it? And unless you spell it out in the bill, it will be up to them to decide later on. Suppose they decide later on that it will be last session's methodology.
So the entire analysis of the program could be flawed in terms of the fiscal note if these numbers are flawed. So if we talk about the cost of the budget and, you know, this biennium, that biennium, that cannot be accurate as well.
I think that
per your math.
Per my math, which, you know, I'd be glad to hear an alternative to what I've just said in terms of what was in the bills last time and what's in it this time around. But according to that, it would seem that either last session they were overstating what that average cost was going to be, or this time they're understating it. And either of those could be true because there's two different methodologies of how you calculate that out, and the bill doesn't specify which methodology would be used. So that would be decided after the legislature goes home.
Yeah. So we can just assume that the calculations in the fiscal note are incorrect, and that we cannot, you know, we don't really have accurate information in front of us. Is that what you're saying?
No, my testimony again is that you don't know what methodology they used. They've used obviously two different methodologies in two different sessions. So unless you specify
the bill from 2023 is not before this committee. So we are talking about this bill. And it's either, you know, you say it's math, and I'm just calling it reading, because I'm reading it here off the fiscal note.
And Mr. Chairman, respectfully, when I served as budget chair of this committee, I would have requested them to specify the method by which they did the calculations so we would know what the legislative intent of how this process was going to work is, because there are two different ways of figuring averages according to the Texas Education Agency, and they use one in some circumstances and the other way of doing it in the other, and you're leaving it up to them to decide that after the fact rather than specifying it in the bill.
And so, okay, so you're picking your method of calculations on your chart, and then now you're saying they're not picking the right calculations. We can go round and round on all this. I appreciate your work. Obviously, I just disagree with what you have to say today. Members, any other questions? Representative Schoolcraft.
Mr. Colbert, are you a member of the Legislative Budget Board?
No, I'm not a member of the Legislative Budget Board.
Were you there when they were doing their deliberations, coming up with the recommendations for this year?
Nope.
All right. You very emphatically state that the funding for the school choice program is coming out of public education funding. How do you know that it didn't come from what would have gone to higher ed funding, or maybe highway funding?
I don't.
Maybe Parks and Light. You don't, do you?
No.
So how can you say that the money comes from public education?
Because in the 50 years I have been doing this, Representative Schoolcraft, in the 50 years that I have been doing this, I have never seen a session where the leadership doesn't get together before the session and agree on a general amount of money that they appropriate for education, all of education, a general amount of money that they appropriate for health care, a general amount of money that they appropriate for corrections, et cetera. And then you get to move those numbers around within those areas, but it takes a supermajority vote in the Appropriations Committee, or at least it used to be able to go beyond that amount within any one of those areas. And then when it comes to the floor, you have a rule that says that in order to put more money into one program, you have to take it from somewhere else.
But in all those 50 years, has there ever been a separate public education program and a separate school choice program?
No, there hasn't.
I mean, every time it's been, they decide how much goes into public education. This is a brand-new program. You don't know how they treated it. You weren't in the room, were you?
Mr. Schoolcraft, if you take the $7 billion cost for next biennium that the budget board, with what I think is an unrealistically low percentage of the kids who are already in private education who would take advantage of it, but if you take that $7 billion cost and you add it to the money that this legislature spent last biennium on tax relief, which at one point was $18.7 billion, but is now apparently $22.7 billion. And then you add that to the money that's going to be there for tax relief in this session.
We're not talking about tax relief, Mr. Colbert.
Mr.
And we're going to be
Schoolcraft,
here
I'm trying to
4 in the morning if we want to go off on those rabbit
I'm trying
trails.
to answer your question, Mr. Schoolcraft, if you will let me. If you add those numbers together, if you add those numbers together and you compare them to the resources that the legislature had prior to last session available to it, I think it is unreasonable to assume that you will, once we blow through these surpluses we've had the last couple sessions, that we will have the type of money to be able to spend on any of those programs, on special education, on public education, on higher education, on highways are constitutionally dedicated, so that they're sort of safe from it, but on health care, on corrections, on anything else that doesn't have a constitutional protection, I think that you're going to be in a serious difficulty. And as the person who had to serve as the budget chair when we went through the fiscal crisis in 1986 and 1987 after the oil crash, believe me, you don't want to be in the position, you don't want to be in the hole you're about to dig yourself into.
Well, I really appreciate that. Sounds like a lot of assumptions. I didn't follow totally the circuitous reasoning, but thank you very much.
Thank you. Chairman Frank.
Just a very quick question, because we have a ton of other people.
Sure.
Are you here on your own, or are you
I'm here on my
consulting
own.
for somebody else? Are you getting paid by anybody?
I'm not getting paid to be here to testify on this, no.
Okay, that's close to not getting paid here to testify. Or you do consulting work in this area for
I do
anyone?
consulting work in this area,
For
but
what
I am
types
not,
of-
I
for what
have not
types of
been asked or
organizations?
authorized by any people I consult with
What
to
types of
testify.
organizations do you do consulting work for?
I do consulting work for, I do consulting work for the Equity Center, which is an association of about 600 and something of the school districts in the state. I do consulting work for individual school districts. I do consulting work for individual community colleges. I
Okay,
am
so
not
it's-
here
I
on
mean,
behalf.
it's pretty important to say, though, because that is who is paying you. It may not pay for your consulting. I just wanted, so thank you very much. Thank you, Chairman.
Representative Frank, I'm here on my own because I
Okay,
care
thank you
about
very
this
much.
stuff.
Representative Kerwin.
Well, I just want to recognize Josie, who's 14, and came from Joshua, Texas, the Joshua Christian Academy, and has been sitting here all day with her parents and did a wonderful job testifying. Thank you, Josie, so much. Yeah.
Good job. Yeah. Members, any more questions for this panel? All right, Representative Talarico.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't want to argue about the fiscal note, but I want to go back to a question that we were wrestling with earlier, which is the opportunity costs of investing in one thing versus not investing in another thing. And I don't want to argue whether this $7 billion was supposed to go to public ed or was supposed to go to water. My point is, this voucher bill, even the most conservative estimates are that it will cost $1 billion in the first year and $7 billion in the next biennium. And it's all coming out of general revenue.
Yes.
And so could this money that's coming out of general revenue go to our public schools?
The answer to that is absolutely true. And I think one other thing to point out with respect to the lost opportunity cost is all of these are based on, first, well, the $1 billion cost for this biennium is based on the assumption that it is limited to the amounts of money that are within the appropriations bill. But I think Representative Bryant pointed out earlier that there was language in last session's bill that is not in this that would have prevented Budget Execution Authority from channeling additional money into the program after the legislature goes home. And given the stated intention of the governor, and for that matter, the lieutenant governor, that they want to give a voucher to every single student, you know that you've got, if you add together the budget board estimates of the number of kids who are in private education currently, it comes up to 910,000 students. So if you give them a $10,330 voucher or higher, because some of them would be special education students and so on, you give them that higher average level of voucher, you're looking at somewhere between $9.5 and $10 billion a year if the governor got his way after the legislature went home and Budget Execution Authority channeled additional money into the program.
Okay, I don't want to get into all the fiscal note, but I just want, because we've had some really wonderful private school families coming and testifying and saying how this would help with their tuition at the private school, and and that's great that they've come to testify. I'm trying to figure out where how we could use the money in another way, just so we know what our options are. And so I know you're very good at math. I've done some initial math. We heard last week that Texas teachers are making less than they did 10 years ago when you adjust for inflation. My back of the napkin math is that with $1 billion, we could give every Texas teacher about a $3,000 pay raise. Does that sound about right?
I haven't given a thought to it. But that sounds about right, given what I understand to be the current number of teachers, something in that range.
And I think with $7 billion, we could give every Texas teacher an $11,000 pay raise.
We also could finally close the performance gap between disadvantaged kids and English language learners and their peers, because we could finally fully fund what every study we've ever done said would be the cost of effective programs to close those gaps. We could close the funding gap for special education. There are many, many different options that you would have if you took that money and you put it into improving the public schools rather than into providing for private education for students already there.
And we've heard that 98% of public school students are attending a district that doesn't have the recommended number of school counselors on their campus. With $1 billion, I think we could hire roughly 12,000 counselors to serve students, roughly 12 counselors per district. $7 billion, we could hire 84,000 counselors to serve students, roughly 84 counselors per district. Does that sound roughly correct?
It sounds approximately correct. I'm reminded a little bit of a Ben Sargent cartoon from many years ago, back in the 1970s when Dolph Briscoe was governor, and I was actually working for Dolph Briscoe as an advisor to him on school finance. And it shows him giving a commencement address to a bunch of cap and gown students, and he says, "And as I look out on your bright and eager young faces, I think to myself, damn, there goes another 10 yards of good freeway." That's the opportunity loss.
So, another thing we've heard a lot about is Texas teachers spending roughly $1,400 every school year on school supplies out of their own pocket. Is it, based on my calculations, we could wipe out those out-of-pocket expenses for every Texas school teacher with just half of what this voucher program would be in the first year, so only about $500 million.
It is frequently said that a budget is a moral document. It shows you what your priorities are. So the question is, before this legislature, what are your priorities in terms of where we ought to be putting our resources for funding kids? Should we put them to fund the 5 million plus kids who are already in our public school system that the Constitution says that we have a duty to provide for the suitable support and maintenance of an efficient system of public free schools? Or should we create a new program to create another slice of the pie in a pie that may or may not be big enough to pay for all of the cost of that slice?
And just last one, I know, because we got to move on, but I've agreed with everyone here that we need more choice in our public school system. We need more options. One size doesn't fit all. We currently have magnets, academies, career and technical schools, charter schools that have long wait lists. My calculation is with $1 billion, we could open more of these magnets, more of these academies, more of these career and technical schools, and we could start to wipe away that long wait list. So I think the only point I'm trying to make is there is a cost benefit to creating the largest voucher program in the country, and the cost will be borne by the students that are in our public schools, and the benefit will go to students who aren't in the public schools.
Well, let me give you one other example of cost. There's a tremendous amount of administrative cost for this new program. The administrative cost that would be in the comptroller's office, the administrative costs that we would pay to the different new organizations that would be in charge of dispensing the money. And one of the promises that were made when charter schools were first created and adopted in 1995 was that they were going to be the laboratories for learning. and that we would be able to try out all of these different choices in education in them. And then based on what we learned from what the charter schools would be doing that worked and that didn't work, we would provide feedback to the public schools so public schools could expand their choices by adopting the various programs that work and by not doing the things that experiment had showed didn't work. You could take the administrative money that you're spending in this bill and use that instead to have TEA do the job that you in essence said that they were supposed to do in 1995 when the charter schools were created, and do the studies of what is going on in the charter schools, what are the good things that work that could be disseminated to the school districts around the state so that there would in fact be more true, open public school choice for the students in the state.
Thank you, Mr. Colbert. And lastly, just wanted to congratulate Josie on your testimony. You did great. Representative Kerwin, you have a lot to be proud of in your district, and Joshua Christian Academy has had some excellent students testify today. So just want to thank you for that.
You should be proud.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Members, more questions? Representative Hinojosa.
Mr. Colbert, I'm sorry I heard I didn't get the first part of your testimony. I had to take a break, but I wanted to thank my colleagues for holding you for me so I could ask you my many questions. Actually, I have one. I read the appropriations for this bill as a blank check for this reason. In the appropriation for this bill, and it's Rider 78, it mentions the $1 billion that is spelled out in the bill and in appropriations. And then it says, at the end, the last sentence, an amount to be determined by the Legislative Budget Board shall be transferred to the Comptroller of Public Accounts fiscal programs to implement the provisions of this legislation. Do you read that as a blank check like I do? Because the way I see it, the LBB can determine amount to transfer. That money would come from TEA budget. Kids leave public schools, there's more money, send it to the ESA program. Freed up GR, more GR to vouchers. Property values go up, frees up more money, LBB can send it to vouchers to this ESA. Is that how you read it?
Well, actually, I don't think the rider has much meaning in that regard at all, because as long as you don't have the provision that was in House Bill 1 from the fourth called session last session that Representative Bryant mentioned earlier, the Budget Board already has the ability through Budget Execution Authority to transfer as much money as they want to into the program. So it's a blank check unless you restore the safeguard, the guardrail that was in the legislation that was before you last session. And by the way, 1%, for every 1% of kids who leave a public school that go into a private school would cost the state about $1 billion a biennium for public, of lost revenue for public schools, since you were asking that before.
Representative Lewa Wilson.
Have you seen the defund our schools for each district, like how much money they would lose? Have you looked at that at all?
I have not seen that, no.
Okay.
And-
I'm just wondering, like, well, since you haven't seen it, you wouldn't know, but I'm wondering how they figured that out in counties that don't have an accredited private school option.
Well, first of all, you could lose a student in a county that doesn't have that accredited private school option if instead they went to homeschool and took the homeschool $2,000. So that would be one way that you could lose that money. And it's possible, I haven't seen it, but it's possible, just given Representative Hinojosa's question, that might be based on how much would you lose if 1% of your kids went to private education. I don't know if that's how that was calculated.
But you testified that you believe that most of it will be kids that are already not enrolled in public school, that they are already would be in private school.
Absolutely. And I think that's been the experience, and you've heard a lot of testimony on that today. That has been the experience in virtually every state that has done an expanded voucher program. Not when they had the initial programs like in Milwaukee with the limitations, but once they opened the doors to everyone in the manner that this bill would, on average, it's been 75% or somewhat over 75% of all of the kids who have actually received the vouchers or the ESA or whatever it is in the different states have been people who are already in private school, and therefore that's a cost to the state, even if not a single kid leaves a public school to go to private
Have you looked at
education.
any of the Ed Choice data that said that when initially ESAs were started in other states, that they came in and, a large percentage was kids in kindergarten?
Okay, so well, first of all, the kids in kindergarten, how
That were
many of
not
those were
enrolled.
the kids in kindergarten who were going to be going to kindergarten in a private school? They make no delineation with respect to that. And if you take a look at again, the way the fiscal notes were written last session, there was an assumption as to the number of kids that would go in based on that, because that was the only way that initially you could get into the funding for the program.
Oh, okay, I'm just trying to, reconcile that, the majority of kids are already currently not enrolled in public schools, but then the public school's gonna lose all these kids and that's gonna cost all this money.
I have repeatedly contended that the threat to the future funding of public education is not so much the loss from public school students transferring into private education. It is I think as Representative Tallarico has called it, the opportunity lost of what will not be available to you in future biennia to be able to fund public education. And as somebody who had to sit there and make painful budget cuts all throughout the budget in 1985, 1986, and 1987, you don't want to paint yourself into that corner.
Thank you.
Members, any more questions? All right. Thank you very much. Ms. Palmer, great job. Thanks for staying up late with us. Thank you. Have a safe trip home. Thank you all. Okay, we can, the numbers we discussed may be debatable, but the 267 folks remaining is not. So just keep that in mind. We have 267 more to go for those of you keeping score at home. Chair calls Amanda Afifi, Nicole Hutchison, and Kevin M. Jackson. Daphne Hoffacker, Lori Solis, and Heather Bland-Ho, please, you're on deck.